Today, the greatest day.
Technology.
Good job.
Thank you all.
All right. So we're here. I put it up. Hope there's extra agenda that you're welcome to bring back to your team. I know it's tough to schedule in the summer. So just as our housekeeping too, we broadcast every session by Zoom for our members. So we've got a few people logged in listening. But we do not broadcast or record caucus or sidebar. So we usually put a note up that, hey, we're in caucus, and those are not broadcast. And then today, we know we gave you guys a very substantial amount of language the last couple sessions. And so Kelly and I talked, and I'm gonna let her lead the way on what she got for us today. And then we'll work together to kind of work through today on how we want to proceed.
All right, thank you. You all did share with us a lot of proposed language and gracefully gave us a lot of time as well to go back and to really look at it thoroughly. And so we are prepared today to talk through some of it. There are a few items though that we still want to hold on and may have more questions about too.
Gotcha.
And we also do have some cost estimates related to some of the language proposals that entail costs.
Perfect.
All right, so I want to start with the first session, if that's okay, because that's how I have it organized.
That's
so
fine.
Going back to our
April 19th, 14th.
April 14th, yeah. And so it started with section 1 or article 1. And so 1.2.1, there was crossed out vocational teachers and replacing secondary, post-secondary career and technical education. I know that there was a note on there about PERC designations. I don't think that's something we can decide today about changing that classification.
Okay.
But I did also just want to point out that the job code for post-secondary teacher positions are the same as the K-12 teacher positions.
Okay.
So I just not sure if it was just wanting to go away from vocational teachers, if that was the reason, but
yeah. So I think, so when it comes to PERC, I think I said there, I haven't looked at vocational teacher. It's still a job title. So that's the question. Is the district still using vocational teacher as a title? If vocational, post-secondary, career, and technical all fall under the job code of just teacher, and because we know that a lot of them do, then I think we already have that clear in the PERC certification.
Okay.
And we like to have this mirror, but I think sometimes it's a starting point here to make sure we clear here so then we can get the PERC certification clear. But I think the motivation here was that I don't think we use that term vocational teacher.
Okay.
So I think we were trying to be clear that like these are secondary and post-secondary career and technical education teachers, even if they fall all under one job code.
okay, then I'll get clarification
Okay.
on that, and then the next time we'll be able to iron that out. Under the supremacy clause, 1.3.1, I think you're just making a correction there.
Yeah, because I think a few years ago we added some articles. Yeah, just a
Yeah.
correction.
Yeah,
With a
so-
typo.
No, we would agree with that.
Okay, and then a little typo there for county,
Yes.
country.
I also noticed on this, I think it's the last sentence that starts with faculty handbook. We really call it employee handbooks.
Okay.
So just changing faculty to employee.
Okay. So just on this page to be clear, so we'll hold on secondary, post-secondary
Right.
career education. Any
Oh, I'm sorry.
or instructional personnel.
The specialists and mentors are often referred to as teachers and or instructional personnel in other positions identified on the district salary schedule under instructional representative position. Yes, that would be
Okay.
appropriate.
So we'll hold on the first, we'll just hold on TAing this page until you can get that. But it looks like we've got employee and then we're okay with that. Okay.
All right, so going next would be 4.3.5. About student referral.
Okay.
The concern about going away from what is currently the, where's that, the 3-day. So changing that, we're concerned about how do you define promptly, right? Because everybody has a different interpretation of what would be promptly. We also want to ensure that students have due process.
Mhm.
And so sometimes students are absent, sometimes there's priority referrals versus others. And so to ensure that we give due process and that we also prioritize and have a sense of urgency around the ones that need to be handled more quickly,
Mhm.
we're not in agreement to change that language right now.
Okay.
And then in 4.3.6, we do notice here that it says teachers shall receive a written report on the county referral form. We don't use a county referral form anymore.
Okay.
So we would propose changing that teachers will receive a written report or response in the student information system. Because teachers submit referrals electronically and then receive the closure to that referral on the electronic form.
Mhm. So
We're taking out the
teachers-
county referral form and replacing that with in the student information system,
the teacher shall receive a written report
in the
in the
student
student.
information system.
Got it.
And that's their notification of how it was closed.
Information system, and okay with striking that last.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so no on 4.3.5 for the
Correct.
reasons, maybe open to if we consider some of these things, but.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take that feedback and
Okay.
consider it in some other
Okay.
way.
Okay.
And moving to page 31, which would be 4.3.16, stating that each ESD center shall have a trained behavior intervention team available for immediate response, including at least one full-time behavior specialist and one full-time compliance specialist. Our concern is that obligates the district to a cost that, depending on what the enrollment is, may or may not dictate that through the allocation process. So we're not in agreement on it due to the cost of it.
Okay. And that's just because it can't be estimated.
It would obligate us to that, and those staffing models may change
Okay.
depending on who's at the ESD center, you know, what currently statute requires, what courses students are in, all of those things.
Okay.
4.4, outdoor work, health, and safety protection. So all of that section is new. We certainly understand the intent of it and recognize, you know, for our employees who are outside. We do think that it could work with school leaders to look at, there may be available school funds to use for some of those supplies, but to put that into the contract as an unknown cost is not something that we can do at this time. You know, we also talked about that was in there and somebody didn't use it, right? They chose not to. Then what? Because now the employee wouldn't be in compliance with it either. So we just felt that it was too restrictive.
Okay.
Going to Article 5, 5.2 on artificial intelligence. Obviously, we recognize we had a great training last week or conference related to AI. So we know that is an emerging area for us. We do have board policy 2130,
Okay.
emerging technologies. And that board policy says that emerging technologies will serve as a tool to support, not replace, human interactions in education and district operations, ensuring that teachers, students, and staff remain at the center of learning and decision-making.
Okay.
So we believe that this board policy there covers what the intent of this language is. And because it is so new right now, you know, putting in language that we know will be there for a very long time would just be too premature. And we think that the board policy right now covers that. All right, moving to page 38, which would be under 6.3 instructional materials. Now, I know we had presented some language around instructional materials. I didn't think yet that you all had really gone into that,
Mhm.
correct? That was about 6.3 as well. We had brought forth language, really talking about the role of that committee. So I just wanted to highlight that because I knew, that for the district, that this language is something that we are really excited about to introduce because we think it will make the process better.
Right. 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6.
Wanted to keep that on the
Yes.
record.
Yeah.
And then I've got to jump into page 38, correct? To be the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you're right on
Yeah.
target.
So letter M was added in that each ESA center would have one designated safe space for students in crisis for the purpose of de-escalation. That is a room not used for instruction, and then it goes on to discuss that. Again, we recognize that many of our sites do implement practices and procedures related to something similar to this safe space. The concern is that this language just imposes some facility requirements that may not always be possible, and would of course require an unknown cost. So if you want to bring that back, maybe
Okay.
with just some tweaks to it.
Okay.
The concern is really the facility piece of it.
Mhm. So you mentioned that some sites, all sites do implement something similar.
Well,
So,
and we got to be careful too, because we
Okay.
can't seclude students. So
Right.
there is some concern just about seclusion.
mhm.
And so those practices are usually done under the direction of ESE staffing and so forth to make sure that the practices that are in place are not in contradiction to what could be considered secluding a student.
When,
So I think the idea is we want to be able to de-escalate situations. Right?
yeah, I
Sure.
think I mean, I think the intent is that safe space, right?
Mhm.
And I hear what you're saying about room, but if there is something similar, let's like, how do we wordsmith this
Mhm.
language to encapsulate that? So we do at least protect that requirement to have that conversation and to have something implemented. So I think I hear what you're saying. I don't know if your folks have any suggestions on how best to kind of encapsulate that we do agree that, like you just said, it comes from the direction of staff and that collaboration. Because I think it is that for the goal of de-escalation, the goal of having a safe space, each site will work together, something like that. I don't know if you're open to that.
And sometimes clearing the room is the appropriate thing, right? Everybody else comes out of the room and actually the student stays in there who's escalated. So I think without knowing the specifics about the student, what their IEP says and so forth, and what the team is that responds to that, it's hard to solidify that in every instance, this is how we would do de-escalation.
Okay. But you're open to us
Yeah,
working
absolutely.
on that. Okay.
And you said an unknown cost on this?
Because some of the facility requirements, like if there's
I got you.
an
Okay.
ESE center that just doesn't have some of these resources,
Yeah.
and now something would have to be built or constructed to be able to have an additional room or space for that.
And I think it comes from a place of just wanting to have a plan for this at every site that maybe
Yeah.
was missing
Okay.
at several ones. And maybe we could look at it, again, I'm just suggesting being part of the steering committee could maybe have hands on that and creating such plan. I don't know.
No, and again, at the ESE center, those teams that are involved, depending again on the behaviors of the kids, right? But I hear what you're saying. Staff want to know that there's a plan in
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
Yes, understood.
Mm.
Okay. All right, moving down to 7.2 that talks about technical colleges, supplies, materials, and equipment. So this really spoke to the instructional materials, equipment, and resources. So in talking with our leaders at our technical colleges and over our technical colleges, that their concern is that they're always updating those. There's a lot of renovations that go on and so forth to meet the needs of the spaces, depending on what those programs are. and that safety is addressed immediately by the safety office. One of the components in here wanted for the teacher to be able to make that determination. And the concern was that could prematurely halt the program. So without the safety office doing what would be required to determine if it was appropriate to do that, we could prematurely be shutting down programs and not serving kids. We do recognize too that some of the technology that they were using, I guess the CIS system is quite old. Then Element came on, they're now bringing on Focus. Element will be going away. So they're in a constant, fluid motion too of updating their resources, but just don't believe that this language here it would just be too restrictive on. So do you want me to read through each of those?
I don't.
For clarity, does that help?
I don't think you need to read it all back. I think
Okay.
we have the language for 7.2. And I guess just to kind of summarize that, it sounds like these things are being addressed, but maybe just not in the way we wrote them down or how we're documenting them here or trying to encapsulate and.
Well, just like available equipment, materials, and space and capacity is done across K through 12 as well as for our technical career. So it's not like they're being left out of that process.
Okay.
There's systems in place to ensure that they receive updated materials, equipment, their spaces are safe and appropriate for the programs that they serve.
Is there any openness for us to rework this and re-counter it, I guess, or is it?
We're always open to it. So if you want to bring something back.
Okay.
I did want to speak to a couple of the items on page 39 that were under this section.
Okay.
Let me see which ones they were. So 7.2.5 starts with that the board shall maintain accessible and functional purchasing systems to ensure technical college instructors can obtain necessary supplies without delay, including during when periods of standard purchasing methods may be limited or unavailable. And then it said the district shall establish clear procedures for purchasing and reimbursing, including contingencies during periods of restricted purchasing access to ensure continuity of instruction and program operations. Then technical college instructors be required to use personal funds to purchase supplies, materials, or equipment necessary for instructional programs. And the last 7.28, in the event that an instructor voluntarily uses personal funds due to an immediate instructional need, which shall provide reimbursement within a defined and reasonable timeline not to exceed 30 workdays, provided appropriate documentation is submitted. So teachers do have P-card access. They also have access to purchasing orders and invoices and creating work orders through their bookkeepers. We would not want to have teachers go out and using their personal funds for immediate instructional needs and being defined in reasonable timeline not to exceed 30 days. The concern is that the district would have no opportunity to prevent them engaging potentially with vendors that either aren't approved or maybe we don't have a good work history with. And I know that the concern sometimes there could be a little bit of a delay maybe in the purchasing, but oftentimes that's because the requirements are really to ensure that we're following the correct procedures. And so I know there's been a couple of issues around reimbursements, but that's the purchase orders and the P cards are the way to be able to properly purchase materials and supplies.
So what I hear you saying is 7.2.6 is already being established.
Correct.
So
What about 7.2.7? The instructor shall not be required to use personal funds.
Yeah, and they're never required to. I think sometimes maybe people hear from their bookkeeper, you can go do it with your own card and then get reimbursed, but the option for the purchase order is always available.
okay.
So we don't currently require.
Okay. So
There's not a reason to say we shall not be required. That's not part of our process to require somebody to use their personal funds.
okay. I guess I don't see the problem then of why don't we just say that then? Okay. because I think it's coming from a place of where maybe that line is not clear, or maybe it's blurred, and that did come from committee that talked about this. So I think if we're not requiring it, we never will, we never would, then, you know.
And that would not be particular just to technical college instructors though either. We have
Okay.
language and we'll find it. Maybe
Yeah.
we have a that talks about
Okay.
staff not having to use their own personal funds for purchases. I
Okay,
think that's already come.
okay. Yeah, and then the same with 7.2.5, if that's the process, and I mean, I guess again, if the board is maintaining accessible and functional purchasing systems and P-card access, then again, why would we not have it here?
Because we already have those established procedures. They're already part of our procedures for procurement.
Uh-huh.
I guess our point is that it comes from our committee of instructors at those technical colleges that don't feel as if this is actually clear to them. So there's somewhere a kink in the hose, I would say.
Yeah.
Right? And I understand that it is maybe done district-wide. We haven't heard it from K-12 really, but in adult ed, we have. So that's really what we're trying to address here. I don't know if John wants to speak to it at all around that. I know that you helped lead that committee.
Well, at times, like currently, we're still in inspection, but district funds are cut off at the end of the year. So we can write a PO, but nothing's gonna happen until after the term.
There's always a process though for any immediate need. If there's an immediate need, that can be approved. So and if that's happening, we just need to talk through those to figure out what's happening in the approval process, why you're not getting those funds released.
What we'll do is we'll go back to that committee and see where that kink is, and then we'll try to figure that out, because I think maybe there's a breakdown of communication somewhere on.
Yeah, because I think, I mean, just literally saying, if there are clear procedures for purchasing and reimbursement, including during periods of restriction, that's what we're saying here. And if we are doing that and we don't want to put it here, but then we're hearing that like, well, it's not really happening or people don't know, then it makes you wonder, like, then what's the problem with actually saying it if we really are?
So there's always a projected date of when those funds are going to be released, right?
Sure.
Or when they're going to be pulled back. So the goal is that everybody across the district should plan for that, right? So you do all your ordering and everything.
Sure.
And then as those needs arise, and we know some programs go through the summer, there's procedures in place. It just requires that approval.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah, and I would add that, a notification goes out to employees of when that is going to happen, and then the procedures are set inside that email and notification. The contact of the finance department, if you have needs arise, obviously things happen, right? And
Sure.
so I think that's the process of notification, working with the finance department if you do need it to justify the expense, and then
Right.
seeking that approval process is really important in that process.
yeah, and just to be clear, like, I don't think what we're proposing here in language is that we put all that process in here. We're just saying that, to your point, you have it. Sometimes it may need to adjust, but by just simply saying that we establish clear procedures for everything you just said, that's all we're saying here. And again, we're saying out verbally, and there's this practice that, practices change and things aren't clear. Maybe someone new comes in. Again, I guess it's just, I mean, it's to say the district already has established clear procedures. I mean, if they're already there, then I just don't see the problem with saying in contract that we will do what we're already doing to protect it, so employees do know that, hey, if there is a new supervisor and the language is here, so let's go find it. Right? We're not saying that we need to bargain and negotiate and enshrine all those bullet points that may change based on systems and those sorts of things.
So if we looked at maybe the statement that said, the district has established procedures for purchasing, and employees shall follow those established procedures, which may include
Yeah.
something to that. That's already in writing, but just as in procedures related to finance.
Right,
Okay.
but I think having it here in the contract that says it's there because this contract supersedes, because those policies and procedures can change, and we don't bring those policies to the table. That's the risk. I mean, same with board policy. Like, we can be part of that process and we can discuss it, but ultimately the board imposes policy, and that's why there is a contract and why our supremacy clause says that this is above all those things. So a general statement of we have those things, which still allows the maneuvering to, which we talked through labor management to make sure those are clear. So, I understand where you're coming from with some of this other stuff. Maybe it's a little too broad and restrictive. But some of these points can just be clear because they came up for a reason.
No, and we understand that. We know, we hear that too, right? And so I think we just want to be consistent, though, that we're not changing procedures for just one group of folks either. But I hear you just want clarity around what those procedures are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this language in here says that what the procedures shall be. It's saying that there shall be procedures for exactly what you're saying. And you literally said there are. So I guess it's.
Well, let us take a look at it in conjunction
maybe
with language around funds, and that brings something back that we could talk through.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe you
again-
show the communication that explains all that employees would be able to understand or know.
Yeah.
And what I hear you is you want to know that you're able to purchase through the end of the summer into the start of the next fiscal year, and what those procedures look like.
Right,
Yeah.
good. We heard from the guys doing the work. Go ahead.
We don't really have problems during the year.
Mhm.
Sorry, May, on.
And they are an outlier in that regard, right? Because they would be still purchasing things at that time where, most K-12 wouldn't be.
I wouldn't say
Yeah.
they're an outlier. I think it's a universal thing across the district where spending's occurring. Yeah.
True, yeah. I meant only in terms of in needing to meet, the needs of their students
Right,
in the
right.
summer at that time.
Well, we have some schools and
Yeah.
other things that are occurring, so it's more broad, but
Yeah.
obviously they have the more volume during.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think it will be helpful to bring back what you have, to other places in the contract. And what we can do is maybe just condense this down to, a few things that we feel very strongly that, like, if you have this in language, that, yes, it's there. That is protected, that there will always be procedures. There have been, there always will be, and that's protected in the contract. Again, not that we're trying to bullet point every step of that process and dates and those sorts of things. And I think to Rob's point, maybe it can be updated or edited to say that employees will be informed, with, maybe we can have that certain date leading into the summer. So everybody knows it's coming and it's not, oh, well, Rob knew, but Val didn't. So we'll discuss
Talk
it too.
more. On this particular day when this language was presented, I think we held at the time on 8.2.1, but then later on.
Yeah, I think
visited it
we
later, yeah.
Yes, I think we spent.
So in the second packet, we'll
That's
come back to it.
Understood.
All right. Moving on, to 9.2.2. This was requesting that the building rep or association representative will be permitted to speak at all faculty meetings. Our concern was that it's currently limited to 25 minutes on Tuesdays. And so to guarantee that time without knowing what the agenda is, would then limit what else is on the agenda. We think currently that building reps do a great job working with their principals when they need time on it, but just can't commit to something that's so fixed.
Clarity, though, the meeting's not 25 minutes, they're 25 additional minutes.
Correct.
So those meetings usually are much longer than that. That's all. I hear your concern,
Yeah.
but I just want to clarify.
Gotcha.
I feel very strongly about those 25 minutes.
All right. Moving on to page 44, 10.1.4. That was just connecting the language about the unit loss process to let's see what the title of this part was. It's not on here, but it was connecting the unit loss process to determine who goes to the pool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's to 11.4. I have two notes here. I think it's actually supposed to be 11.4.4.
I have 11.4.2.
Maybe it's 4.2.
Yeah, because in
Oh, yeah.
11.4.2, it connects it back to 10.1.4.
So that's all that was. It was
Yeah.
no intended to change, just creating that connection.
Yeah, so we can. agree
You're
to
okay
that.
with that?
Mhm. All right. Page 46, 11.4.6. So adding prior to identifying teachers subject to unit loss, The board shall finalize all supplemented position assignments in accordance with section 20.1.5 and provide the list of the association. The board will also provide the unit loss determinations for this following school year. In speaking with our team, we believe that that's done whenever it's asked for. So I just want to be clear, is there anything unique that's different than what our current process is of asking for that information that was intended related to this?
Yeah, I think it's just like we said here, it's just, we want to be very clear about that practice and what we do. We didn't put any, I think this year, this came up specifically because of this year and just a lot was happening. And I think some of this didn't happen, right? We're identifying unit loss specifically for those supplemented positions that was not happening timely. And I think there's an intent to do that. And I think it was happening, in some places, but we definitely had situations where it wasn't. And so we just want to be clear that, because I think when we worked with you, it was that we understand how it should happen. And we just want it to be clear here. So employees know, administration knows that, just like any other unit, the same with those supplemented positions.
The loss of a supplemented position, depending on if we're talking about like a group 1 supplement, group 2 supplement. So there's specific contract language that already talks about whether that's an annual agreement or if there's an expectation of continued employment in it. And then there's contract language that talks about the notification date of removing that group 1 supplement. And so that is being followed, that language that currently exists. So is this just about
this is to
notifying?
It's to make sure that we are, because we've got this other language here, 20.1.5. But if you're reading here, when a unit loss occurs, it's to make sure that you're also considering that language as well. And that happens a lot of places in the contract, where it may even happen within the same article or the same section, where we'll list things and you get to the last bullet point. Make sure you also remember that you've got to follow this point of the contract. So it is creating that connection to the language, because I think we talked about this with the committees and over time. This contract is 50, 60 years old, and over time things have been put here and there. And I know there's a lot of desire to try to we do like a big revamp and kind of reorder and put things together. So this is trying to do here so that maybe in an off book year, where there's no intent to change language, it's literally just, can we reorganize? So that is what's motivating that. So I think it came up to attention specifically about the supplemented positions, because we did have some hiccups with that. Again, you all worked with us with that because we know that it's there and it's established. Let's make sure when we're looking at both sections, we understand that they connect.
Okay.
To say that, I think what we're really trying to do here is make sure that we have the horse in front of the cart. If we go at our sites and we have our supplemented position set, and then we're dealing with units, we're not moving people around to protect them. And again, we're all about protecting people, but we want it to be done in a fair and equitable way. And that's really what we're looking to do, and that transparency. So once you have your team leaders and your subject area leaders, eventually you're going to figure out, and lately we've been doing more unit cuts than normal due to budget constraints. We all get all that, but it's becoming more important that we're treating our employees fairly. I don't feel that way everywhere in this district because of that procedure. So I think that this is part of trying to iron that out. Let's make sure we have our supplemented positions labeled and know who's doing what next year, but then there might be a change due to the unit cuts, not the other way around. Now we have a unit cut. Now we need to move Rob into a position so we don't have him cut. I like that idea, but that might be unfair to Val or Regina. So again, I'm just trying to throw out the idea that we're trying to help smooth out and make more transparency and trust with the work that we're doing. If that makes sense, right? I mean, trying to help with that.
No, definitely. And so I agree with you. I think this year it came to light a little bit more. And so in looking at that language, let us go back, look at the language about and what's been in practice related to that, and then what you're trying to add.
Yep.
Because there might need to be more clarity in both places.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
energy transfers. So under 11.7.2, this would be reducing the travel time by a minimum of 20 miles or more to, bless you, one per day, or 75 miles per round trip per week. You know, our concern is just the potential disruption to schools around that. We certainly all understand, I think the note here just about traffic and so forth, and gas and all of those things, and employees traveling. So I don't know that right now we're ready to agree to this, but we do hear you. We're just concerned about the disruption. So would there be any consideration, or maybe taking it back to having some sort of guardrails on this? Because otherwise, as positions pop up throughout the year, we could potentially have a lot more changes.
Okay.
Like maybe there would be time constraints around them. We're just trying to protect the consistency in the classroom.
Understood. Do we have a large number of energy transfers under the current language?
I wouldn't say large, no, not given the number of employees.
And would the district be open to maybe stair stepping it from 20 to maybe something in between 15 and 20? Again, we'll maybe throw that back at you.
And try to see what those numbers look like. Yeah, how big of an impact does it have? Okay. All right, going to page 66. Let me just make a note to it. We'll come back to that. Page 66. So looking at the insurance committee, and obviously we know with us going to self-funded, we've been spending a lot of time in this committee, and the new role that it's had for us. We do believe that currently I'll call the introductory paragraphs of 13.10.1 currently states what the intent of that committee is as it reads currently, as well as the other language. So, and what you pulled out into B letters A through G, we would recommend at this point leaving it as is. We just believe some of it gets more into the day-to-day, and this insurance committee represents all of the district employees, not just specific to this bargaining unit. And so putting in language here, without the consideration of those other groups, again, not that they're not good practices, and particularly the part 2 that says letter F, in the event that the self-funded program is projected to no longer be financially advantageous, the insurance committee shall review the available data and make recommendations regarding continuation of the self-funded program or transition to fully insured model. We really believe that's superintendent's role. I mean, that wouldn't be something that the committee, specifically would be involved in.
That's good to know. So the board's position is no change, leave language as is.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Moving to page 70, technical college certification. Certification and assessment requirements for technical college instructors shall be reasonably related to the instructor's assignment and instructional responsibilities. The Department of Education determines certification assessment requirements, and the course code directory drives that. So depending on what course the teacher is teaching would determine what the certifications are and any accompanying assessments that may come with that. So it's not something that we could overrule by putting that language in here. We would have to be in compliance with what the DOE states on that. And then 16.5.2, the parties agree to review certification requirements that may not align with technical college instruction, including but not limited to general knowledge or academic assessments, and to advocate for appropriate alternatives where applicable. Again, that comes to us from the state, not something that we determine regarding certification or assessments.
Okay.
Procedures for teachers non-renominated, we want to hold on that section for now on 22.3.
Okay. I think that goes to page 78 and 79. Yeah,
Correct.
got it.
Same thing on Article 24 on page 81 on suspension and dismissal. Hold on that.
Okay. So that's page 81. I think 82 just had a
Had a
typo,
typo,
but
yeah, we'll come
we
back
can
to
hold
that.
on all of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We also want to hold on 26, the grievance procedure. So that would be pages 85,
85, 86,
87, 88.
Okay.
Then on page 9, updating the expiration date.
Yeah, they didn't come out in color for
Yeah.
whatever reason, but those are just, yeah, the updated dates. Check the math.
The initial facts. I think that takes us through.
And then we got all the names. I think I spelled Karen's name, Karen Perez. We got Van Ayers right,
Yes.
Wegman right, all those last
All the
names,
tough one.
and then the date, okay. Okay,
All right, so that takes us through that.
I think the only thing I think we did on that date was we had an appendix with the unit list. That wouldn't be appendix, we had agreed to appendix A, which has been in the contract for a while. And we said that we would include the updated and completed PERC unit certification list,
And that would be the
which
plus.
is this list. Which again, I think is the help, because just for a little history lesson, for many, many years, you know, the PERC certifications have been on file. And with Senate Bill 256, three or 4 years ago now, everyone had to actually start looking at those PERC certifications. And what we started to find, not just here, but everywhere, was that certificates weren't really matching contracts where we have been maintaining them and keeping them. And so we worked with, Danielle worked with me, I think Brad, Jessica Doherty, a lot of people, we worked together to finally get our PERC certificate pretty good. And then, as you know now, through the process, when we file for our recertification, when we petition PERC and they say you've got sufficiency, and if we have to go into a election process, they do give us an opportunity to update this. So I think it's just, the goal here is to have a practice where we're clear and we're aligning and we're maintaining this, so that we don't get into a situation where, oh my gosh, we had to, I don't know how much time we spent, we had to find job titles and codes. So that's the goal here. Because ultimately PERC follows what's on that certificate, not here. This helps us keep it all together. So that's the goal. So hopefully you're good with it. But.
Yes.
Okay.
What you're saying is this matches what's
Okay.
been submitted.
But if you, I don't know if you've had a chance
I'll
just to
review that.
double check it
Okay.
to make sure those positions are accurate, but that's our goal.
Okay.
And that way too, when in that first part of the contract, we were talking about technical college and those sorts of things, if there is ever a question,
Back
is my
together.
position here.
Okay.
We know we've got the handbook with codes, and so we're trying to bring it all together. So I don't know if you're willing to agree or you want to look at it. and come
Let me
back.
take a look at it just to make sure.
And then all of the MOUs, striking those, all the outdated ones. And then the current ones for the millage would be included. I think the updated transformation MOU.
Yeah.
And then we do have, I don't have it today, but we would also include the unit loss, transfer and open hire, and then the designated schools of need would also be part of this. So if you want to wait, we can include that, but I don't know if you're willing to TA all this.
No, we can TA that.
TA this,
Add
and then
that.
when we get, I'll make a copy of the designated schools of need, which I know we've already agreed to, but then it would be part of this agreement to be fully ratified. Okay,
Yeah, we're in agreement with that.
okay. These are all the things that I have marked as TA-able, so.
Can I just ask on there, do you have the date that the board approved as well, since those go to the board for approval?
In the MOU,
I know it's not on the MOU.
no,
Do you capture that
So-
anywhere? I wonder.
I would imagine, I don't know if there are board minutes that are kept.
Oh, yeah.
So
You've
they're
got it
there.
on
I mean, there's a date of signature, then there's the date of approval, and then there's also date of ratification. So where it's ultimately captured, I believe, like the way this all, I mean, we do MOUs all the time, and an MOU technically and legally should be ratified to be enforceable by either side. But we, as a large district, we can't run 7 ratifications. So what we do usually is we sign, the board agrees, but the actual ratification is then documented on that signature page. You know, that's the enforcement date.
Or you're talking about board approval of it at the end?
Well, no, because
The
it still
ratification date.
comes with
Right.
all of that as an
Yeah.
approval, I guess,
Yeah.
so
So
that
tech-
would take care, I was just
Yeah.
curious.
I think the
Another
like
part of
in the
it.
grand scheme of things, if we got to a point where it was like, when did it actually become enforceable, would be ratification, but I think
Right.
that's just the kind of,
Okay.
I guess, mushy nature of
Yeah.
MOUs.
Yeah.
That, again, some local, you know, I worked in Baker County for a few years and 6 schools, you could run a ratification all the time.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's costly and time consuming. So what we generally do here is we do our MOUs because a new law comes up or a new need. But then for it actually to be enforceable, grievable, all that stuff is upon ratification. And that is recorded. So, okay. Yeah, and
Payable.
what I'm thinking is like, once we kind of get through all this, then you and I can go through and,
Okay.
because it takes time to like signature and TA, and then you can double check my work on that. And the other ones I kind of put aside as no's or holds or come back. So. And I'm guessing you're ready to move on to the next batch.
I am, as long as everybody else is in agreement.
Let's go.
Okay, I don't know if anybody needed a break or anything like that.
Says the guy not taking.
Let's go.
Okay,
All right, so I
The
believe
big
then
one.
we're gonna start on page 7.
yes, page 7, Article 2, Section 2.
Article 2. Okay, so I think this was the section where you all really started to introduce replacing consistently in the contract language instructional personnel where it currently says teachers.
Yeah, I know
And
it's scattered throughout.
it is, definitely is. And there are some places where in reviewing it, we'll be in agreement to it.
Sure.
There are a few though where we think it would change the
Okay.
normal operation. So we'll talk through
Okay.
some of those. So the first one that says instructional personnel, and when having the different calendars, I don't see again that, you know, it matches. Okay, actually, let me step back. I understand the intent there.
Yep.
The concern is that, like, on our salary schedules and our work schedules, our employee work calendars, we separate them out. We don't group them by instructional personnel. And so we have teachers, you know, then we have our student services schedules. And so I just, before agreeing to this, I just wanted to make sure that there would still be clarity around that, just so we don't create some inconsistencies.
Yeah, I think what we were actually trying to do was to
Mhm.
say it is teachers and student services, and like that's who these calendars apply to. Because we do have, you're right, we have different salary schedules. Unless there is a calendar here that is not, like we missed the group, that's because remember the contract includes all those lists of people. So we're trying to use that term instructional personnel. Well, just like the other day, we were talking about the survey that went out to employees and there was an option for teacher, support staff, and then people checked other when they really are part of the instructional unit, but they don't consider themselves a
So that-
teacher. So the intent is to say that instructional personnel is our teachers, our
It's everybody.
student services,
Okay.
all those folks, so.
Okay.
And unless there is a schedule that is really only applicable to a very specific group, we could parse that out, but.
I
think it was
just, I didn't want to create the perception that any instructional personnel wouldn't necessarily have the options for all those different work schedules or days, calendar days. You know, do you see what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Okay.
So let me read back
Okay,
through that.
yeah, and maybe,
I'll-
maybe there is a better way, 'cause I think there, right, where there's 198, 205, 213, 253 for employees.
Yeah, 253 days for employees on the student. So when I read that, I'm trying to figure out, is it particular to just that group? So is
Okay, I gotcha.
if the goal is to say that in like instructional personnel shall have any one of these different schedules, is that what we're trying to do?
Yeah, but I
Okay.
mean, because right now it says just teachers, but I think some of our student services are also fall on some of those calendars. So we can look at it and
Yeah.
maybe parse it out, because they have a
Maybe
note here,
reword
you know, like, I know some groups, we are trying to maybe move them to 11-month. We've had those conversations about some of our different, critical areas where they may actually need an extra month because they're doing work beyond, they're already doing work beyond the 198 schedule anyway. So we can hold on this and maybe look a little more at it and see if we need to say, you know, teachers have these calendars, student services have these calendars. But it is also, because as it says right now, you know, the work year shall be 198 for 10-month teachers. But we know we have other instructional personnel that are also on a 198. But
Gotcha.
maybe some of our 10-month teachers are not on any of these others. But we do have some that are 10 and a half, 12 months, so.
We might need to just rewrite the
Okay.
whole first sentence or two, just
Yeah,
to
just to be
align
clear.
it with what we're trying to say about instructional personnel and the different work schedules. Because then it goes on to say that they would have accompanying work schedules and relevant scales are listed.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah. Our original goal is to just make sure we're talking about everybody here. So.
Got it. 2.1.2, instructional personnel assigned in new positions during the regular school year may be required to attend additional in-service orientation sessions. Sessions shall be conducted during the regular workday. Yes, we're in agreement with that applies to the bargaining unit.
Okay.
All right, 2.1.3, instructional personnel shall not be required to attend any meetings at or away from the school center on the teacher workday as designated by the official school calendar. This day is specifically set aside to enable teachers to work on classroom duties. On that one, grouping everybody together as instructional personnel wouldn't be in alignment with what our practice is because of the unique nature of some of the individual positions at sites, and they don't all have classroom duties.
Okay.
So on that one, we believe that we need to keep it as is.
Keep as teachers.
As teachers.
And then what about the inclusion of at or away?
Should I prepare to attend meetings away from the school center? Well, they would have to attend it at the school center.
Okay.
Yeah, so we would leave it as is. Okay. Because the intent is that they're not going to be required to go to away meetings.
Got it.
All right. 2.1.5, instructional personnel shall be afforded professional discretion regarding the use of professional study day, and each instructional personnel shall have the option to select from in-service meetings within their present area of assignment certification. Right now it says teachers, that second line, changing that to instructional personnel. We know many of them may have certifications in other areas than what match their assignment. So the concern would just be that you would be expected to go to the professional study day that's in alignment with your assignment. That may not necessarily be in alignment with your certification. And we wouldn't want somebody to say, well, I don't want to go to the one that's in my teaching assignment. I'd rather go to this because I'm certified in that. Does that make sense? So we want to ensure that folks are going to professional study days that align with their assignment. So we agree on the first sentence that yes, instructional personnel should be afforded professional discretion regarding the use of professional study day. But that if we're going to change it to instructional personnel, it would say shall have the option to select from an in-service meetings within their present area of assignment. Okay. And then we would need to take out certification.
So, okay, so without the change, if it was just the teachers, if we're leaving it as each teacher, currently it could be either or.
Well, so sometimes people may have, I don't know, your English and reading, for instance, right? And so sometimes there may be flexibility related to that. So my recommendation would be to leave it as is, just because of the nuances of all of that.
Okay, gotcha.
Or we separate it, but then we're getting into separating it out.
Well, I mean, it could be
teachers and
we could leave it as is, each teacher, each teacher shall have the option to select from in-service meetings within their present area of assignment/certification. All other instructional personnel shall have the option to select from in-service meetings within their present assignment.
That would work.
So just, okay. Oh, got it.
Or if we're missing something with the intent, you want to bring it back to, if you want to talk to folks to see.
Yeah, I think we won't do anything with it now, like we'll just hold on this one and talk to the group.
Okay. And then that second part of 2.1.5, that also talks about when a central location cannot be secured for employees who have to travel exceeding 40 minutes from the employee's assigned work location, the board shall provide in East County.
Or north or south
Or north or
whatever.
south, yeah. We understand the concerns about travel time. We just need to have some flexibility because we do have sometimes just smaller groups. And so
Sure.
having that many options just creates a hardship.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's where it was like, shall utilize centrally located training sites when feasible. So if it is one of those like, hey, it's just, we don't actually have a facility available. And then when a central location cannot be secured, you know, I think what we're coming from is those folks that have to travel when that decision is made, then it puts it like way out for them. That then there would be other options for the employees. So I think we're trying to create flexibility on both sides, honestly. So I don't know. Again, we were open to like, how can we kind of massage this language if you had any suggestions on what we were trying to go for, but also create that flexibility.
Being we're going to work on the top part of 2.1.5, let's also do that. I'll bring
Okay.
something back if your
Okay.
folks want to do the same.
Yep.
We can talk to it a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay, 2.1.6, instructional personnel working at ESC centers, access point staff, and all student services personnel shall be provided specialized in-service training on any designated professional study day. Adding in those particular groups of having something just designated for them, again, we just believe that that becomes too restrictive. There are offerings that pertain to ESE staff, but singling out those groups creates now more and different training opportunities that we would be agreeing to indefinitely. And so currently we have those ESE offerings, or we have content curriculum offerings for those teachers, and that's based off the current needs of the district at the time.
Okay. So the reason for not putting it in contract is the board does not want to commit to have those indefinitely, like they do for the social workers.
Because these folks are classroom teachers, they're instructional staff, having something specialized for them, where it may be there's a new curriculum coming out, right? And so that's what professional study day is going to be focused on. It's tied to their curriculum. It's not necessarily unique to the fact that I work at the ESE center or that I'm the access point staff. And so there would just be times that it wouldn't be appropriate to have just that group of teachers having a specialized training that may be something that's broader.
Gotcha. Okay.
But if I remember correctly, the intent of why you were bringing this forward is feeling as though staff at those sites are eager for additional training.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Specific to those.
We shared that with ESC. I mean, we take this switch back and we talk to those administrators to let them know what we're hearing in terms of the uniqueness of working at the ESC center and the access points classrooms, because we know that that's a desire. Yeah,
and I just want to say that like this does come out of those conversations that like, hey, we've been doing this, we've been working well, and we want to keep that going. I think, you know, and that's, again, I think it's that goal to enshrine that work, that it's like that is really the goal. And maybe there's some massaging we can do to that language to, we know the school social workers will have it, and then maybe for, you know, maybe another sentence, kind of like we're doing above, those instructional personnel at ESE centers and access point staff shall also be provided specialized service training based on their assignments. You know, something, and then kind of giving at least that flexibility, just so everyone knows that the intent and goal is to offer that because it's needed. But as you're saying, if there are times where it may not be appropriate, then that is known. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like everybody knows that. So, okay, we'll work on it.
Okay, 2.1.8, instructional personnel shall be granted the right to use flexible working hours on non-student days other than professional study day, and instructional personnel shall notify their administrator. So that one we're in agreement with. I mean, if there's no planned activity, and then they would be treated exactly the same as any other,
Yeah.
as teachers. I think that's happening in practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that's, I think what, you can see what we're trying to do
Yeah.
is like, okay, we're doing it,
Yeah.
let's just be clear.
All right, 2.1.9, the board, and I think that one you were just changing district to board, right?
Yeah.
Yep, shall establish early release days for the purpose of providing additional planning time for instructional personnel. Each release day shall be designated as instructional work and planning time. And we know that some early release days, though, currently the one early release day can be used for some sort of work, data gathering work, so forth. So
Both, make sure it's, work and planning.
So I guess my question would be, if one of those days, though, can be used for a training session, someone might not have time, so depending on the nature of that school schedule, to also have planning time. And so I just don't want to create a perception that there's always going to be both.
Well, but I think they're currently, those days are both, right? I mean, currently the language says that the district shall establish early release days. Early release days shall be designated as work time. But it is also planning time. That actually was the intent of early release, was to provide additional planning time for instructional personnel. Have then also negotiated language that said, all right, certain number of days, in a month, or a certain number of time in a month is also for those work, assigned trainings. So, I think our intent again is to protect planning time. You've seen some of our information and data that's come, overwhelmingly from employees that we represent is that we've got to protect planning time. And so that's where it's coming from. But the board's hesitation is just by adding and planning in that second sentence.
Because the concern is, yes, creating the expectation that there's guaranteed planning time. If the schedule doesn't allow for that due to the training that takes place, is that then going to prompt an expectation of comp time, let's just say? Yet it was agreed upon that there would be time to have that training on that one early release Monday.
Yeah, because I
just don't want to make it where they're not in concert, right?
Yeah, so I think our goal was to say that the ultimate goal here is planning. Now, we do have language in this exact same section that says no more than 1 hour per month may be used for the PLCs, which would be that work, which I think is why it's both. There's that hour per month that's for the training and the PLCs, but the true goal, overarching goal of the purpose of, that across the state where there's early release, that was the goal, was to give more planning time to teachers. And I think that's what families and parents understand when they pick up their students, that the goal was for teachers to have more time. So we have there no more than 1 hour per month may be used for PLCs or other data gathering planning intended to increase student achievement. That's what it already says. And then we're saying on an early release day, because I think that's where we're trying to be clear. Such time shall be scheduled immediately following or as close as practical to student dismissal on the designated early release day to preserve uninterrupted teacher work time. So I think we were trying to still preserve that. There was that 1 hour, but just being very clear about those parameters. Because again, everything we've been hearing from our surveys, from our bargaining team, from our committees is just really, really protect. Let's be very clear, because it's getting fuzzier and fuzzier. And we know from your proposals that there's more time even wanted out of that planning time. So I know we are kind of on opposite ends of this in some ways. Not necessarily, out of necessity. I'm not saying, I think there's a lot of pressure from the state and others that, like, when do we get all this done? So I think we're just trying to also be very clear.
Well, then let's read through the rest. Can we read through the rest of that?
Yep.
And then we'll go back to that first
Okay.
part. So then the second part says, if specials or a duty-free lunch are not provided during the student portion of early release days, comp time shall be granted for loss of planning and or lunch.
Mhm.
If both specials and a duty-free lunch are not provided during the student portion of early release days, the instructional personnel shall be provided with a restroom break in addition to comp time. This is one too where that's keeping that as teacher, because other staff obviously can use a restroom break, and that's really about ensuring that teachers
Okay.
get that break.
Okay.
And then no more than 1 hour per month may be used for PLCs or other data gathering planning intended to increase student achievement on an early release day. We would agree with that piece of it.
Okay.
Such time shall be scheduled immediately following or as close as practicable to student dismissal on the designated early release day to preserve uninterrupted teacher work time. The feedback that we got on this is just the concern. We understand the intent behind it, right? Like to try to have that meeting as soon as possible, and then teachers can do their planning or whatever else they may need to take care of. The concern was that sometimes, depending on different schools' dismissals and what those look like, it's not always feasible for them to do it that early. And so some schools plan it a little bit later. So the immediately following, I see you put in there or as close as practicable to. We just, like, how is that going to be interpreted, right?
Well, I think I think if the evidence is there that, look, this is literally our dismissal, it takes this time, it's documented. Because we know that that can also shift. We know the first few weeks of school, it's as everybody's getting their, things together, or maybe something halfway through the school year, something changes. And if that's shown, then that would be, I think we work together on those things all the time. But if an administrator or site can show it's not practical because of XYZ, then that would meet the standard. I think it's impossible in any of this. We've got a lot of language throughout this contract where the board has it when it favors them, or we have it. So I think we are, without listing out all the zillions of reasons, that would be, we probably are hearing from these sites where it's not clear why we're starting later. But if it is clear, then that would mean it's, as close to practice.
All right,
So I'll put parentheses around it.
Yeah, let's come back to 2.1.
I think we agree in intent. Yeah. It's just, I hear you. If there's something better or clearer for that particular, or as close to practicable that the board feels comfortable with, open to it.
Okay. All right, then we'll hold that one and come back to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Moving on to 2.10, instructional personnel.
Are we, the rest of this section though, a different activity may be scheduled, activities shall or should, there's some more there in that, or is that what you're working on? Sorry.
Go ahead.
You're still on this section 2.1.9, just the rest?
Oh, once a month during PLC time, is that where you are? Oh, I see. Okay. A different activity may be scheduled during the time if a faculty, through a secret ballot vote of a 2/3 approval, agrees to do so. Activities shall be intended to increase student achievement. And once a month during PLC time, the board will provide a virtual PLC option for all ESC and access point staff to collaborate. Again, given that going from should to shall just becomes so binding, there could be situations where there could be an immediate safety concern that comes up, something that's just timely. And so that's the reason that Monday is utilized for that, because there may not be another alternative. And so should just give some flexibility to allow for that or to recognize that could happen.
Okay.
And then once a month during PLC time, the board will provide a virtual PLC option for all ESC Center and Access Point staff to collaborate. Again, that's just putting that requirement now to do that for all those different groups where there may be other needs at that site. And so again, we just think that becomes too restrictive for that particular group of teachers. And too restrictive for the district with that particular group of teachers. our recommendation would be to keep that as activity should be intended to increase student.
Just like it should be as close to practice.
I hear you.
All right.
Well, and I think again, 250 schools, right? It's just, and we talk about that all the time. That's just always that uniqueness. But I understand what you're saying is the spirit of it is we just want it to be as close to dismissal as practical for that school site.
And really, I mean, that's the thing. Should, well, you know, that's where that should word comes in, where to your point, yeah, we agree that because we already say no more than 1 hour a month should be used for these PLCs or other data gathering and planning intended to increase student achievement. Everything should be tied to that. So that's where we were trying to tie it together, that like, you know, this is what it's intended for. So those activities shall be intended to increase student. So anyway, I think we're talking around the same thing, but gotcha.
All right, we'll wordsmith that top part a little bit,
So
and then, but we would recommend keeping it as should rather than shall.
Okay.
Okay. 2.1.10, instructional personnel shall, or I'm sorry,
Yep.
shall is in my head now. Instructional personnel will have the option to work remotely on any non-student teacher work day. We're not saying no to this right now, but we do have some concerns and want to talk through those, and maybe we get to a different place in the future, maybe even future sessions this year. But obviously pre-planning would be a concern, right? That pre-planning, there needs to be an expectation of staff being on site. We hear loudly that teachers need that uninterrupted 21 hours of planning time and so forth. And obviously there's a lot of things that have to happen at the beginning of the year in terms of compliance, safety, updates, all of those things. We also have sites that, you know, sometimes on non-student days, they have specific trainings. It could be something related to the school being involved with the state operator. It could be something regarding their performance concerns and so forth. And so just that blanket statement is the concern. But we hear you. So
yeah, we can look at some other districts if they have any of those, or if you all have some, you know, okay, we understand the intent. I think the intent is, yeah, I mean, pre-planning is what, if we want to say it's not then, but I think the goal was on these other, you know, there's different days where there's no students on site and there is nothing planned or going on. The teachers have that, and then they'll have that flexibility. If it helps to kind of, like you said, put some guardrails, we're open to that. And we will look at some other counties that have this in place right now and see if they have anything in the language, because, you know, a number of districts are doing this, and it's definitely helping with morale. And, you know, to our point earlier about travel and energy transfer, hey, I can get up and start it right away rather than I gotta plan my travel. So,
Yeah, we got to get you to a yes on this one. I'm just going to say it out loud for everyone in the room, because this seems like a no-brainer to me. And I think for everyone here that this is one where it's no cost to the district. And I hear where you're at, and I appreciate that. And I think to Britt's point, we can find a way to get there. Pre-planning was not what we were thinking about with this anyway. If you guys could bring us the examples or the of where, and I guess what I'm thinking, it would have to be in transformation schools that are under an external operator. And then how often are they having these meetings on teacher work days? I don't know that. I mean, so if you could bring us that, we could help create the language that I think can get us all to a yes on this. That make sense?
no, it does. And again, we understand the desire for it. We recognize the improvement in morale that would have as well.
Appreciate that. Yep. Thank you.
All right. Vacations for 12-month teachers. So all 12-month instructional personnel with up to 5 years of continuous service would be entitled to 13 days annual vacation, and instructional personnel with 5 to 10 years continuous service would be eligible for 16.25 days of vacation, and instructional personnel who have 10 or more years of continuous service shall be eligible for 19.5. And then changing vacation leave is cumulative, not to exceed 80 days. Accrued vacation leave paid out at the time of, I saw the comment, separation of employment. as opposed to termination.
Yeah.
So that's just,
Again, where we were going with that termination, I think has a disciplinary nature that you were, the employer terminated you. And again, I mean, this is not a make or break, but I think we've got people who separation is for a variety of reasons. It could be for termination, it could be for resignation, it could be for retirement, because I think that's what this means, right? Like any of those separations from employment, maybe it's separation from employment to include all those things, but termination always has that connotation of it was done to you.
agreed.
Okay.
Okay, no, we can agree
So
to
we're
that.
okay with
Yeah.
all of 2.2.1?
Yeah.
I'm gonna note these because some of these where we've got a lot of, I might
Yes.
just note them and then when we come back to clean it up, because I've done it in the past with Ms. Shotwell where it was, we'd have like 5 of the same page where we TA'd one, but then
Yeah,
the next
part of
day,
it.
so we'd have like 6 versions of page 8. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna be noting in here that we've TA'd at the table and come back, unless, the ones that we've got the whole page done, great. But,
Okay.
got it, okay.
All right, let's see, 2.2.2, every
Mhm.
effort shall be made to grant employees vacation requests whenever possible. If vacation is denied, the employee shall be provided with written explanation for reason or denial as soon as possible. A lot of those conversations almost happen in passing and there's so few instructional employees with vacation at sites. The concern was that making that a requirement in writing as opposed to that conversation that usually happens between the employee. Was there like a particular bubble up for a reason, or was it just trying?
I think it's, like you said, in passing, approval, denial, but that part of the reason, I think what happens when we don't have some kind of documentation, then it's, well, what was actually said? And especially if it's done in passing, oh boy, what do you remember versus what I remember? Because there's a lot going on. So I think the goal here is if I tell Rob, no, I can't because X, Y, Z, then it's just simply hey, I'm just following up to make sure we both understand that the reason is X, Y, Z. Because then later on, when it comes up, well, what did they actually say? This is applicable in many situations where it's what did someone actually promise comp time? Did someone promise this? Oh, maybe it was in a text, maybe it was here. So that is the goal. In that instance where there's a denial, there has to be a reason provided, and we just want to be clear that it's not.
And we would just
interpretation.
would say then that the request needs to be in writing, and then the response would be in writing. So that way it's there, right? I'm requesting to use vacation on this day, and then the response comes back.
Okay, so that's your counter to that. Every effort shall be made to grant employees vacation requests whenever possible, when made in writing.
When made in writing.
And then if the vacation is denied, the employee shall be provided with a written explanation for the reason of denial. Okay, I gotcha. I don't know if we'll agree to that, but I hear you.
Yeah.
Counter.
Yeah.
Are they happening not in written format?
I think
now?
that's
Like, I don't know. Whatever, we'll take a look at it.
12-month teachers, because that's not a large population at any one site usually.
Right. Speak to that.
Yeah.
In the past, we've had teachers that I know of that have been at the 80-day limit. So they're not accruing time, but it's still, they're not being compensated in their check either because supposedly vacation is part of our pay. And they have been denied taking vacation because principal just doesn't want to. There's no explanation, no reasonable explanation why, other than they don't feel it.
Well, I don't know if it's copied in here, but the language talks about taking vacation on non-student days. So I don't know, John, if that's part of and I know, again, a 12-month teacher, particularly in your program, actually has students year-round. So,
But whenever possible, it says, well, and when the teacher's hitting it, and other principals, granted, for me personally, if I need that day off and I'm at 80, I would rather use a vacation day instead of a sick day, even if I'm going to the doctor for doctor's appointment. Not that I'm going on vacation, just so I can pull it back off the limit. And that's been denied as well.
And vacation is an approval process, right? I mean, I think approved ahead of time. So if you want to come back with something related to
We'll talk
that, and
about
we'll
it, yeah.
talk through it.
Thank you.
And where did you say it says that vacation can only be on non-student days?
It says generally, but I don't know if is it copied here?
I don't see it here.
Might not be on that part, but there is,
It's right in this section.
yeah, it's not in this section, it's in a different section, to your
Oh,
point.
okay.
It's under leave.
Is that what it is? I know it's in there.
That's always weird how we.
Yeah. Let me see where it is, and
Okay.
it talks more about vacation usage, shall not generally be on student days. Okay, moving on, holidays, so the school, 2.3.1, the school holidays and school year shall be determined by the board when it adopts the annual school calendar. It shall be named in the calendar. If emergency holidays are granted, the time missed must be made up by a reduction of time designated as vacation on the annual calendar.
Yeah, we just we didn't have any proposals. I think this was
Mhm.
truly what is an emergency holiday and how does vacation get, anyway, I
Yeah.
think we just needed some clarity
Like,
on
where did this come from?
Yeah, what is it? What exactly does it mean?
Okay.
In our current time, I'm trying to write here, it's like, yeah, what is an emergency holiday? We were trying to figure out, was that a emergency closure?
Ms.
And-
Shotwell and I talked
yeah,
about it,
okay.
and that's what we went back to, is thinking that it's about the emergency closure, so
Mhm.
I'll see if I can find.
Yeah, I don't know,
language.
maybe holiday's not the right word then,
Right.
because I don't think
Right,
our
right, right.
employees, and then
Yeah.
designating it as a vacation, I don't know that that's
The right
correct
term.
either, so.
I
we're-
agree.
I don't know what to put there, honestly, I mean, so I would need your help and suggestions on that, I mean, we can come up with it, but,
Closure?
yeah, so.
The
Okay.
calendar committee calls it.
I wonder if it had anything to do with, when there is an emergency, and just say I had a pre-planned vacation, and then so, you know, when everybody eventually comes back, we gotta make up that time,
Mhm.
because I was on vacation,
Yeah,
I think.
I
That's
do,
what it's implying to.
I think you're right.
I
I
see.
think that's what we're trying to
Okay.
figure out. Thank you, Regina.
but I do think that is addressed, some other places in the contract where if they're, like, I think we've seen this language before, where, all right, if the district has to close due to hurricane, if somebody already has a vacation that's been approved in that time, they're not gonna be held or charged vacation. So
Let me see if I can
I don't know,
find
yeah.
where it's connected
Yeah.
to.
the time missed, so 'cause the way this reads is that when the board adopts, and if there is an emergency holiday granted, the time missed must be made up by reduction of the time designated vacation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this means.
We'll come back.
Let
to
us
it.
know.
Um,
I think that we've had some instances, now we're thinking back, when we had like a hurricane,
Mhm.
and somebody was on vacation.
Yeah, afterwards,
Yeah.
During the
right.
hurricane,
Yeah,
they didn't have to make up, because they were already on.
And I
Yeah,
Folks still use their vacation.
also think there's something in regards to leave too, because some people got on leave during the emergency, but then when they come back, it's supposed to have.
yeah, but again, those are all like specific to those employees, so I don't know why it would be
School holidays.
the time missed. Oh, okay, I think what maybe this is meaning is that if we had to miss so much school and then we needed to have a makeup day, there would be a designated day on the calendar where like, I kind of think like up north, snow days, where then they add a day somewhere to make it up. And maybe at some point they were doing that there would be a designated day where they could use a vacation day on the calendar that was already set by the board as the makeup day for the district. That's what this is, the more I hear this is what that sounds like, but I don't know why we would ever designate vacation on the calendar. I know we've done things like where we've said this would be a hurricane makeup day, which then becomes problematic. So anyway, I think we just need more conversations to figure out what that means. But that's kind of what that sounds like, is that, hey, this is a day off for everyone on the calendar, but nope, now we gotta call everyone back to make it up. Anyway,
Regina's got a point.
Yeah, when I'm thinking about it a little bit more, I think what in regards to when someone on leave, the days within their leaves, although everyone else is on that emergency holiday, like those days still counted towards their leave. Like if I'm on a 30-day leave and the whole district is actually closed for 3 days, it still came out of my 30 days that I was given. So I'm having to feel, so I'm losing 3 days, although the whole district is at home.
Right.
It seems an odd placement under holidays.
Well, right.
All of this discussion, and to me,
Let's all take a look at this one again and come back
I'm
to
sure
it.
there was another
Yeah.
section that it
Yeah.
aligned with a little better. As we were.
Yeah, and maybe it's
Maybe
just outdated
Rude.
because of like these old terms of
Uh-huh.
vacation, emergency holidays, and maybe if we, and if we- and if we do have it clear in other places, maybe this can just be removed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be open to removing it as long as, or at least that last part, like the school holidays and the first part, school year shall be determined by the board when it adopts the annual calendar. That's all well and good. That last sentence, if we really over time, because to your point, yeah, we've seen it, all of those things, how we address that, but this is very broad, applies to la-di-da-di everybody. So, we'd be open to just striking that sentence if it's creating more confusion.
Okay.
Because when we dove into it, we didn't know what it meant.
All right,
Okay,
we'll come back to it.
okay.
All right, 2.3.2, the board shall grant to all instructional personnel 6 paid holidays each school year. And that is what is happening if they're a less than 12-month employee. So I don't know, we would have to, working less than 12 months are the ones who get 6 paid holidays. So I don't know, the striking of the working less than 12 months would have to stay.
Okay.
But changing from teachers to instructional personnel, if it's just recognizing that there may be less than 12-month bargaining unit members who are not just teachers get those 6 paid holidays, because that's currently what we
Yeah, I
do.
think it's kind of both of those, right? Like it's not just teachers, instructional
Mhm.
personnel get 6 paid holidays, but would that also not include 12-month employees? Or, I mean,
Well,
wouldn't it
they
be
get-
everybody? I mean,
They get more paid holidays though.
okay,
So I think that's recognizing that just this group that work less than
gotcha.
less than 12 months are guaranteed 6 paid holidays.
okay, and then, okay, so then does it say it somewhere else that employees working
Have to find 12 months.
more than 10 months?
Let me figure out where the 12-month language is.
Because I think what we were saying was that they at least get 6 paid, but, and then if elsewhere it says additionally, those 12, those working more than 10 months get, if there's more than 6 paid holidays. So-
I'll find the language
Yeah.
on the 12-month
Okay,
and paid holidays, and then we can come back to that one. So let's not do anything there. Okay. 2.3.3, instructional personnel must be working or be on paid leave or illness to receive paid holidays. That we would be in agreement to. And then instructional personnel cannot begin employment nor return from an extended leave on a paid holiday. We would agree to that. And if an instructional personnel resigns, except for retirement on a non-work day, the effective date of resignation would be at the end of their last work day. So yes, we would agree to 2.3.3.
okay.
Did you go over now and a half? You want to take a breather? Do you
It's up
guys?
to you guys, if you want to keep, maybe find a stopping point. and just do- So it's like 11:35, take like a, I don't know, 10-minute break.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I think we would then move on to page, unless we want to let's get through 2.4. Let's just get through 2.4 and then
Okay.
we'll start again at 2.5. Okay, so
All right.
you are now on 2.4.1,
All right.
page 9.
2.4.1, the workday for full-time instructional personnel shall be 8 hours. We agree with that part of that,
Okay.
that paragraph. The normal workday shall be followed during pre-planning, post-planning, and teacher workday. On district-wide scheduled conference days and nights set by the calendar committee, the length of the day for the 8-hour instructional personnel shall be 6 hours, including 1 hour for lunch. So the last sentence, district-wide scheduled conference days, and then you guys took out nights. So currently it says on conference days and nights, the length of the day for an 8-hour teacher shall be 6 hours.
So I think what we're trying to do here is just clarify that the calendar committee picks a conference day. There's just a day designated. Later, and there's other places in the contract where I think originally we said days and nights because some sites do it during the day, some shift the day. So I think what this was about was just being very specific about on the district-wide scheduled conference day set by the calendar committee, the length of that day for the 8-hour instructional personnel shall be 6. Because that's that makeup day, right? The concept is that if you miss your conference day or night, right? That because the conference days and nights don't at all schools happen on that calendar day, right? They happen at all different times, days, afternoons, evenings. But that makeup day, that's what we're talking about here, right? On the district-wide scheduled conference day that's set by the calendar committee, the length of that day, if they had to come back in, that's what we're trying to just be very clear here.
Well, and the employee work calendar is what designates the conference day.
Yep.
Not the calendar committee.
Okay.
So let's take out the calendar committee just because that one, they do the student calendar. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Okay.
But
So it's set on the employee calendar?
yeah,
Okay, so we can maybe say that on the
why?
district-wide employee, okay, on the district-wide scheduled conference day reflected on the employee calendar, or set on the employee calendar, the length of that day, or those 8-hour
Employees
employees
would be
is
6 hours.
So we're not trying to say, that's what my notes here, the
Why
conference days are the 6-hour days that employees work if they don't attend their conference day or night or whatever's at their school. So they don't actually work 6 hours on those days. It's the 6 hours is that makeup day. That's what we're just trying to be very clear.
I would recommend we take out which calendar and committee, only because that can change and that's getting so into the nuances. It's more about the district-wide scheduled conference day.
Gotcha.
The length of day for the
Gotcha.
8-hour instructional personnel shall be 6 hours.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
The rest of that.
Okay. Good.
All right, 2.4.2, compensation shall be based on 8 hours of scheduled time. The association and board agreed to develop criteria for the payment of supplemental salaries for instructional personnel over and above the amount reflected in the contracted basic salary schedule. So we're talking there, like if there were a T payroll and any
Any
supplement.
of those supplements. It's not just teachers that get it.
Okay.
These are student services
Yeah.
get it. That's, yeah.
Yeah, so we would agree to
Okay.
that. All right, so starting with 2.4.3, obviously there were parts that were edited, taken out. So it's hard for me when I look at it
I know,
without the original one.
I know.
So the notes I have it right now, that designating the teaching time in secondary schools and then having the language about the 6 periods. We want to keep that language because that's our model of what we do. And then it has the language there about the 2 subjects already and not more than 3 teacher preparations. So we would not be in agreement to change that. And then for 2.4.4, keeping teaching time in elementary school shall be a maximum 300 minutes per day. So we would recommend leaving both of those as is. And that's our position.
Okay.
And then 2.4.5, a reporting procedure related to instructional personnel's reporting for work shall be implemented in accordance with the sign-in procedures in 2.1.6 of this agreement, which that was new language that you all recommended. And then it goes into talking about the faculty steering committee. Again, we believe that the current language captures the role of the steering committee and the role of the CTA rep at the beginning of the year, working with the principal in order to determine what that sign-in procedure would be and leaving that as is.
Back to 2.4.3.
Okay.
Just to kind of talk about this, that I think part of this also came from dealing with our K-8. teaching time and, because it only talks about teaching time in secondary, teaching time in elementary. So I think what we were trying to do here was to say that, whether you're secondary or elementary, it's 300 minutes. And then secondary instructional personnel. So again, like we're being clear that if you are a secondary instructional personnel to K-8, all of that other applies. So that's, including the K-8. So I don't know if there's any wiggle room, if the board still wants to keep it very clear that there's still the original language, is there at least open to somehow delineate what's happening with our K-8 folks?
Okay.
So,
So your ask would be that there was something
Yeah.
specific in there that said
Yeah,
not
because-
K-8.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
but the 2.4.3 could just, begin with our recommendation, teaching time in schools shall be a maximum of 300 minutes per day. That covers it all. And then you want to keep the other part, which is fine, but I think 2.4.3 becomes that line that we currently have as 2.4.4, which is elementary school, but we really want to say about all schools. Based on the language that we're proposing right here, K, where do they fit? They're not even in there, right?
well, we did propose language.
Right,
including
but I mean,
those
if we keep
for the
everything as
secondary.
is, they're not there.
Or we just, I don't know,
We
again,
want to bring them, yeah.
we just need to address that somehow is what our goal was.
Okay,
So we're trying to streamline it, be clear. Like I said, the current language already says this, but in two different ways. But we just wanted to be very clear, because they're both saying the same thing, 300 minutes. But what do we do for K-8?
so if it had something that said teaching time in schools shall be a maximum of 300 minutes per day, that covers every model,
That's
right? And then it had that secondary schools would have no more than 6 periods, and then this should include classes in no more than 2 subject areas and no more than 3 teacher preparations, except for ones where unusual circumstances require exception.
Yep.
That would potentially cover.
Yeah.
Okay, now this
That's what
last,
we were trying to do there.
okay.
Basically say that, and then define the exceptions, so.
And where it says such exceptions must be approved by the appropriate assistant superintendent after the association has been advised of the unusual circumstance, bless you. The proposal was to add an accepted by the affected teacher in writing. The concern there is just about some of those unique situations where I'm going to use culinary, for example, right? If I have 4 or 5 levels of culinary, I'm the only culinary teacher, I'm going to always be teaching more preps than the maximum of 3. But going through that process of agreeing to that in writing each time just seems like that becomes cumbersome at a time of the year when we know getting out schedules and all of that is happening. I think currently the process is that teachers are notified of their schedule. If they have questions about it, they talk through that. We do have a master schedule review process that our sites go through, where they meet with either their regionals or their executive directors over the content areas to ensure that they've maximized everything that they can in the schedule to be in compliance with this. So I would just be concerned about that accepted in writing. There may be times there is no other alternative.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, right now, the process is the exception must be first approved by the appropriate area superintendent after the association, HCTA, has been advised. I mean, I don't know that that's happening. I mean, so that is why, like we were saying, that, it seems to make more sense that effective teacher, with that, in collaboration with the site administrator. So anyway, I hear what you're saying. I think we both have to do some work on this
On that
section.
one, on 2.4.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'd started 2.4.5. That was about the sign-in procedures. And
Yes.
so our recommendation and position on this is that we maintain the language that currently exists, because it allows for that steering committee working with the teachers at each site to develop that prior to implementation. And it says that it will not be used for payroll calculations. So it covers that and is broad enough to give them the flexibility to do what works at the site, but ensures that there's procedures that are established.
Gotcha. And I think too, like our proposal there for accounting versus reporting, think accounting makes it sound like that's used for payroll purposes, which is not, so. And then related to instructional personnel, clearly,
Right.
that's everybody. And then I think we are close on that, yeah, we clearly want the faculty steering committee in collaboration there, so I think it also depends on what the discussion is about 2.16, because I know we've proposed a lot of language there about steering, so. Okay. So we'll just kind of
I
leave, but we may come back with it altered a little bit,
okay.
so depending on the rest. Okay.
All right, and then 2.4.7, technical
Mhm.
college instructors shall not be subject to the daily 300-minute instructional limit. Instructional time for technical college instructors may instead be calculated on a weekly basis with total instructional minutes assigned in alignment with program requirements, including but not limited to a maximum 1,500 minutes per week or as otherwise determined by program design.
Mhm.
And then such assignments shall include adequate time for planning, preparation, of instructional duties, shall not result in excessive workload or continuous instructional assignment without relief. So we're not open to adding that language. My understanding is that currently, based off of this scheduling, it's in alignment with what's expected for all teachers. So I don't know what prompted the need to change that.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, again, this all goes back to like this idea that like, well, if we're already doing it, then why do we need it in writing? Well, we have it in writing for elementary and secondary, but where this came from is that our technical college instructors, you know, again, the first part, I think that's the case. It may not be 300 minutes a day, especially in the summer where they go to the 4 days and that sort of thing. And I don't know if John wants to speak to this.
375 minutes a day during the summer schedule. We've been doing that since Aaliyah instituted that several years ago. So right now, we have no MOU, we have nothing.
So you're talking about the summer schedule?
Yeah.
I got you.
It came out of,
Nothing denoted anywhere, so technically we're breaking contract.
So this wasn't talking about changing it throughout the year, just.
I was
for
just trying to give
summer?
that flexibility, I
Okay.
think, based on like, yeah, during the school year, you probably are on
Yeah,
that.
we're still at
but-
300 minutes
But then in the
during rest
summer,
of the year. During the summer, we're not.
But the intent is not to allow for a 4-day week during the traditional part of the year.
right, and that's why I said,
It'd be nice.
well, and that's why it said calculate,
So
it
that
may be,
Because that's what it sounded like. It was like, oh, so
No.
I work for, and then I get Fridays
got you.
off.
Yeah.
yeah, but I think that's why we
Okay.
added that language about assigned in alignment with program requirements.
Mhm.
You know, otherwise determined by program design, and I think that's where we were trying to like talk about, like, we're pointing to those cases. And that when we are on those 4-day times where it's the 375, that we just make sure that, you know, we're not resulting in excessive workload, that we're still accounting for everything that, which I think, again, I think is happening, but. So we're open to, you know, if there's something that the board feels a little more comfortable with trying to be clear, such as the summer
Yes.
or the 4-day work week, but that is where we were going.
Okay.
Yeah, because we even said here, 4-day work weeks in the summer. They have a different start and end time, all that.
Okay.
Okay.
All
All right, well, let's take a break. It is 11:50.
We have lunch coming in 10. Do you want to just?
We just want to break for lunch and then
How long do you?
start at
Come back at 1?
I don't know how much you guys
You guys want
need.
more time?
12:45? 12:45 is fine with us.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I
If you
just, I
can, we will.
think lunch
Let you
is
know.
coming at 12 and then getting it set up and all that.
That's all.
Yeah, let's, if we'll text at 12:30 and check in.
Okay.
12:45. Thank
So
you.
yes, let's keep our. Yeah, yes. I think Ellie does.
And I think
All right, and we're back. All right, so we finished all the way up to 2.4, so now we're moving on to 2.5.
All right, so 2.5, teaching an additional period for compensation. The recommendation from the union was to change 2.5.1 to current instructional personnel may be employed on a voluntary basis to teach an additional period when the need exists. We are in agreement with that. We recognize that that's currently our practice. That's no alignment.
Okay,
When the need exists, instructional personnel presently employed full-time may be employed for an additional period, provided that their regular day is extended by the equivalent of 1 hour. Again, so that would be picking up that T-pay assignment, and
Mhm.
yes, we would be in agreement for that.
okay.
2.5.3, each school shall secure a list of instructional personnel in the school who desire to teach an extra paid period.
Mhm.
I was like, is that repeated?
I don't know, yeah.
And I would say that, yes, we are in agreement with that again. 2.5.6,
Mhm.
instructional personnel teaching an additional period shall receive pay while on professional duty elsewhere. So that would indicate that the person who has accepted that additional assignment as that T-pay, if they were off campus for something, would be compensated for that. That's what I'm understanding.
Yeah,
Is
we're
right.
just trying to make sure we're not just teachers, because I think there are other instructional personnel that would fall under that.
Right.
So,
We're in agreement with that.
okay.
All right, 2.5.7, when a secondary teacher has a total number of rostered students exceeding 180 students, the teacher will receive pay for an additional hour of work daily.
Mhm.
We are not in agreement for that due to just the fluctuations and enrollment. You know, there's going to be times where teachers' enrollment is below just by the national enrollment at the school. 1 year they may not teach what the normal class size or normal class load is, and there may be years where it's exceeded a little bit, and that can change throughout the years or throughout the school year. So there would just be too much variation. You know, we do have a practices in place that if it warrants an additional T-pay assignment, that there is an allocation process to go through for that.
I mean, we just to make the point, it was not to tie it to like, okay, one class, maybe bigger or smaller, but it was to try to stick within that, you know, that max amount of 30 students per each period. So it was to try to work within the class size goals.
Yeah, and again, we understand the intent of it, right? If schools were, we could control enrollment, we would be able to say like, okay, this teacher's load is maxed, and now, you know, unfortunately, we don't have the flexibility to do that. And so students move, they're transient, and sometimes, you know, if somebody had 181 students, would that really necessitate a need for an additional hour of work daily just because of that one student?
Yeah, and I know you mentioned T-pay. Is T-pay offered when students exceed those amounts?
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends on the consistency of that enrollment, depends on the numbers, the course. I mean, it would follow whatever the allocation model is. You know, and I would say too, like a secondary teacher, there's differences, 180 students, you know, it's an elective teacher versus a core content teacher.
Okay.
I can speak to some fabulous elective teachers who recruit actively to build their programs. And so there's a lot of incentives sometimes too to have their class rosters be even higher than that because they're, for instance, trying to build their band program, right?
Yeah.
So there's just so much variation out there.
Okay. Would there be any willingness or openness to consider those kind of parameters that rather than setting a number, that it is dependent on the unit or on the allocation model that doesn't exceed those for whatever, you know, because I know those adjust and may change year to year. And also saying, you know, not inclusive of, you know, special areas that may have, you know, no cap on class size, would there be any openness to consider those two, like, modifications to that language?
I don't think that we're in a position that just based off of what could be like a single digits of
Mhm.
students. But again, it could have an enrollment in August or September after the Labor Day holiday. And now we would be compensating and then changing that based off of what happens the next week. It fluctuates so much.
Okay, and if we put in parameters that said, if it's for more than a, certain amount of time, because yeah, we understand that, like, as the school year starts, we're taking counts, maybe it's not in that window, maybe it's, it's gotta be after, the 20-day count or some point, and then consistently for so much time for someone to be eligible for that, again, within the allocation models of whatever those are for the year, that kind of protects those folks. Because I think where we're trying to go with this is if we set that standard of this is where we're going with class size, and we know we can work within an average, which is I think what we're kind of trying to go here. But then we consistently keep pushing and pushing. That's where that's coming from employees, is that, well, we say this, but then we are consistently having to have those kids all year, but still allowing that wiggle room and flexibility based on, okay, certain time periods, if it's for extended amount of, if it's just, okay, Rob and I are kind of picking up classes while we're trying to fill a position, and then we only did it for a week versus we actually consistently all year had to take on a larger class load.
And so one of the things that as a district, when we get funding for the student, right? So that student is sitting in 7 different classes, let's just say, because we're talking about secondary. So we're generating that FTE in order to pay those different classes, those teachers that the students assigned to. But they could also be other teachers who are teaching well under 180, just due to the nature of the courses that they teach, where there might not be that same need, but maybe we can't eliminate an entire section. So we're only generating the FTE based off of what the enrollment is at that site. And so because of scheduling, there could be times where one teacher has 185 students, but we could have several teachers in the school maybe who are only rostering 165. And so unless we were decreasing pay on this side to increase pay over here, and I don't think any of us would recommend doing that, but we just wouldn't be able to an hourly rate of pay every day based off of a small number of students. We're not generating the FTE to be able to do that.
Okay, I was just trying to see if there was any willingness to flex on this with, excuse me, understanding the intent has to do with, again, consistently what employees, not just members, but even employees who are, potential members are saying, this is a very important issue of class size because of vacancy. And I mean, to kind of speak, and I could be wrong on this, but I mean, we also understand that if a unit does drop below a certain amount, that leads to unit cuts. So I mean, the idea that we would cut pay, I mean, some people are just losing position. And fortunately in this district, we haven't had to do any kind of RIF where people are totally losing their complete job without pay. So anyway, that was the point of the questions, was to see if there was any willingness to flex on this, try to address, the larger class sizes and volumes of students that, teachers are, and our instructional staff and support staff are taking on because we can't fill positions. So, which would be a savings in funding if there's positions that are budgeted for but aren't filled. So.
And our rationale behind that for 2.5.7 would be consistent as well for 2.5.8, which talked about elementary.
Okay.
And then on 2.5.9, when an ESC or student services instructional personnel are assigned responsibilities that exceed 1 full unit allocation, the employee shall receive T-pay for an additional portion of a unit covered. Again, the T-pay process, currently exists where the principal at the site, based off of enrollment and looking at class loads and so forth, works with their regional superintendent to make those requests, and then it goes through the review process. So to restrict us to doing that in the contract is not what we recommend. I mean, we have a unit allocation process for T-payroll and all unit allocation reviews.
Mm-hmm. So if we said something there, 2.5.9, to address that, when this happens, it may be granted based on that process of, what you just explained, at any site where the administrator can work with the regional superintendent for the request. I mean, would there be willingness to say that there, that in these cases as well, with our ESE and student services instructional personnel, those classes are also eligible to be part of that TPay process for request? If we were able to kind of.
Yeah, so any unit allocation is subject to the review process. So it's not specific just to core content or just to electives or ESE or not ESE.
Or student services, school psychologists.
Yeah, all of those formulas.
Okay. I just want to be really clear that that's on the record now, because I think we come to this in some other parts where some of our student services are still struggling to deal with that. And we have it explicit in the language that they are eligible. But it seems sometimes there is some blocks to that, whereas, well, it's different for this department. I think we've addressed that later, but I think I just want to be very clear that it's not limited to just classroom teachers, that all of our instructional personnel based on their units can be subject to TPay through that process.
And I don't want to say that it's necessarily TPay through that process, but there's formulas that exist that are part of the unit allocation process.
Mm-hmm.
And then staffing is adjusted based off of and that's going to fluctuate from year to year, right? There could be grants attached to certain positions that go away. But no, every unit allocation is subject to a review.
Okay.
In terms of being in alignment with the ratios or the staffing models that are established for that year.
Okay. So on that one, no,
correct.
And no openness to.
There's just too much flexibility that's needed on the part of a district, depending on a budget from year to year, depending on what the state could pass regarding class size, depending on what our enrollment is, depending on what the staffing models are, to be able to commit to something that would restrict us to that.
Okay.
2.6, length of the day for district resource teachers. So 2.6.1, district and site-based resource teachers shall have an 8-hour workday, including lunch. We're just curious on adding site-based resource teachers. Was the concern because they might not work at a district or school?
Well,
what would be different about the school and site?
I think it was just to be inclusive that they also are still having that 8-hour workday, including their lunch. So yeah, I don't have any notes on that, but yeah.
Because I just think of us more as school-based resource teachers, but if site is, I don't have any objections to that. But I just was curious. Usually we talk about school-based as opposed to site, so.
Well, I guess, I don't know. I think, I don't know if someone who's one of our.
I can, I'm sorry. So when I worked for Head Start, the Head Start program has district resource teachers. They're not tied to a specific school. Okay. So they go from site to site or wherever their area is. So they're not tied to a school. That's just one thing.
Yeah, and it is interesting. It's under length of day for district resource teachers, and then says district and school-based resource teachers shall have an 8-hour workday.
Okay.
So,
well, I guess as long as then any school-based resource teacher that may not be assigned to a traditional school, if it's a site, they would be included in school or district. So
yeah,
I got it.
We can agree to that.
Or leave it as school and include shall. That's agreeable.
Yes, that's agreeable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep school.
Okay, so on 2.7.1, instructional personnel shall have an uninterrupted daily planning time during which they will not be responsible for students' attendance at faculty meetings or be assigned to other duties except for emergencies, defined as unforeseen or unavoidable circumstances requiring immediate attention to ensure student and staff safety or maintain school operations. Any loss of planning time shall be restored within the same work week. If restoration is not possible, the employee shall be compensated at their hourly rate of pay in accordance with section 3.4. So,
Well, actually, it was a period there, and then in accordance with section 3.4.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
school office shall
Okay.
maintain, sorry.
you're right. In accordance with section 3.4, the school office shall maintain a duty roster available for staff examination to ascertain the equity of regular and or emergency assignments. So with change, we are not in agreement to change it from teachers to instructional personnel for the reason that non-classroom teachers do not have the same uninterrupted daily planning time because they're not tied to a student's schedule that dictates when they have class time. So they have flexibility in their schedules.
Okay.
And there's other language in the contract that talks about if a resource teacher, for instance, were to cover a class, how they would be compensated for that.
Okay.
And then we also are not in agreement to the rest of that defines all of the emergencies or the part about restoration during the week or compensation at an hourly rate of pay due to the costs related to that we believe right now we currently have practices in place based off of contract language that provide for comp time, or if somebody is covering and chooses to be paid the differential for covering the class during their planning time.
Okay, so just a quick discussion then on emergencies.
Okay.
I mean, what is an emergency? So in this application of this language, where, you know, we are protecting planning time daily, except for emergencies. I think it's important. I mean, the goal, we've tried this many years to try to have some kind of understanding of what emergency means, because, you know, we understand there needs to be flexibility where we need it, but this is one where I think it's important, because if we're just gonna say anything that could be an emergency, that's not really an emergency. So I think it's important, if we're not gonna try to understand that emergency really is something that's unforeseen and unavoidable. I think we had an example where there was a fire in a cafeteria. That was unforeseen and unavoidable. I mean, there's got to be some kind of a parameter for that. So I'm just curious, why is there always a hesitation? Why is there always a resistance to try to put some kind of understanding on that?
I mean, I think we all have a general understanding of what an emergency is and a non-emergency, right?
Mhm.
So I don't know if there are examples of what's being called an emergency, that there's disagreement or.
Yeah, I think what gets often used is because we don't have enough people, someone's absent, you know, or we know that, like, we know we don't have folks, but that's an emergency because, you know, student safety. And I think there is a line to be said. It's not that student safety is not important and people shouldn't be there, but if we're really talking about an emergency, you know, and of course, at the beginning of the year when we're getting things sorted out, but that's really where this is coming from, that everything's an emergency because we just don't have enough people or someone's absent. And that's, I mean, I don't believe that is an emergency. I think there's some planning that can go in place, or there can be systems in place to cover that. But yeah, when there's a fire that nobody knew about, that was gonna happen that day.
So if it's due to absences, right? So depending on when somebody calls in or doesn't call in and an assignment being picked up, I mean, somebody has to cover that class of students during that time. So I agree that's not an emergency. That's covered another part of our contract that talks about when there's no substitute available.
Right,
So that is a time when somebody would have to give up planning.
right? And in those cases, they're compensated. And here we're just saying, oh, it's an emergency. That's it. I mean, and then, because you're saying any loss of planning time due to an emergency, that's what we're saying. Can it also be either restored or they are eligible for compensation in an emergency? That's, I think, what this language is about, but.
Okay, so if we exclude the part for a moment then about the definition as it currently reads, and so shall have uninterrupted daily planning time to which they will not be responsible for students' attendance at faculty meetings or be assigned to other duties except emergencies. The school office shall maintain a duty roster available for staff examination to ascertain the equity of regular and or emergency assignments. So if an emergency happens and I lose my planning time currently, I would receive comp time for that.
Don't they have the option to be paid?
If it was related to a vacancy.
Okay.
Or a substitute.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what you just said, in the case of an absence. And the same for an emergency. Emergency is only comp time, or is it both? They have that option.
If I'm not covering a class, right, because there could be an emergency and we do a fire alarm goes off and we all go outside, right? I'm not necessarily covering a class, but I can't be in the building doing my planning. Nobody can, right? No one's doing any work. So we wouldn't pay somebody a differential for covering a class for that.
Okay.
Well, this one's talking about instructional personnel of teachers because of the new Senate.
No. It's related to something we already talked about, sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know what this is for. I just gotta know that, SLPs, VE teachers, occupational and physical therapists all have schedules that must be maintained and are not flexible due to new Senate Bill 72. Okay, so I guess that has to do with these duty rosters. So
I speak.
yes, please do, because I'm not quite sure.
Okay, because there was a comment made that there's flexibility for resource teachers for their schedules, so that could be flexed for planning time. I can tell you for my own schedule as a speech language pathologist, my schedule is so inflexible on a normal basis. And now that there is a new Senate bill that is, I guess, passing, clarify on that one, that if I miss a scheduled session, not if I miss a student's minutes during the week, but if I miss a scheduled session, I have to provide written notice to a parent within 10 days that session was missed and how I'm making that up. So I guess it burns me to hear that a resource teacher, and that includes our VE teachers, any of our therapy, that our schedules are flexible. I'm trying to fit in 80 plus kids into a schedule during the week. I'm trying to fit in 4.5 hours of testing. I'm trying to fit in all these additional meetings. My schedule is as inflexible as it can be, and my lunch is taken up by checking Teams and emails because I can't go socialize with the other teachers in the teacher planning because I don't have any flexibility in my schedule. So I'm sorry, but that one really burnt me personally. And to not change that to instructional, because that does include us, all of us in that realm, that we do need that planning period time to prepare for our students. And so that's why I'm saying, like, to change from teachers to instructional is very important because we do need that time as well to plan for our students.
And I hear you and obviously respect very much the work that you do, and understand that your situation may be dictated more so by a schedule tied to when students are getting services. All instructional personnel are not necessarily in that same situation. And so maybe there just needs to be some separation. For instance, I'm thinking of a reading coach, right? So if a reading coach had a planning time designated, they would never be available to be able to provide coaching to staff during that time. So there's just some nuances to different instructional personnel.
Right, but a reading coach is still a teacher, so they would still be covered underneath that regardless. However, those of us that are instructional, that are considered instructional, do not have any protections if we only have teacher written in there because it is read the fact it's a teacher and not instructional personnel. I get where you're coming from because there's additional instructional personnel that may have some flexibility in their schedules, maybe if they're in the office and they don't have students tied to them. But a lot of us that are in that student services, we do have students tied to us. So, so there needs to be some kind of delineation there possibly, and I understand that, or maybe instructional personnel with student schedules, something stated, but I do feel that we should all be included in that.
I think that's a great point that you make. And so maybe that's something that we come back to, just because of the number of different positions that fall under that broad umbrella.
Yeah.
And again, we're just looking for specificity in a lot of this. emergencies, I think a lot of them we could think of, oh, that's absolutely an emergency, or this is absolutely not. But I got a couple post-it notes here that we can play a game, emergency or not. Let's start with, I'm having my lunch. A student elopes at the school. I have a duty-free lunch. Mr. Lewis is not on lunch right now. Whose emergency is it to handle? Is it an emergency? I think it is because we have an elopement. I know that Marie would agree, but am I the guy that's chasing the kid, or is it Mr. Lewis at this point? Again, I know there's a lot of gray areas I want to point out. Or a social worker that's missing lunch for a mental health crisis for a student, right? So these are things that happen regularly. A late bus, is that an emergency? I don't know. I like to think no, because I think that that's pretty commonplace. But again, we're just looking at the language that we offered here is try to tack down what an emergency is, and we're just looking for some specificity, I would say.
Okay, so just so I can make note here, the two things. One, talking about the emergency
Yep.
piece,
Mhm.
and then talking about some of the differences with instructional personnel and
Yeah.
schedules with
Yes.
student clusters.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I appreciate that discussion because I do think, if we can say instructional personnel and then specify a little bit more, I like what Leslie was saying is the roster, with certain thing, whatever those, whatever we can do there. Or even if it truly is we gotta list them out in parentheses, to include these. I do think, again, these didn't just come because we looked at like, oh, let's just change this. They are motivated from real situations that we're having at sites to try to, get it clear. And so certainly there are things that are, like you said, gray, but.
And let me be very clear, like about an elopement, we're all going after that kid. I just want to be really clear. Yeah, I'm just throwing out an example, right? No, I'm putting my sandwich down, whatever that was I have, and then I'm running after the kid as well. So just to be clear.
All right, 2.7.2, time outside the student day is for individual instructional planning, except on Tuesday or where the faculty votes for a SIP waiver impacting this time. We're in agreement to that.
Okay.
2.7.3, teachers in schools with 7 or more student instructional periods shall have a scheduled planning of no fewer than 1 full period per day within the student day. Just trying to understand, was there intent to change something, or is it to just clarify?
Yeah, I think that saying at least versus no fewer than is clear. And then, yeah, to be specific that it's within the student day. I think that it's, and again, 7 or more, I mean, well, if you got 7, you got it, but if you got 8, do you? I think so. So that's, yeah.
Well, and there are a couple of unique bell schedules out there regarding, blocks, 8 period versus 7 period and so forth. So I don't think you're changing much of the language, but I just need to run this by to make sure that it's not in conflict with anything that we have. Now, there would still be an understanding, of course, that someone on the TK is giving up that planning period during the day due to their additional assignment.
And I got a note K8 secondary.
That's where it's coming from, K8, the middle school side of K8. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes. So you'll get back to us on the K8, yeah.
All right, 2.7.4, planning for instructional personnel working on teams shall normally be scheduled to accommodate team planning. Again, the concern was just because of the large number of folks that could potentially be under instructional personnel, how their schedules are worked out site to site, and sometimes people are split between sites and so forth based off allocations. And I think the spirit of that is acknowledging that everybody has time for planning, right? Just don't know, are we opening up concerns now based off either the inability to do that just because of I might only be a 0.2 FTE at one site, and that's when that's not the day that team meets. That now we get ourselves into a contract violation. And some of it may just be due to how staff are allocated. So it said like normally planning for instructional personnel, or if it was left as teachers and said, the district also or the board also recognizes that when possible for other instructional personnel working on teams shall normally be scheduled to accommodate team planning. But just to allow some flexibility of that, just because we know there could be cases where due to the way the allocations work, it's not possible to do.
Okay. Okay.
2.7.5, elementary teachers K-5, including those at K-8 schools, shall be provided with a weekly minimum of 2.5 hours of planning time within the student day, equivalent to 30 consecutive uninterrupted minutes per day. Elementary teachers' planning time shall additionally take place before, after the student day, and during the day when students are with specialist teachers, or in the case of kindergarten teachers, when the aide is present. And elementary specials shall be scheduled in blocks of no fewer than 30 consecutive minutes in order to ensure teacher planning time. The feedback we got on this, obviously Mondays would be a concern because we wouldn't be able to do 30 minutes. I think we all know that, right? But just want to be clear about that, just based off the shorter periods or shorter scheduling.
Okay. For the no fewer than.
Yeah.
Okay. 30, the last sentence. Okay.
And then the concern was that in the K-8 schools, the notes that I have here talk about, and I have elementary folks in here, but that the aides are at a 7-to-1 ratio or 3-to-1 ratio, depending on students in the elementary level.
Okay.
And that had something to do with the planning time. So I don't know, does that? I don't know. Our elementary principals are at Title I meeting.
Okay,
So I'm
yep.
like, ah.
Okay, so there's just some concerns there about K-8 with the aides and their schedule.
Yeah, like adding that group in that has the secondary model. And so I think what we probably would be better off doing is trying to look at separate language for K-8, if that's what's really needed.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming the goal was to incorporate them because maybe their elementary folks are not, or the middle school folks have a different model.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're trying to crowbar in K-8 language wherever possible because it's, been ignored a little too long. So here's another one of those examples, but to your point, we do need language around it all to make it one cohesive school. We've talked a lot about that even at the table and even when we're not at the table about that.
Okay.
And for that last part, could it say something like except when not possible on a early release day, elementary specials shall be scheduled no fewer than 30 minutes?
Yeah, the goal there is just so the intent there is that you're wanting it to be clear that it's 30 minutes.
Yeah, no fewer.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
to provide the
because we do know, it's about planning time. And again, like we didn't want to say it can only be 30 locked in because we do know some places have longer than 30, but those schedules are flexible. So.
Okay.
And I think, so that those blocks, so when those teachers, they get that full, at least the full 30 minutes.
Okay.
So if we said, except in the case of early release Monday, something like that. So, because I heard that, Mondays for the shorter schedules, then everybody's affected that way. Is that what happens on Mondays? I don't remember that, the teacher, that we had like a shorter class schedule on Mondays, but I just could not remember.
Because the student day is shorter, so typically.
It's done a little differently.
Everywhere?
Yeah. About K-8, I mean, I don't know, I'm not exactly sure how they handle that beast like that, but. The early release days, how is the schedule modified between the elementary side and the middle school side?
Especially the last week of school, where they just decide not to have specials last week. Middle school organizations, so they're not getting what the rationale is for getting rid of specials on that week, I'm not sure. Every Monday, 25 minutes.
Okay, but everything is like a truncated time. Okay.
I mean, I'm at elementary, just strictly elementary, and we have 30-minute specials on
Yeah.
Mondays, but we have hour-long specials the rest of
I see.
Huh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you're in agreement, we'll come back to 2.7.5 and 2.7.6, because then that also then talks about the planning time
Yeah,
for the elementary at the K-8. So,
okay.
all right, 2.7.8, it is normal for instructional personnel to be in their work area during their planning period. However, they shall not be restricted to their room or work area during their entire planning period. On this one, we're not in agreement because not every instructional personnel has a planning period.
Okay.
2.7, oh, go ahead.
Okay, but if they do, I think, again, it's normal for anyone who has that planning period that they don't have to be in their room, I guess, is the point
Okay.
there.
So if it said, it is normal for instructional personnel with a planning period to be in their work area during their planning period.
Okay.
Does that make?
Yeah, because I don't think it was,
goal?
don't think that was the goal to change it there. It was just, we're trying to be clear that, yeah, those instructional personnel who have the planning period, it's normal for them to be there, but they're not restricted there. So it's normal for instructional personnel.
With a
I probably
planning
don't like this
period.
item at all. I'm just gonna say, that, you know,
In their-
normally they're there, but it doesn't matter if they're not. I don't
Well,
know.
I mean, the language is already there.
I know,
so
I'm
think,
just saying,
yeah,
I'm not saying we created it.
yeah.
All right,
Every time I read.
Well,
it,
it
I'm
must
like,
have,
what?
it must have come from some kind of need where it's like, you have to be in your room,
right.
or, you know what I'm saying? And I
We'd
think,
like you to be in your room, but you don't have to be there.
right. So it must have been negotiated to allow that flexibility that,
Yeah, I'll let it go.
anyway, okay, I hear you.
All right, 2.7.9, each instructional personnel shall be provided with a minimum of 30 minutes for a duty-free lunch or duty-free period, lunch period. Yes, we're in agreement with that.
Okay.
2.7.10, in addition to the time specified for planning and lunch, department heads and subject area leaders shall be provided with a minimum of 1 full period per day of non-student contact time. And I know that you share the concerns about the job responsibilities associated with the subject area leaders. We did do an analysis to determine what the potential impact and cost would be for that. And it would be $1,830,000 or $423.48. So $1,830,423.48.
Mhm.
So that would become a recurring cost for the district.
Mhm.
And so based off of that and currently what the budget would allow for, we're not in agreement for that. But want you to have that figure so that that's something that you want to come back and counter something with us. We would be able to discuss that.
Okay,
Does the school board agree that those jobs are equitable? Determining an SA on department head, knowing that some middle schools could even be bigger than some high schools nowadays.
So
Meaning, like,
Yeah.
I hear your counterpoint is the cost, but is that where we're at? It's the cost. That's what I'm hearing?
the cost is a driving factor
Yeah,
of it,
okay.
absolutely.
heard.
What number was that? I'm sorry.
That was
2.7. Yeah, okay. We're at 2.7.9, right? Nope.
We
Well,
did,
That was 10,
yeah, the
okay.
new
Well,
12, yeah. Sorry.
2.7.12, the priority of the school board shall be to protect and provide instructional planning time in accordance with this section. Therefore, the school board and the association agreed to establish a joint instructional planning time committee. I'm not going to read through all of that. We are always open to committee. Don't know that it needs to be in the contract per se, but if that is based off of the present time that we are living in, a recurring issue that comes up and we need to problem solve around that, we are definitely open to doing that, but just don't want to put in another committee into the contract.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think where this came from is we knew that we were asking for a lot of parameters and specificity, clarity, you know, the K-8 issue that again, as one of our top priorities in what came from employees, that it did seem there was a need and a time to be able to have this committee to look throughout the year, so that when we come here and we're trying to make these decisions on what about K-8, is this what we mean, where's the problem, that committee can really track and look at that. And then also, I mean, part of this language too is to kind of determine that, is to actually gather the data and find out what time is out there. And maybe because, when we get these conflicting reports of different schools or having different times, and if the variance is so great, then we understand that the language should help reflect that. But then also putting in guardrails when it is so deficit at a particular site, then we need to again have things in contracts to protect that. So I know I worked on a committee in another district on this, and it was very telling, and principals were a great help on that committee, representing all the different levels to really look at it, because they were concerned about it too. So it gives that ability for us to have that conversation. And I think my experience here is we've done great work on committees. So if you're open to it, again, and it can kind of be one of those things where, like the supplement committee, where it's when needed. So it is a standing committee that's available, but I think also we didn't put any parameters here that it has to be annually by this certain time. But if you're open to have this, but there are certain things you do or don't want to have in the language, let us know. But we did try to say that we would have folks that represent all the different levels. And again, to really determine those tasks, we would get that report. And then if we look at it and things are looking good, okay, yeah, the committee can decide we're good this year until we hear things. But yeah, having it based on data, because it is true, your phone's ringing, our phone's ringing. How do we really put a number to it? So
we're in agreement, and the committee could possibly even discuss 2.75 and 2.7.6.
Well, yeah.
Just ask you, clarifying, do we want to call it the joint planning committee, time committee, or the teacher planning committee? Because it's got, in that section, it's two different titles of the committee.
Oh, maybe, yeah. I think, yeah, sorry.
Probably the instructional planning time.
Instructional planning time, yeah. No, but thanks for that. Okay.
And I hear what you're saying. There may be times it's more relevant than others.
Yeah, and we could put something in there that, when
needed.
Something about to determine and when needed, it has to be requested, those sorts of things. Okay, I'll look at that.
All right, 2.8.1, all instructional personnel shall be notified of their tentative program schedule, grade level assignment, including room assignment, and whether they will be in a co-teach or support facilitation setting and planning period for the ensuing year, no fewer than 1 work day prior to the start of the initial spring transfer period. Instructional personnel on leave should contact their work site for their tentative schedule. That's really clarifying what we do, right? No, because it occurs the day before the work day.
Yeah, I think it was just, yeah. Just being very specific that no fewer than 1 day. If it's ahead of that, great, but not on the day of.
Got it.
That starts getting, and then, just being more inclusive.
Yes.
Making sure we're clear,
And that's the guidance we provide, is it should be no later than the day before. So yes, we're in agreement with that.
Okay.
All right. In addition, they will be notified of any changes in their tentative program schedule or grade level assignment for the ensuing year, including the schools to which they will be assigned, no fewer than 3 work days prior to the change. And no instructional personnel shall be transferred from a non-classroom position requiring specific certification or license to a classroom without the written consent of the employee. So let's break that one apart for a minute. So the first part would be to change it as soon as possible to no fewer than 3 work days prior to the change.
And that could be when implemented. I think that's what we meant, was that if it's going to be happening on this day, you at least get 3 days notice, not we're changing it and you got it. Because how do you know you're going to make a change before you know you're going to make the change? That's what we meant there.
But I'm just thinking about, so after school starts and we do either a 10-day count or 20-day count adjustments, and then typically teachers would be notified of those changes, and then there's student schedule change process as well. My only concern is the 3 work days.
Mhm.
It's a lot of time in our world, you know,
Okay.
because of the way that things change.
With 2 or 1?
Yeah, we said no fewer than 1 workday prior to the change. I mean, we do believe that everybody deserves notice for that and should have time to plan accordingly for that.
Mhm. Okay.
So we could have a starting place of no fewer than 1 workday prior to the change,
Okay.
recognizing that it may be sooner than that. And then shall be transferred from a non-classroom position requiring specific certification or license to a classroom without the written consent of the employee. So that's, again, they would be notified in writing and they would agree to it in writing.
Mhm.
What if they don't, but that's the only alternative?
Well, right now it
We don't have to
says,
answer that this minute, but
yeah.
I just,
well, I think right now it says no teacher shall be transferred from a non-classroom position requiring specific certification license to a classroom without consent.
mhm.
So I
What
mean,
would happen
they could
anyways?
still say no. I think, or yes, I think it's just make sure it's all in writing.
We're not gonna land on this one today.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we'll have to come back to that part, but I would propose that we would be in agreement to make it no fewer than 1 workday prior to the.
Yeah, because I think. You have something to
I
say?
think, I think it was, I believe that it was written as 3 work days because if a grade level change is being made, so now you have to move your whole classroom and redecorate a whole nother space for a different grade level. Or even a schedule change, so 1 day wouldn't be enough. I'm going from 3rd to 4th grade now, I'm going to, across the campus or upstairs, then I'm gonna need more than 1 day because maybe another teacher has to move their belongings and then I have to move mine in. So I think it would definitely need to be more than 1 day.
Mhm.
The notice can be 1 day, but the change should give you time to make the move.
Okay.
And I believe that's where the last paragraph you guys added in language there about the assignment. So we'll get to
Yeah,
that part
yeah, yeah.
in a minute there. Okay.
And then back to I'm reading this last part about, being transferred from a non-classroom position. So what I'm reading here is you're an instructional personnel being transferred from a non-classroom. So let's say you're, a resource, and now you're going to be going into classroom that requires certification. I don't know if also this came from like intent to earn. And I would imagine that those folks have to sign or agree. So I don't know if there are situations where we've got employees in a non-classroom position that are now required to have whether they have it or not, let's say they have it, and it is saying that they can't do it without consent. So that might be some of that to think about too, just when we're considering, whether we have written or not in there on the part of that employee.
Okay.
So anyway, continue to
All right. The principal has discretion regarding teaching assignments. However, the principal will provide a written explanation of their rationale for any assignment changes to the affected employee. The language currently states, however, it is the expectation of the parties that the principal will provide an explanation of their rationale. We're just mindful of all the written requirements just creates additional layers. That a face-to-face conversation about that change would be sufficient. It wouldn't require an additional follow-up in writing, particularly due to at certain times of the year, again, after those unit adjustments are made, you could potentially be writing, 25 letters to, we've got to make all these different changes. I mean, that's just it could be a high volume for something that is a routine procedure each year.
Okay.
Based off that allocation changes.
Yeah, so I think a couple things. I hear where you're coming with the written part, but I think this came out of a need. I mean, you can see there, what came from the high school committee is a breakdown in communication with schedule changes and notification. And when we say something like, it's the expectation that the principal provide an explanation, but it doesn't say that they must or they shall. So I think that's the first part of this, that we want to actually make sure it is clear that that must happen. Because if it's the expectation, you know, I was expected to, but did I really have to? So I mean, if we can at least get there, that the principal will provide an explanation for the rationale of any assignment. That's really where it's coming from. The rationale for the written part was to just, you know, solidify that and keep employees in the loop, because what they're reporting is that we agree that that is what should be happening, but it really, I mean, in this situation, I mean, folks want to know their teaching assignment.
Right, no, understood.
So
And want to
if we
be
can at least get
notified,
there.
yeah. Would you be open to, however, the principal or designee will provide? Because I do know oftentimes too, that work can be led through an assistant principal for curriculum, department heads, subject area leaders could be very involved in that. And I think that's a good practice that they collaborate on those things, so.
Yeah, I think what we're really getting at is that employees need to have that rationale. And if we can get to a place where we agree that the employee is getting it, we'll talk with the group, but I think we would be open to designee, but we'll talk with the group more, because Okay. Yeah.
No, we appreciate the flexibility around that. All right, and then whenever the regular assignment and or previous assigned classroom of instructional personnel is to be changed after the first student day of the school year, the employee shall be provided duty-free planning time to prepare for the change. A minimum of 1 day shall be provided for a change in subject area or grade level, and a minimum of 1 day shall be provided for a change in classroom or work location. If both scenarios apply, the employee shall receive a minimum of 2 duty-free planning days. And I believe I'd asked this question before. You know, we agree that employees should be notified, but who's going to teach kids on days when they're having a duty-free day if it's a student day? And so we just think that would create even more burden on other employees who now would be absorbing students, dividing students up, whatever it might be. We definitely agree that there should be notification before that change is to be implemented to allow for time. That would be during their normal planning period. But don't see how, operationally, we would be able to make that work.
Okay, I think when we talked about this last time, I think what we discussed is that it's really already happening most of the time, but it's not happening for all equitably. So we'll talk with the group more about this specifically. It's good we agree that, they should have notification in time.
I think it's really that last part of it that's the struggle. The middle part, a minimum of 1 day shall be provided for a change in subject area or grade level. I read that as notification, like we're not just gonna expect you to walk in the next day and be ready for that change. So if we give you a minimum of 1 day, but I don't know how we would be able operationally to be able to give you duty-free days. Now, if the intent was for that 1 day to be duty-free, that wouldn't be operational either. We get into now coverage issues and.
I gotcha. All right, we'll talk with the group on that.
Okay. 2.8.2, instructional personnel schedule shall be made without regard to age, race, ethnicity, color, national origin, gender identity, and so forth, and qualifications and experience levels of instructional personnel will be given consideration in terms of school schedule, program, or grade level assignments, and no more than 2 consecutive hours of classes shall be assigned to specials teachers. So the first part, changing teacher to instructional personnel schedules, our only question was, should that say instructional personnel assignments shall be made without regard, because not every instructional personnel gets a schedule. Some do, some don't, right? Some, it's your
Maybe assignment / schedule.
Yeah, that would be agreeable.
I think it's all of that.
Okay.
I think it's probably the intent of the parties to
Yes.
not do any of that.
Correct.
With either, so, okay.
Correct. And then the second part where it says instructional personnel, we would be in agreement with that. The last part, though, the no more than 2 consecutive hours of classes shall be assigned to specials teachers. based off of scheduling models, that's not doable.
Okay.
All right, 2.8.3, adding in the line, if the alternative bell schedule shortens the class period, teachers will receive comp time equivalent to each minute lost for their planning period. Any exception shall be submitted to the appropriate regional superintendent to include the chief of student services, federal programs of impacting student services personnel. So I read into that there's a concern particularly about student services. I don't know if that's going back to the concern about the missed time, and because I do know that a lot of folks are talking about that. On these days, there's also going to be people who get more planning time than usual, right? If I happen to have that conference period where the event is happening, I get additional planning time. And so, you know, I know schools try to be equitable when they're making these alternative bell schedules and so forth. But to guarantee time equivalent for every minute lost, again, I think it's just a huge undertaking for the amount of different bell schedules that may have to happen for different reasons. And I think that's probably part of what the concern is.
Yeah.
How do you make up for that planning time?
Well, yeah, and I mean, you can see in the notes from that particular high school committee, you know, when those alternative bell schedules are created for all these different types of events, they don't get their full planning. Although the same workload still exists, but with less planning time. So, yeah, I mean, that's all of this is rooted in that protection of planning time, just keeps eroding and, you know, little bits here and little bits there with the more and more demands, which we know are from lots of different forces out there.
Well, and going
But I hear
back
you.
to that committee too, you know, if that committee focuses on the planning time and so forth, it could be another topic to try to maybe bring some guidelines around it.
Yeah, okay. And then the last part there, to include the chief of student services and federal programs, if the impact is on student services.
I know currently we are in the process of, as a district, responding to the new Senate bill that's going to require that notification when students miss their services. So we already are building in processes for that.
Okay.
That
I
will.
want to wait and see, and sounds like you're open to it, but just want to be sure.
Yeah, I don't want to change or duplicate something that may already be.
Yeah, or if that is already the person like, if it's the regional and that person, and that is what we're doing, I think it would be important to be clear. I don't know if you wanted to speak to that on that particular part about including the chief of student service and federal programs for that. I think that came from your group now. But okay, never mind. So, okay, we'll get back to us on that one.
Okay. All right, so moving over to 2.9, I'm going to hold on 2.9.
Okay, 2.84.
I'm sorry, did I skip one? Oh, I did.
Yeah, a little bit
I'm sorry,
there.
Yep, okay, 2.84, so floating teachers, letter C, floating teachers shall have their classes scheduled on the same floor and or geographic area. Again, we think the language, to the extent possible, set that expectation that that should be done. I mean, saying that it has to be, if there's no available open classroom that period on, let's just say, the first floor, there's no available classroom, right?
Okay.
So again, we just don't think that it would be practical in terms of how it could actually be implemented.
Okay.
To say that it can't be. B, no teacher shall be required to float in consecutive years. Again, whenever possible, says that that should be the intent of how that's being scheduled. But there could be unique circumstances that require it.
Okay. Just note this for when we put it in there.
I understood. Yeah. All right, yeah, 2.9, we're going to hold on that one.
Okay.
2.10, in arranging schedules for personnel who are assigned to more than one school, The amount of inter-school travel shall be limited, and when required, shall be reimbursed at the current mileage rate, I'm sorry. We have established practices for what that mileage rate is going to be. That's for every employee across the district, right? So to change that just for one bargaining unit, we don't believe would be appropriate for us to do.
We're open for all of these.
No, am I.
Oh, okay.
No, but we recognize, obviously that we have a different rate, and so we hear the desire for that. And we did run just a cost estimate of it to see what it would potentially impact us as a district. And it would be roughly $197,994. So there is a cost, related to that, but just to quantify that and show what it would potentially be.
How is your current mileage rate determined?
I don't know the answer to
Or-
that.
I believe it's Florida statute or the Florida rate,
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was.
I believe.
Yeah, okay, take a look. Yeah.
Louder. Believe it's a Florida rate or Florida statute, right?
And not.
Not federal.
They're not
Not-
federal.
we're not sure. We know it's not federal.
We know it's not
Yeah.
fed.
All right, 2.10.2, instructional personnel with multi-school assignments shall be assigned extra duties as would be appropriate to any other faculty member on a pro rata basis, based on their full-time equivalency across all work sites. In reading this, and what I'm thinking was intended was that if I'm a 0.2 and a 0.8, right, and I'm split between sites, the intent of this is that my duties would be equivalent to how I'm allocated, right?
Right,
Okay.
because we're just trying to avoid that, like, well, because you're at two sites, you're gonna have two sites worth of work, considering you'd be full-time in both places. So it's just making sure that all of your work, whether, in totality is, based on that full-time equivalency as both or all.
Okay. And then the second part, the total work time obligation of an employee with multi-school assignments shall not exceed that of a single site teacher and shall not require participation in school-wide events or activities at a work site other than those scheduled at their home hiring site.
Again, it's about, you can see the note there, just, the intent is just to not duplicate work at multiple events unless voluntary. I mean, we know in some cases, maybe somebody would want to go to both, but
You'd be open to adding unless voluntary.
sure.
I mean, just to show that
Yeah,
option.
because I mean,
exists.
I think somebody gave the example of like a choral event or a music event, and if you're scheduling them at both sites. But I think it just comes from that, like, okay, if my one site, especially as it's coming from the specials world, if one of my sites was scheduling a curriculum night, but both sites were, does that mean I have to be at both? Or can we make sure it's just a full-time equivalent? Maybe it's partial at one, partial at the other. So we're open to flexibility, but that's the intent there, is to just to not be that, like, well, and we know sometime, I mean, I know towards the end of the year and teacher appreciation time, fostering that, culture of that you are included. So I think that might also be where it's coming from too, is some people are feeling like, well, I'm just not there as much, not included as much, but maybe the expectation is still high that I am at all these things. So anyway, that's where we're coming from.
No, and again, we agree with you in what the intent of it is that it should be proportional to where you're assigned. You shouldn't be doing double the duties.
Right?
Now, changing from teachers, so when I read 2.10.2, I think of the specials teacher in elementary who is split between two sites, right?
Right.
And so I fully understand that, yes, I shouldn't have to do duty at this site and duty at that site. Although if I'm not there all 5 days of the week, you would think that if I'm, again, it would have to be the same duty at each site, because then, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, there's just so many nuances to this. But then if you're talking about non-classroom instructional personnel, and they are split among sites, doing it on a prorated, so I would do 5 minutes at one duty at a school and 10 at the other.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Um,
And I think you understand the problem we're trying to solve, right?
Yeah. okay.
What you're hearing is that
Yeah.
principals aren't flexible around that?
I think it comes from, again, this came from elementary specials. So this, I think, and then again, we were just kind of looking at all, and then the all instructional was kind of maybe a competing goal there.
I don't know if that's something you want to speak to.
Have duties. Yeah. Okay. So someone gave us an example of an ELL resource teacher having to do 2 after-school events at 2 schools. So I think there's that as well. But I mean, if it's it would be the same with teachers. Teachers with multi-school assignments shall be assigned extra duties as would be appropriate to another faculty member on a prorated basis. So we're already doing that for teachers. So I guess I don't see why it would be different for all instructional personnel. But so there's a couple things going on here about duties, but also the events
Right.
and those expectations. So
A music teacher at 2 different sites doing a music concert at site A and site B. I mean,
yeah,
as
That's
opposed
gonna
to,
probably happen.
right, but the teacher that's only at site A, if they're a music teacher, that their workload is different. It's just different. That's all.
yeah. And again, I think again, going back to the idea of this contract over, multiple decades, what does duties mean now versus duties? And I think later in the contract, we get to where we're really trying to define duties versus assignments or, and what that means. Because you could think of your work in your classroom, that's my duty, that's my assignment. So, okay. To put a cap on 2.10.2, I think we both understand the intent and maybe just need to talk some more about suggestions. I don't know.
Come back. They want to come back to it. 2.10.5, schedules for technical college instructors responsible for instructing, site supervising, and or assessing multiple site programs and or students shall be designed to account for travel time between locations. The information that I received is that our instructional personnel do not travel between locations daily. So I don't know.
I don't know if John, you got any notes on that?
This is more geared to adult ed, people in our
Okay.
group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the site.
So,
Yeah, let's see where I have the notes. Yeah, the notes that came to me from that said that the technical college instructors often do supervise teacher across multiple sites, including clinical lab or industry locations. Without clear protections, this can lead to lost planning time, excessive travel burdens, and fragmented instruction. Recognizing travel time as part of the workday and protecting planning ensures instructional continuity for adult learners. So maybe we just have it wrong with the technical college and it is the adult ed there.
We do have one that is students work at bus garages.
Okay.
It's part of their coursework. And she has to go to each garage and supervise 2 days a week.
Okay.
so like an OJT teacher that would,
Driving.
Like in the same workday back and forth, or is he like at one site one day and then different, but,
No, we go
okay,
to each site.
okay. So we do have an example of that. So maybe, is he technical college or adult ed?
Adult ed.
Adult ed, okay.
I'm just thinking that you would get travel, similar to like an OJT teacher who goes out to check on their students at different workplaces. So there should be procedures in there to allow for the travel time and the expense related to that.
Yeah, so if we were just clear that it was our adult ed in this situation, or we're just being clear that, any instructor that does happen to, I mean, if we're saying that folks that are responsible for doing that, that they would have all of that taken into account, then we would want to make sure that that is protected in language.
Right, but if you've got an 8-hour workday and you're not teaching classes because students are out at their sites, then that would be your workday that day and you would be reimbursed for that travel expense related to that. So we might just need more information to figure out what is the problem on that one. And I can talk, I didn't realize the adult ed, I talked with technical college. So I can talk to adult ed to see a little bit more about what their teachers, and if you guys have folks that you want to reference it with as well.
Yeah, well, I think that's what, like, if that's happening, that the schedules are designed to account for that, then great, and we agree.
Right, but that would be consistent with any teacher in that, whether it's K-12, technical, adult ed. There would be examples of teachers who potentially be supervising students at a work site.
Okay. So do we have language elsewhere that says it's any?
I
If
don't know
not,
it off
then
the
my
top
thought
of
would
my
be
head.
schedules for any instructional
Yeah.
personnel responsible for instructing or site supervising across multiple programs. So, okay, we're gonna get more info. Because I think the next part about no instructor shall be assigned multiple locations in a manner that results in the loss of planning time. Sure, that would be anyone. And then, yeah, travel time between assigned locations, as you're saying, shall be considered part of the workday. So it sounds like we agree. We just want to be clear that it's not just one type of employee again, but it really is any employee that falls into these conditions. If we already have language that does that, so.
I'll look for it.
Yeah.
And then come back.
So we agree it should be all.
Regina got a point.
Because it just seems like they are given travel time because they have to be at multiple places, but then they end up with no planning time at all. So like trying to balance it all
Yeah.
within that one day.
Got it. All right.
Okay.
Then moving to 2.12.6, job share positions shall not be involuntarily reassigned or reduced for the purpose of temporarily addressing staffing shortages at other work sites. When such reassignment would create comparable staffing shortages or increase class sizes at the originating work site. We struggled can somebody break that one down?
Yeah, I wish Pam was here.
Is that-
I know this came
okay.
from a situation with Pam. She is here?
She's here.
She is here. Pam? Pam. Come back to you. This is that, you and I talked a lot about this. This is the language about job share positions that would not be involuntarily reassigned or reduced for the purpose of addressing staffing shortages. Do you remember this?
Yeah, it was, whether, I think for a unit loss or their score, I think was what we were thinking with
Didn't we have?
job share, because one is temporary, like whoever's sharing the job, the other person is permanent. And so if it was going to be reinstated or not reinstated, is that partial? Is that gonna be
Yeah.
a traditional sense?
Yeah, because I think this came out of a situation where we were worried about it hurting like actual full-time unit employees. So we're temporarily creating these job share positions or part-time that would not be protected. I think that's right. I can't remember which school we had this at.
Oh.
Is that what this is about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this was more about, now that, okay. thank you
Yeah.
for that. The, adult ed ESOL part-time positions that they hire, or that are outside of our bargaining unit. And, we are looking, there was one person who was displaced for a full-time position, and that many of those part-time positions were taking the place of full-time.
So I think
Does that make sense, Kelly?
yeah, I think the starting point would be though, if there's a unit loss or an adjustment made to units, that would happen. But
The
it,
part-time versus the full-time.
gotcha.
Yeah, and we may have, I think we put job share in this case, but
Okay.
I think it's supposed to be more clear about part-time.
It sounds to me it's more about a unit adjustment that happens than it is per se to the
Yeah,
job share.
Probably with.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was like, we created, in that situation, they created those positions to make that person move. And then they created these positions that then weren't in the unit. So it does come from and my note here was, we were just trying to protect our unit employees.
Okay.
I'll talk to Pam more about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Pam. No, you did great.
All right, 2.13, halftime employment and compensation for student services. And I know we talked about it and you had mentioned before that, yes, we have job share and that's eligible, or employees and student services are eligible for that, but you feel as though there's something unique.
Yes.
And so what we would be open to is to discussing perhaps an MOU around this, try to pilot something, see what is the data, how does it work in
Yeah.
practice? Does it help solve?
Yeah, I think what it is that there's an issue with trying to find that other job share partner. And so the reason it's like, can we, is it allowable, and can we actually make it a true halftime where that person is willing to do it? But then if we can't find a partner in the job share situation, then you're out of luck. You can't do it. So it's like, if you've got someone who's willing to do the halftime and take on the load, are we kind of shooting ourselves in the foot because we can't find the partner? That's what it's coming from. And I think Anita can help talk to this too.
I think although we considering some of these departments, there are a lot of vacancies. And in the school psychology in particular, we already have people who our allocations are already at sites. So we have all these vacancies, we can hire somebody, take on a position, 25, 3 or whatever it is, then we would have less vacancies covered because there are people out there who want to work, not full time. And so that.
No, we understand and definitely it makes sense what you're saying.
But it sounds like you'd be open. Maybe we don't put this in language yet, but we could maybe put this in an MOU and see.
Try it out. Yeah,
Okay,
I think we'd be open to that. Is that,
okay.
I agree. I know for ours, I mean, we have over 30 of our positions open. A lot of our people that would be district hires are going contract, not only because of money, but also because of flexibility. A lot of our people have gone to contract work so they can work 3 days a week or whatever, be a mom, and they don't have the people who would work the other half of the job that would help us.
yeah, if you guys are open to an MOU on this, so we could kind of test it and see how that would affect helping kids, that would be great.
We are open to that.
Okay, great. I've got so much homework now. 4th of July weekend, here I come.
Copy and paste, huh?
No, I know, it's just, that also takes time.
All right, on 2.1 or 2.13, school choice. So changing teachers to instructional personnel. Yes, we are in agreement with that. The school of their choice, space permitting. Again, a lot of that is driven by statute and so forth. And so we would still leave space permitting, but recognizing it's all instructional personnel. And then instructional personnel's children will be given priority for the school at which they teach. Again, I don't know that teach makes sense with maybe it should say work, right?
Okay.
Instructional personnel may enroll their children in the school in which they work in any program which does not require special application process, and instructional personnel's children will be given priority status for all programs in the teacher's school that do require special application process.
Okay, it sounds like you're good with everything except for
The
space
space
permitting.
limiting stuff,
space limiting.
yeah, if we would need to leave that there, but the rest of it. I thought Melody is here. This is always.
She just left.
Just left.
No, she,
Yeah,
I thought she, yeah.
yeah, this is always, I think we propose this every year, to really, so we'll talk with her about it. I think it's just really making it the priority, that it really is the intent that, so we understand the space issue, so. But I hear you.
I know it was like Florida statute that was mentioned.
Well,
Space permit on which statute?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but just laws around school choice and so forth change frequently. And so we would just have to be in compliance. Is it true open choice? Is it not? Like, we've had so many variations of that, so.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, dress code, 2.14.1, the School Board Association agreed that although there's no official dress code for instructional personnel are to be professional. Yes, we are in agreement with that.
Okay.
Media specialists, we hear you and know that there are questions about that role and maybe some different models of utilizing them as specials and so forth. However, we think this language here is just so specific to this one group of people based off of this current need that we'd rather work through what the concerns are around that than just jump to embedding it into contract language.
Okay. Was there any aspect of that where it's like, well, we're open to, you know, concepts here? It's kind of like, I mean, what we can do is we can go back to the media specialists and say, all right, let's distill this down.
Right.
To try to, you know, open it up, or an MOU, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
But if there was something that's like, hey, we're good with this, but this is too much, if you could help us with that.
no, we are. I mean, I think the question about the specials rotation continues to come up, right? So if maybe something around that that has some flexibility in it, knowing that, you know, we're trying to find planning time for teachers, right?
That is actually happening
Yeah.
way more than I ever thought should or would ever happen in this district. And that's why maybe you see it twice here, to be clear.
And I think there's a little bit of a conflict in the contract too, because there's language that talks about the office keeping track of time and then
Sure.
submitting it. I'll have to find that language
Yeah.
in there. So I think that's where sometimes folks read parts
Mhm.
and
Yeah. And I think that that's important, that if someone's truly missing an hour, right, we understand that that's gotta be tracked, but we've got contract language that's saying that that shouldn't be what it's for the sign-in portion. You know, that kind of making sure everyone's here and accounted for is not to like, now we're gonna ding you on your pay. Unless it is, again, legitimately an attendance issue, that's different so that's what we're going for here.
2.16.8, if an instructional personnel's late arrival or early departure may result in leave usage pursuant to this section, documentation shall be completed through a board-approved electronic system or board-approved form. The method of such documentation shall be selected by the faculty steering committee in collaboration with the building administrator. That part would have, like, currently, obviously, it goes into WFM, right?
Yeah.
If someone's gonna leave, so that would have to be not determined by faculty steering and the building
Right.
administrator, because that would have to be through whatever the electronic system is.
Yeah,
Now,
I
if it's
think
an early sign out,
right.
obviously you're required to sign out on a physical paper.
Mhm.
Yeah. Just to be clear on
So
that.
yeah, I think that's, again, I think you see, we're definitely open to making sure that, sign in and, understanding where everyone is versus actually taking leave, and that's a whole, we gotta track that a certain way.
Okay.
So,
And then the last part, leave deduction shall occur only when the employee's entry of leave in the district's payroll system or written authorization for such entry.
mhm.
This becomes problematic because, believe it or not, we do have employees across the district in various positions who don't submit their time off requests, right? Or don't show back up to work. And so in order to have accurate payroll, again, being mindful that, we're using taxpayer money and want to make sure that our payroll records reflect truly when an employee works or not, we wouldn't be able to agree to that part of it. Because there's just too many opportunities for us to be overpaying people who aren't working the hours that are generating automatically. So,
Yeah. And I think it comes from a place where people aren't on leave, maybe somebody's determining, oh, well, now we're gonna put it in for you, and the employee is totally unaware that happened. So I think we've got to somehow try to strike a balance there. I do think a couple of years ago, maybe we did agree to some language where if those forms are not done and someone's gone, like it's that, that's it, they're out. So yeah. I heard you, I don't know if you wanted to say something to this.
I think there was a case where, and there was a case where a person was out and because the employee did not submit what they were using, then their payroll person submitted whatever their choice was, whether it was sick or personal, and the employee used it specifically for sick, for instance, and maybe the other person submitted for personal. So I think it's more so like reaching out to the person to say, hey, can you confirm whether this is sick or personal, instead of just hit and submit off of what I just, I guess, I don't know how they figure that part out, but just hit and submit and whatever you want.
Yeah. So I think,
understand both sides of it. I do, because I know where it comes up.
yeah, I think we both see the challenges of it, it's being abused one way or the other. How do we kind of find that balance?
And we do have processes to correct it. I mean, I want to say that, like, obviously, if somebody were to be put in for personal and it should have been sick, we want to make sure that that's right.
Yeah.
We're committed to always making sure that those things can be updated.
You got something?
I'm good.
Okay.
All right, so I see where we're going with this.
Mhm.
I'm gonna work on that to.
Okay. We will do.
You do the same, and, but I think too, it has to start with the expectation that employees do enter their time
Yeah,
off request timely,
absolutely.
right? We've got to define that.
One thing you might consider as we do this is there are defaults, right? So to your example, if nothing was submitted, then it was a choice of either that check was going to be short for that employee or a leave was utilized to make the paycheck. Sometimes in some agreements that there's a default. If you can't get a confirmation and you want to ensure that the paycheck is for 40 hours or whatever, there's an identified default. So
I gotcha. No, I like that.
And the note that we got is that sick and personal is not showing on the paycheck, so often the employees are unaware of exactly how it was maybe keyed in, on things like that.
So well, once you utilize, it shows if you use sick or vacation. So if I'm gonna take a day off, right, and I go into WFM and I'm going to do my time off request, on the right-hand side there, it will show what my available accrual balances are. And then when I get my pay advice and it's posted, it'll say I had 72 hours of pay and 8 hours of sick. So it shows how it's being charged on the paycheck. It doesn't show what the accrual is though. Yeah.
Okay. No, I like the default. How do we protect employees so they're not going into unpaid time as maybe the default? And then if it's not available, then what do we
I
do?
think that's the worry of the timekeepers. They want to make sure that they
Yes.
occurs,
Yes.
but what happens if they didn't?
Yes.
But there's-
So yeah, I like that. And then also to your point, corrections can always be made, right? Like if and when something happens, there's always the ability to go back and work that out because there could be a variety of circumstances where somebody wasn't available, but and again, I know we've got some language elsewhere about if someone is truly AWOL and just we can't get a hold of them, we addressed that a few years ago. And then I think in that language, we even said, should that person then actually come back and show the documentation of literally I had this very traumatic experience with my family or something happened that I could not respond, there was that fallback of how we could correct that. So got it. Okay. Heard.
Okay. All right, section 3, accountability. Oh, wow.
Okay.
All right, 3.1.1, school improvement plan waiver shall be considered part and parcel to the collective bargaining agreement, and the SIP waiver guideline shall be incorporated into this agreement in appendix F. So before we even go through all of this, I think it will address many of these different places and reading through them.
Okay.
One of the concerns is that the SIP dates are determined by the state, right?
Okay.
And so we get them whenever they decide to send them. For instance, this past year, it was in May.
Okay.
So to predetermine language for an appendix related to school improvement, and I think on one of these, there was like a date of no later than March 30th. That is such a fluid process that we don't have a lot of direct control over.
Okay.
So yes, we develop guidelines around what the state puts out, but that it's just has to be too flexible to be in the contract.
Okay. So the guidelines that I have here, I mean, they don't get updated every year though. So that's where we're going from is that, I mean, I think the last time I got these guidelines were three years ago or something. So,
for instance, in talking to our contact about this, she said some of this is actually from an old one and some is newer. So,
but that then becomes a problem if we've got multiple guidelines floating out there, how do we? So again, I hear what you're saying, and then maybe that's what we do need to reference is that there are statutes and state that come in. And that's what we make sure we point to every time because yeah, you're right. Like these guidelines and all of these things, they came from the district. They are district produced documents that are shared with us and we rely on them. So again, what we're trying to get at is if we're going to do that, we do need to have contractual language that creates those guardrails or parameters. Understanding that whether they're in the appendix or not, that we're all following the same thing. So yeah, that is kind of alarming then that it's like some of this is new and some of this is old. Well, this is a document that's floating around out there that was relied upon. So
well, in once they're out there too, right? And so then when new documents go out to whoever the designee is at the site, if it's the SAC chair, that person then is responsible for ensuring that those procedures are followed for that year. So I don't know, do we want to potentially just look at saying something that, the board and the union recognize that school improvement waiver guidelines will be shared annually.
Yeah, whatever we can do on that. I think it would be important to also say, like what you just said, that if the dates are determined by the state and all of that is there, then we need to be explicit about that. That it's not just, oh, this document says it or that document says it. And then waiver guidelines shared. Yeah, okay.
Let's see. 3.1.3.
Well, hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
So 3.1.1, because I think we got through the first sentence. SIP waiver guidelines should be incorporated in this agreement appendix F. So right there, that's kind of where we stop.
You're right,
So
yep.
I think just to summarize, we're open to some clarity here, maybe not putting the entire thing in the appendix.
Correct.
But being explicit that there are dates and what all we'll rely on comes from the state, and those guidelines will be shared annually to reflect any changes or updates, something like that.
And then, just to be clear, the district develops guidelines around what the state sends out too, so it's not just from the state.
Okay, and now the rest of that section, because there's still some important language there, yeah.
Provisions for wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment of the specific section of this agreement shall be clearly documented in a memorandum of understanding for each work site and provided to the association. The MOU shall include explanation of additional duty rosters and assignments for specific unit positions affected. So the first part, provisions for the wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment of the specific section waiver of this agreement shall be clearly documented in an MOU. So is that saying that instead of the waiver?
No, I mean, well, so it's already saying that provisions shall be noted in an MOU. I think we just want to be very clear, because I think what ends up happening is a waiver will come and there may be some understanding, or maybe there was a discussion about, well, what does that actually mean for pay or for hours or for duties? And it's not clear. And I think we just want to be really clear that that is what, I mean, if we're waiving a portion of the contract, which is already taking into consideration wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment, then we just need to be very mindful of addressing all that, because sometimes these waivers come in and it's like, well, what did this mean? And it's like, I don't know, because that is why we do this. So, and clearly document it rather than noting it. I mean, it is an MOU. That's what it says already here anyway. So just being very explicit and including an explanation of additional duty rosters and assignments for each unit position affected. Again, I think those things in a lot of places, they've just been done and done and done, but nobody really actually understood what were the duties and assignments actually going to be. Oh, we're going to pass this and then we figure it out. Well, that's, if we're going to do that, then let's say that, but it doesn't really give a fair opportunity for employees to actually understand what they're voting on as well. So it's like, if we are changing what's in the contract, then we need to be very clear what we're changing it to. And we understand that we can't do every site in this setting.
No, I agree with you. And so when the SAC team or the SIP team is meeting to develop the proposed waivers, I mean, that's part of their process.
Yep.
And so telling them to do that here, is that, I mean, is that the spirit of this? Is like we're outlining exactly what we want them to make sure that the waiver includes.
Yes, because I think they're coming to us and I think it's gotten pretty good in a lot of places, but you know, again, like in my time here, I've had some read to me and I'm like, I don't know what they meant. I really don't, because they didn't say, and they waived this completely. They really did give all of that up and left it to be completely open to whatever, you know, an administrator or maybe a specific group wanted to do. And that's problematic. And then, you know, are we then now, oh, we got to go back and do it again? I think it's just being very mindful of, so employees understand everything that they're voting on. You had something, Regina?
Yeah, so I think that if everybody at the school site is supplied the full improvement plan, because to be honest, a lot of teachers don't even know where that is. When I was a parent liaison, that's why I knew, because I was part of the team. But teachers are having a vote on these things and they don't even know where it is on the school website, where they can find it at, to even look at it. And then so they are only voting on one thing. So it's not like they have a choice. So it's not like, okay, this is option A or this is option B. So they don't even have a choice, let alone probably have never seen the document that they are voting on. And they were not included in the planning of this school improvement plan, because that's the people that is included in that type of meeting. And I wanted to give an example of the reason, one part of the reason why this may be coming up is because I'll use like our bilingual representatives. And so if they, in the school improvement plan, is saying that they're gonna be staying for after school events to provide translation to parents, but this person never asked that. Then it becomes like this was included in the school improvement plan, and whether I was asked or whether I am asking my principal, can I stay for this? There's nothing, there's nothing set in stone that this is really gonna happen. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm asking my principal, and maybe my principal is saying, no, I can't stay, but the whole time it's actually included in the school improvement plan that we're gonna be putting this set of money aside for this, or this set of money aside for instructionals to be able to do after school tutoring. Like, it's just a lot of different things. And so if staff, the whole staff that has to vote on this does not have those documents ahead of time, and they wouldn't even know, and they are not provided a plan B. They can decline it and then.
Yeah.
So it's a lot without them knowing, at least getting the school improvement plan, because they are not in the actual planning meeting.
Yeah, which I think we get into 3.1.3 too.
So if parts of the contract are waived as the SIP waiver is approved, there's other provisions of the contract that then are in effect, right? So if I'm waiving my planning time, for instance, right? And now I'm going to be doing breakfast in the classroom, because I think that's when that comes up, and then I've lost some of my morning planning time. I hear that some sites are awarding comp time for that lost planning time, some are not. So is that kind of what we're, because I'm just wondering, I think of that committee meeting early in the year, developing these, and if I read, oh, now we have to come up with provisions for wages, hours, terms, conditions of employment, specific waivers of this agreement, that's a big lift for everyone on that team that's probably not normally involved in that process. So like, how does that play out in practice, I guess would be my question, if we put that in the contract. And again, maybe that's not an answer for right this minute.
Yeah, I mean,
Because I hear what you're saying, they're not clear enough.
Yeah.
But I also think of the teams trying to work on that to probably walk out of the room going, oh, wow, that's really clear, right? Because I used to do it as principal. I mean, you've all walked out and you think everybody understands it, everybody's in agreement.
Well, that is, I mean, that is the challenge of the SIP waiver. I mean, and I'll be completely honest, from a chief negotiator standpoint, SIP waivers shouldn't happen. I mean, but we understand this is a large district and it's been for a long time. And I have a note here, that like there's some SIPs that have already been created, and then there's like only 4 days for them to be completed. So I mean, time is an issue as well. But I think a lot of this really does come from, I mean, like we've got a note here about, details of SIP waiver plans. What happens if there isn't a change? Sometimes they've been done so long that nobody actually really even understands what would happen if we didn't do it. And that's something that really has to be considered. Yeah, I like this note. It really should be a big lift to change the language. I mean, look how much time we're putting in to be and I guess
the question is, who does that fall on, though, right?
If that's what the site is going to do, yeah. And I think that's why it needs to be as inclusive as possible, that it's all very understood, that they know ahead of time that, a SIP waiver, I mean, when we say something like it's part and parcel of the collective bargaining agreement, that makes it sound like, oh yeah, it's no problem to do it. But yes, provisions, when it just says provisions shall be noted in an MOU, well, what are those provisions? We need to make sure we're thinking of, and maybe we need to put it in different terms. I mean, those are collective bargaining terms, wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment. But that's what it is. if we're making a change that impacts pay in some way, whether it's getting comp time or no comp time or additional pay because there's money in the budget, and let's make sure we're clear. If we're changing hours, if we are, the duties are being altered, it's a working condition that we've already bargained, and yeah, I mean, it does fall on the site. And it should be documented, not just noted, because a note, I mean, if I just had my notes here, like, need to find a balance so we can correct it, like, well, what does that mean? I know what that means for my notes, but I want to make sure everybody understands what that means. So that's where it's coming from.
And I completely agree with wanting to be out in front of it to avoid what the challenges that come that you probably hear from, and I know that we do as well. So recognizing that the guidelines may not come out on a certain timeline to allow us to put in the appendix here. And then also recognizing that we need more clarity around these items here. So would there be something in the process, and that may be in whatever form comes out each year, that has some, new columns that have to be filled out, or something where the group has discussed these items as maybe a checklist?
Yeah, we're open to all that, and we're not saying we have to put that here,
Right.
but we're definitely open to that. Again, that's why we said details of how so if a ballot for any vote to waive a contractual position must include details of how the waiver option will be implemented. Because again, I think what we're hearing is, this is what we're gonna do, but we'll figure it out after the fact. Eesh. And as well as a no change option, which includes the details of how no change would be implemented. Because again, we've been doing it so long, we don't even know what the alternative would even look like. And I think that's fair, and the committee and the team should look at that. If we don't implement this is the reality of what will have to happen. And that could very well inform it one way or the other. Probably these all come from a place where it's like, you got to do this because the other way is going to be really bad. So let's make sure we understand that and are clear. And then again, that piece about only bargaining unit members affected by the change may vote to waive the contract, which they're still in 3.1.3.
Okay.
That comes from, I think that came from our K-8, right? Like where you got more people stacked on one side or the other, and now, well, that group they had all the people that would affect them, and it's great for them. But now, we were outnumbered, and so I think those SIP waivers should then also delineate. This is only specifically for these employees, and if we do it and it does actually impact this other group of employees, we need to make sure we're delineating and being clear about that, so everybody understands. So I know there's challenges there, but
that K-8 example, though, are you saying like maybe something that only impacted elementary versus secondary, right?
I think the issue is breakfast in the classroom is a real thing in our district, especially at elementary school. That is not a thing traditionally in our middle school or secondaries. So we merge these K-8s, and specific examples is I'll use the schools that have already been added on. That's something they've done for years, they've never even considered. So it's actually become the culture of the school, whereas they're not even realizing that's actually not all like, that's option B. We're voting to have that. That's not what we traditionally have. So then it became voted. There was no language until for secondary teachers, like, wait a minute, we're giving them our planning time in the morning and our planning time in the afternoon. And so it created, and we have a lot of questions in secondary because it's not traditional for us, and they couldn't be answered. And it's like, well, this needs to be put in the SIP waiver, this needs to be put in the SIP waiver. But again, they hadn't done it for so long, and then when it didn't pass, there was no, they didn't have a plan for it. And it's the day before the first day of school. Like, we don't have the SIP waiver to have breakfast in the classroom. Now what do we do? And CTA reps had to come together on a Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock to go, can you at least extend it a week and let us do this? So that we can come up with the coverage schedule. So it obviously is something that schools have to think past. Like, it may not pass, but you have to have your plan in place, and everyone needs to know what is it we're voting on, and what does that look like? If breakfast in the classroom doesn't pass, what does it look like? And don't say we're gonna figure it out later. How do you vote on it?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and then I think moving through it all, right? Like, okay, we understand that the annual SIP improvement timeline, SIP school improvement plan timeline and information document shall be updated and distributed by the school board to employees. I mean, I think we agree that it should be updated and and distributed no later than March 30th, I mean, I know we need to be flexible on that, but there should be something there to just, because it should be done before we get to the end of the school year for the next year, because to that point, if we're all coming and pre-planning and having to figure it out in a couple days.
And that was actually the deadline that brought some concern, was because it doesn't come out that early. And so we would never be
But are
compliant to that.
But are we allowed, are you allowed still to at least do the work based on the guidelines you have? And then if the guidelines come out and change slightly, then okay, you're only having to deal with that particular part if something. Maybe creating a caveat here, should something change or implement it, then those groups will come together as soon as possible.
So you're saying to draft the.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Okay.
So I think the March 30th date came about because the groups that meet to create the school improvement plans, they have a deadline of the end of March typically to provide it to the school district for the next year. And then, so then we come to school in the beginning in pre-planning, and that's when we're having a vote on it. So if there is a time frame that they can make that change, which I think it probably is, that's why there is a question to consider. If that team met and made it and submitted it to the district March 30th, and then when we get back to school and this is voted on and say, hey, just say, hey, something in that, somebody wants something in that change from the SAC committee, whether it's parents, teachers, or community partners, or they're making a suggestion. What is that time frame where something could be changed? But that March 30th date was based on when that budget is actually due to the school district, which is March, going into the next school year.
Mhm.
So if that plan is provided to staff as well, then that might kind of help with if there's any immediate changes, or so that staff understand what they're going into for the next year. That would be helpful.
So what I hear is we definitely need some improvement to the guideline process. So why don't we come back? I mean, I really think maybe some folks working with our school improvement office would probably be the better avenue for some of this, because again, the contract is going to be there forever. And as this process changes, why not have the guidelines continuously updated and agreed upon?
Yeah, I got that, but also there has to be some things that are set in stone regardless of that, because that's where we're getting into so much trouble, And I think that's why we put language in here about if any part of the SIP waiver does happen to be unclear or we missed it, that yes, then like to your point, we still are relying on this contract.
How though, if folks voted on something to just say we're waiving that vote, because I don't know who would be the person to determine that it's unclear, ambiguous, or incomplete. But I could see any person at the school disgruntled that said, I voted no on this, to say, well, that's unclear, and I want to, because this part even says filing a grievance.
Yeah.
Like, who would they be grieving? The SAC committee that put it together?
Well, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I mean, if a SIP waiver is done to waive this, I mean, let's say we're waiving the contract language in place, right? And it's not happening at a site. Well, yeah, the grievance would start with that site because you're not following that part of the grievance. So if a SIP waiver is done and it's not being followed, or something is wrong, then it would be subject to the grievance process because it's now taken the place of the language. So if the site can figure it out and determine it, great. But if not, then we've got to have a process to go to level 2, to go to level 3, because we've altered the language. That is what it is. It's an MOU for that year.
So I was reading SIP waivers shall be subject to the grievance procedure as if I am grieving the SIP waiver. I think what I'm hearing you say is I'm grieving the implementation of the SIP waiver.
Yeah, like let's say the SIP, I mean, I think it's all of it really. I mean, yes, if we're not following this process of SIP waivers, then that's why we come to you and sometimes we redo them because they didn't follow the guidelines or they didn't do something right. But if a SIP waiver is in place and it's not being followed, then we do need to have that grievance process to address it, just as any other language. So, because I look at it as like, you have now created a at this site, this language doesn't apply, now it's this. That's as good as a contractual agreement for that time. I mean, so.
A lot
lot.
more to talk through.
Agreed. It is a lot, yeah.
And-
It's a serious thing, because I think we're hearing those things like, you know, it's not just K sites, but they just, yeah, a lot of people are asking for help on this.
You got something behind you. Oh, she had her first, so I'm gonna show that
Oh,
to you.
Marie's taking the stack.
That was first,
Very good.
Some sites, I don't know. Friends have come to me and said that zip waivers are not done properly. So that's the problem. Sometimes staffing isn't really involved in it, and it's just coming from administrators, and then there's no words on there that say no change. And so then people aren't proactive. That's why we want that.
The no change piece.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, and again, that's why that language is there, and you guys have done well when it's not happening, we go and fix it in lieu of a whole grievance, because that's, the point of a grievance is to figure out.
Yeah, and to speak on again on the affected by the change, I mean, I'm also at a K-8 site, so we've had that happen, as well as I've had SLP contact me because their school site has waived their no duty requirement. So they're trying to figure out when they're supposed to do IEP meetings, et cetera. And the whole staff has voted on the SLP and the BE teachers to have duty without realizing their job requirements, because we all have different jobs, right, to do. So, you know, they just see that you're in the hall or walking or whatever it is, you know, or you're in your room sitting by yourself. Why are you doing that? Because you're probably on Teams on an IEP meeting. But, you know, so I've had other SLPs go, the whole staff voted for me to have to do duty in the mornings. And I had no say in it, because you're talking a small amount of people, you know, 2 or 3 people against an entire staff. So that was one reason we said, you know, those affected by the change was really important, because you can't have a mass people vote for a smaller amount of people, or the same thing with a middle school whole faculty, but you know, it's a problem.
Those are really good examples. Yeah.
That's a great example, and I just want to say SIP waivers are things that I'm fundamentally against, because I think that the work that we're doing right here in this room today is the contract that should be held whole. But I also understand that most SIP waivers are about adding duty or finding a way to meet the needs of the duty of the school or the student body, however we want to look at it. And I think we could figure that out. It really should be figured out here, so that way they don't have to deal with it on a site-by-site basis. And that would be something that we'd always be open to having a conversation around, because I think that even from the language that you brought to us, the district understands that you guys need more duty from the adults in managing kids. We have fewer adults managing kids. That's just the reality of Florida public education right now. So what can we do around that? And right now it's a site-by-site issue. I've listened to members, and some members really like breakfast in the classroom. Some members really don't like breakfast in the classroom. So we allow them to kind of, you know, this is the avenue for them to figure it out site by site. But I do think that there's a greater conversation that can be done around that for the safety of students, because I want to be very clear. We all believe in the safety of students. That's not what this is about. We want them all. That's the number one thing that we want from them. But we also know that everybody's overworked, and the efficiency of this district is, you know, done with free labor. And a lot of that comes through SIP waivers. That's what I believe, and that's where we're at. So that being said, I think we can hammer out language that is agreeable for everybody.
One more.
Okay. All right, 3.2, we'll move an agreement to go back to the waiver. Okay.
Yeah, I've got notes here about it.
3.2, lesson plans and exceptional student education planning. So down to 3.2.4. Mine looks red, but that's not crossed out, right? It's just highlighted.
It was just highlighted. I think there was, is this section, I put a, is is this a correct section? Exceptional student personnel
I
assigned.
agree.
Yeah.
It's been kind of an odd place. So,
Mhm.
okay. 3.2.4, exceptional student education personnel assigned to class management responsibility and the development of individual education plans. IEP shall be released from other non-classroom assignments for that purpose and shall be provided scheduled time during the work week to complete all required documentation and compliance activities. Such time shall be no fewer than 8 hours per week and shall be free from direct student instruction meetings and supervisory duties except in emergencies. And when this time is not provided, the employee will be compensated at their hourly rate of pay for any hours worked beyond the contractual workday to complete these requirements. We know that IEPs obviously do take time for employees. The concern is for us is again going to be around cost, and then providing folks to be compensated at their hourly rate of pay for any hours worked beyond the contractual workday. Obviously we do provide for comp time currently for those meetings if they go over, but that would be a significant increase on the district budget. And then the other part of such time shall be no fewer than 8 hours per week and shall be free from direct student instruction. Was the idea there though that like that would be additional taking somebody out of their teaching assignment? Because I was trying to figure out where do we arrive at 8 hours per week in the normal workday?
The problem with this, now that we're with Synergy, it used to take us maybe 2-3 hours to do an IEP. It is now taking us 6 to 8 hours because we no longer, the form is no longer there. We have to literally start from scratch. So I know from working at a center, okay, with the amount of behavior and all the stuff that we're doing, we get our planning period. Usually that's disrupted, push down here down the street, this one's smacking this one. We don't have time. Where now they're just telling us, well, we get it done at home, because you're out of compliance. Well, no, I'm not gonna get it done at home because I'm not being compensated for it. Whereas a lot of times we were doing it at class, but we don't have time to teach, take care of behaviors, and do these IEPs. They are so intricate, and, they're so detailed that if you leave out one thing, you screw up the whole thing, you gotta start. And it's just too cumbersome, and when you're trying to do it and like have your para, like work with a small group, them screaming, jumping, staples being flown, tables being flipped, like lose your concentration, and it's a legal document, and you need that concentration. So that's where we're falling into a big part where we just don't have time. And the problem is they're coming out of compliance. They're out of compliance, that's gonna cost a lot more money than compensating the employees to do it.
Yeah, and those notes are all there, I think we even had a note here about the specialized delivery logs.
Yeah.
These have also added incredible amounts of workload to our employees. And I know we talked about this last time, this little note about, does this indicate an increase in IEPs among students? And so does the board even know the percentage of students who have IEPs now compared to, 5 years ago? So I think, it again, this is just one we continually hear. I think every rep council, there is a discussion about the workload on these particular IEPs and TSS. And it's just, all these new systems that are just taking so much time. So that's where it's all coming from.
We hear you. I definitely do. And I know that obviously the change in systems that you've alluded to. But in terms of 8 hours a week now, depending on, I don't know what, are you at elementary, middle, or high school level?
High school at a center.
At a center, okay.
A little more
Right.
than I'm putting down my colleagues.
No. And so in trying to look at that time, because we talk with the ESC about, look, and I just want you all to know that they're very cognizant of it too, and trying to always problem solve around these things, of looking at the day, how many hours are available before the student day and after the student day, which is why we have those provisions of not doing duties, hopefully not waiving them. But to be in a place to provide every ESD staff member who's doing IEPs as essentially a T payroll it's a huge cost to us. So
well, and again, starting point, if there's something that is doable or workable that we can start at, I think we've got to release that pressure somehow. And,
But I have a question then.
Yes.
Whose responsibility and who's gonna be the one that gets in trouble when they're out of compliance with the state of Florida? Because it can't be us. You're not giving me time to do my job. It can't be on us, and we should not be liable if we lose our certification. We only can do what we give it tools and what we give it time to do. So something has to be given in the 8 hours. Like I tell my boss, if you're 8 hours, what do you want me to do? You know, and I don't mean to get, you know, but it's just, it almost gets to the point where we don't even teach anymore, it's just sit there and do those things.
and Deb's not the only
That's
one.
not bad for the kids.
I think a different person every rep council, every month we hear it. Okay, well,
The second part of that talks about IEP meetings, MTSS, CST, and any district, state, or federally mandated meetings related to exceptional student needs and discipline shall be scheduled during the normal teacher workday. When this is not possible, affected teachers shall be awarded compensatory time for meeting beyond the workday or during their contractual planning time. Are those meetings being scheduled regularly outside of the workday to start or end?
And IEP could start at 2:00 and not get done at 4:30.
That part I understand, but I'm just saying they're not being scheduled at 5 PM.
No.
Okay.
Not that way around.
Because, and that's why I think that last provision there of that is to recognize that, yes, when they do go beyond that workday, which probably happens more frequently than anyone would prefer, that then at least that comp time provision is there.
well, that's why we
And
put,
also the thing with comp time, I don't know how well the teachers feel, I got 95 hours of comp time. What the heck am I gonna do with it? You know, so you're gonna give me comp time and give me a bowl of cereal to finish it. Like, if we can't do anything with our comp time, I mean,
You got it. Go ahead.
You know, it's more or less, since I'm gonna need to see people just going worse and worse and worse, my kids will be getting bigger and bigger. And I'm human and I'm trying to do as best and everybody else is trying to do as best. as they can. We're always short staffed, we never have enough staff just to begin with. And it seems like it's more important to take work and serve. That's how the match is gonna be. Unfortunately, because I want to serve my students. So my concern is that a lot of times we still have assistants and they would call parents and people, they forget. They just call parents, we have to assign meetings, then I get everybody on board. It takes so long. That's my non-duty days, that's my case management time. It's a problem. And with everything growing, we want to be able to serve fast. That we can get extra time, that's for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I miss having IEP assistants, I miss having, we had speech assistants that come in and help us with filing and everything else. And we've talked about the programs and the time component, and I'm pretty fast with technology. And, I'm not just saying that, we're the same, but I'm pretty quick with technology. Like, I appreciate technology. However, I miss the triplicate forms at this point because it was quick. You wrote your meeting, separated them, you filed them, you were done. And then, even with EdConnect, we just had to scan it up into simple files, and then we dispersed our forms. Now it is insane the amount of work we're doing to get these IEPs done and having to pull forms from a SharePoint, go onto Peer, download things, put them up into Focus, document things in Focus, document things in Peer. It is like mind blowing the amount of time that it's taking. And unfortunately, the response that I received from my department was, well, that's just what the district voted on. And you just kind of have to learn to deal with it. And I'm like, we can't deal with it and hold on to the caseload that we still have. We can't do this job with our kids and work with our kids. And now we've got to I'm still wrapping my head around having to tell parents, hey, I missed your kid because I was in an IEP meeting today. That's beside the point. But it is like, it's becoming too much where you can't do your job anymore you can do your job even without your time, outside of your time frame. That's not inside of your time frame. And it's like, we've made things harder. We're that whole, work smarter, not harder. We're doing just the opposite. We are working dumber at this point. It is ridiculous. like how much extra work we're doing to get the one job done that used to take us a smaller amount of time. I could write an IEP equivalent in 30 minutes before. It's taking me 2 to 3 hours now because of all the uploads, downloads, and everything else that have to be done. It's insane.
Then
Insane.
chase the parents.
Yeah.
Just wow on that,
Yeah.
right? I mean, and we all agree, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's insane that the triplicate form was actually better, more
Better,
efficient
way better.
than what we're dealing with today. Maybe AI could finally help us with some of this.
Yeah.
Right, well,
I-
Yeah, sorry.
And I think too, when it comes to cost, I know we did put this in here, about additional time, hourly rate of pay, and there's a cost there, but that cost versus what? I mean, are there other things then that maybe, is it more cost effective to bring back those assistants? Is it more cost effective to be in non-compliance? Is it more cost effective for other programs? I mean, something has to give, which I think we've raised that alarm loud and clear.
No, and we recognize that and the challenges certainly with some of the technology around it and how it's created more work rather than maybe less work that it did with the paper. And want you to know that district staff too are committed to trying to improve that because we hear it. Also, in previous years, obviously I've agreed to economic proposals around additional supplements related to the work of our folks at centers and ESC staff and personnel. So we're not talking about money today, but we definitely hear you, and perhaps we can come to something, even if it might not be an hourly rate of pay.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let's see, 3.2.7. Department heads and subject area leaders or any certified volunteers who provide updated lesson plans and grades for classes with a vacant instructor will receive $1,000 supplement per vacancy. Each semester that they provide the services, the supplement may be prorated based on the length of the service of the employee. So we did look to determine, we used the data from this past year for our vacancies, just to see, we actually just looked at our total number of vacancies now, which is around 450 at the time that this was pulled, and just estimated for us again that this would be like a little over $1.1 million potentially. So again, is that where we want to utilize budget to go towards that sort of a additional supplement versus maybe some other
What's the cost if those vacancies were filled?
more than that?
Right.
And we do understand that piece of it, but obviously too, we anticipate having some vacancies, right, in our budget. And so we don't anticipate 100% fill rate. So when we make that budget, it's not based off of all of those, plus then also having to budget for the 1.1 million.
I think I would add to that. That it's really important that in place of those vacancies, so our students are still in those classrooms and substitutes are in there as well. And if they don't have any type of direction, I personally know some substitutes where they go into classrooms, they don't know what to do. Some of them probably don't even know how to teach whatever the class is. And so if they don't have anything to go by, that's a disadvantage to our students.
Not only that, then you got substitutes in classrooms that refuse to work. So then therefore we're forced to pick up the slack for those substitutes. While we're still doing like IET and STI forms, and community forms, academic forms, IEP forms. So there's that problem there.
And currently, what should be happening, obviously, is department heads, subject area leaders, team leaders, those folks are receiving a supplement, and oftentimes those duties based off those job descriptions fall within them. But I think what I'm hearing is that just due to the volume of vacancies, right? That's why that additional task is there.
Yeah, because it's like they have to do that and still their regular job, which they're supplemented for. So yeah, and I think I just want to go back to Rob's point about like if the estimate for $1,000 supplement for 405 or 450 vacancies, I mean, if we're budgeting for those positions to be filled, as they get filled, mean, that'd probably be what, over $20 million. So ideal, it wouldn't be budget for the vacancies and the supplement. You've got the money budgeted, I would imagine, because we were planning to fill those. And then as you fill them, you're not paying the supplement. So anyway.
I saw it down there first, and we can move.
Yes, and team leader, of course, you're gonna help out a friend, once in a while, fine, but I think planning is the big, because I had a friend out on medical leave, I was providing lesson plans every single day to the that she had. And our coaches, when we had April, actually, 2 full-time subs, they were providing daily lesson plans to sub, so she, that's additional work, yes. Still, that's additional work, and then now that they had to go and prepare all that stuff.
I didn't want to talk on high school level. The department head of science at my school at one point was covering 4 other teachers because there was nobody coming to get those vacancies. So they were covering 1 for 2 months. They were doing 1 on and off because one had FMLA medical. So they are doing that department head supplement is not to do necessarily that work. They have to do all that inventory. They have to do all the other jobs that they are being put on. And then, yes, you can do that, but is that the right thing to do for those people that are already having to do all of the lesson plan and all of the work? It is astronomical amount of work.
So my other thing too is it's been denied by the district that at centers, that we're not considered department heads because we don't have a big school. And I find that discrimination personal, because just because I don't have 50 teachers under my belt, I'm carrying a caseload of 7 classes. I'm responsible to make sure that things get done within my department. And I just because I don't have the amount of faculty that a regular school would have, we shouldn't be denied that.
Travis?
And I would just point out, because it happened in our school with vacancies, that I am making plans to teach my class that happens to be the same thing about vacancies. I can't just give them my plans. It doesn't work that way. I have to do my plans, but then I have to do, okay, I need to make plans that subs can do, which takes significantly more time than the amount of plans it takes to make. Like, if I plan just for a sick day, take an 8-hour day off, it takes me more than 8 hours to plan that. To plan the day myself, I can probably spend a half an hour to get myself ready to be here, which is not said. But again, you're asking me to do a lot of extra work for vacancies, because it's more than just making simple, okay, just have them do this. It's a lot involved.
All right.
We understand finite resources, but we clearly our members feel strongly that they're trying to do the best they can for kids when there aren't certified teachers helping those kids. So that's really what we were trying to address here.
And we hear you, and when we get ready to talk about money, maybe there would be an opportunity to discuss how that fits in there. Parent conference day and night, so 3.3.2. If an instructional personnel cannot comply with the afternoon or evening schedule for parent conferences, the employee shall inform the administrator in writing 3 days prior when possible and notify the parents of the students except in the event of an emergency. So that first line we would be in agreement with. It reads,
This should be the instructional personnel.
yeah. Okay. So the instructional personnel, we would want to leave, and the administrator will identify an alternative time for the scheduling of those conferences. We do think that that should be in collaboration, right?
Okay.
Of when that would be held, within 2 weeks. That's mutually agreeable to both parties. The which may be virtual. Again, before we start agreeing to virtual language, what do you want to recognize? We know that this is sometimes happening at sites because that right now it's mutually agreeable, right? And so we believe there's an avenue for that potentially that does happen. So we would not be in agreement at this time to add the virtual piece in here. But the other parts of that prior to with those small notations, I can read back through that. And then it goes on to say, in the event that an employee who has missed their school's conference event cannot or does not schedule alternative conference opportunities, the employee shall report to work on the day that is designated as parent or yeah, parent conference day on the work schedule. Or use up to 6 hours of comp sick personal leave. If a campus is closed for conference day, the teacher cannot be docked sick personal or comp time. The concern is that if we start utilizing comp time for conference night, that conference night would potentially become an opt-out, right?
Mhm.
And so
And that's not the spirit of what we're trying to do.
Agree. We don't think that that's the intent of it. It's truly to give people an option, right?
Yep.
But the concern is that you're being paid for that. Other employees are being paid for that day because they went to this event that was beyond the work day. And so now to have an employee utilizing comp time when other employees are required to show for an event just seems like that's inequitable.
Gotcha.
Okay. So you want to come back to that or agree to?
So what I
parts of it?
hear is there's parts of this were good, parts would be a no. Yeah, like I hear you. So instructional, we're good with changing teacher to instructional personnel. Informing the administrator within 3 days prior to whenever possible. Notify the parents, of course. If they have an emergency, we're all good there. The teacher, you want to keep, and the administrator will identify. I don't think it should be a temp.
I agree.
They should. Identify an alternative time for these conferences within 2 weeks. And what I hear is keeping and is mutual agreeable to both parties.
Right.
And then the virtual part, even though we are allowing that happen, you don't want to put it in language. Because I think, I mean, I know I could be wrong and maybe it's changed, but I think in some cases, you know, if I can't be at conference night and I've worked with my administrator and hey, I've actually made contact with all these parents by phone, by Zoom, by Teams, you know, I've actually accomplished all of this throughout many days. Okay. So I guess more if we're not able to do virtual now, like any thoughts on that? Like what are the concerns or what could make it possible here or why not? I guess just give me a little bit more so we can understand.
Yes, and similar to earlier when we talked about virtual as potentially an option on the teacher workday, we just those are big shifts for us. So you're putting that into contract language at this time. And so ironing out what the agreement is around folks who miss the conference day is the first part. And making that a mutual agreeable decision between the principal and the employee allows for flexibility on that.
Okay. And then moving on to in the event an employee who missed their school's conference event cannot or does not schedule alternative conference opportunity, that employee shall report to work. You know, I think it's kind of already saying that it's not available. They shall report to work on the day that is designated as the parent conference day on the work schedule, which we talked about earlier. That day that's designated as the teacher conference day. No to using sick or comp or personal leave, which we understand your rationale. And how about the last sentence? If a campus is closed, like if that site is actually closed, then the teacher would not be docked, I guess, you know, because I think that's where that came from. Like, okay, I can't make it up. Well, you got to report on this day, but actually that school is actually legitimately closed on that day. So the teacher or the employee can't go make it up on that day.
And the employee should always have the opportunity to make it up. I mean, they shouldn't be forced into taking sick time or personal time. We would not support that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And reporting to their site, we think is important too, because what we're finding is that like, you know, you missed it and now your site, their school site is closed. And I can't imagine why one school site would be closed and another one be open on those days, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can, either an administrator is just going to be out or going to take a
Someone
personal day as well, right?
Yeah.
So, but now they're being asked to report to a site they're not even familiar with. That just seems punitive too. So, I mean, that's what we're trying to clarify here, right? It seems silly.
No, an employee should not be forced to use time because the site is closed.
Right.
Yeah,
But like,
yeah, they
again,
shouldn't be forced to report to a different.
it seems odd, right? But
Agreed.
yeah, so I don't know.
I think that's the thing. The language is saying that they have to report to work on that day.
So we need a
Then what
provision
happens
that
if
says
what happens if it's
closed?
not? Yeah.
Okay.
And I think where we're going at is the administrator and the employee should work it out.
Yeah, we
I mean,
do.
that's the
We
goal.
agree, yeah.
So, okay. We'll work on that.
All right, 3.4, duties and class coverage.
Mhm.
All right, 3.4.1, duties shall be defined as non-teaching, supervisory, or operational responsibility assigned to instructional personnel to ensure student safety or campus operations and compliance with school and district procedures. These duties shall be for no longer than one 15-minute increment in a workday for one semester. Duties which cannot be accomplished in 15 minutes or less or in one semester, such as breakfast in the classroom, require a 2/3 approval vote of the faculty by secret ballot election for the school improvement plan waiver, and such SIP waiver shall include compensatory provisions for affected bargaining unit members or any appropriate differentiation for elementary and middle school instructional personnel at K-8. I think that last sentence could potentially go.
Yeah, I think one of our team members helped write that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is where we're trying to get into this, so we talked about earlier, like, what is a duty, what does that really mean? And just being really clear that, I've got to report for duty. Sometimes that means I got to get to work because I got to go teach. But are we being very, very clear about duties are these extra things? I mean, not that they're not important, but that there is some differentiation there.
So if we finalize 3.1 regarding what the SIP waiver shall include, right, then I think we could iron out that last sentence. Maybe that's the B, but the rest of it, we would agree right now the way that reads.
Okay, very
helps
good.
to identify.
Yay. This was a big one, so I'm happy. I'm actually happy to hear that. So we'll just kind of highlight that last portion somehow. Actually, I will literally highlight it to somehow relate that back to 3.1. Such SIP waiver shall include compensation provisions, appropriate differentiation for. Got it. Okay.
Gotcha. 3.4.1, the principal or principal designee may assign these duties necessary for the safety of students within the workday. These duties shall be reasonable, shall be distributed equitably, shall not interfere with the contractually protected planning time, and shall be posted. The faculty steering committee will provide input in the development and maintenance of the coverage rotation schedule based on anticipated teacher absences and the availability of teachers who volunteer to provide coverage during their planning time for compensation in accordance with 3.5.4, and a priority list of teachers that want to volunteer to cover classes more frequently can be created and utilized. So on the first part of this, assign these duties, obviously we'd agree with that. These duties shall be reasonable, shall be distributed equitably, and shall not interfere with contractually protected planning time, and shall be posted. So duties do sometimes though fall in a teacher's planning time if that's the duty that the teacher selects, right? So like I may be a teacher that doesn't want before school or after school duty, but I'm willing to give up some of my planning time to do hallway sweeps, something like tardy sweeps, something like that. So yeah, I think we have language in here that ensures that duties are not assigned during your planning time. And that if your planning time is utilized for some reason, you're compensated for that, like you're covering a class or so forth.
Yeah, which I think is, we're just reinforcing it here because it's saying, that, the steering committee comes up with that, which I think is later or already there, but it is allowing for that rotation schedule based on anticipated employee absence or instructional employee absence, availability of teachers who volunteer to provide coverage during their planning for compensation in accordance with 3.5.4, which is probably what you're talking about, where in the event it's necessary to assign a teacher, right now it says a teacher substitute during their planning time, and then it talks about all that. So it's just trying to tie that together. So I highlighted 3.5.4 on the next page.
But this was all new language here. The blue, right, the 3.5.4.
It would be a new 3.5. So I think it's the current 3.4.6. We turn to the next page. In the event that it's necessary to assign on page 22, that's what it would be pointing to. In the event that it is necessary to assign instructional personnel substitute during their duty during their planning period. I think that's what we're pointing to. Because I think that's what you're talking about when you're talking about there's already language that exists about employees that volunteer to be compensated.
Right, the part that I didn't find that previously existed though is that the faculty steering committee will provide input in the development and maintenance of the coverage rotation schedule based on anticipated teacher absences and the availability of teachers who volunteer to provide coverage during their planning period. I didn't see that part previously in the language. I thought
Yeah.
all of that was new.
Yeah, and I think that's in our steering committee language.
Right.
There is a section there about their specific responsibilities, and we talked about,
The concern that
Yeah.
we had with that is that's really getting into an administrative function.
okay,
In terms of developing that duty roster and determining what the duty assignments are. And so leaving that with admin, now we, a priority list of teachers that want to volunteer to cover classes, although I thought that was already in a different part.
okay, well, we're open on that. There may have been some discussion about it too, about the steering committee, because I thought we did put it in, but
Okay, and we'll get to that and maybe it's.
yeah. Okay,
All right.
but if otherwise, if it wasn't, the steering committee piece was not there, would we be good otherwise? I mean.
So the development and the maintenance of the coverage rotation schedule based on anticipated teacher absences and availability of teachers. So the administrator though would be the one to develop that.
Right.
And then usually works with a support staff member to track those things, how those rotation schedules work.
Okay.
So we wouldn't, and again, the flexibility around that as it changes with vacancies and all of that, like bringing that back to steering committee each time would just interfere in the workflow of that. And, number of people who are out on any given day changes. And a lot of those decisions are made right before school starts. You can have the best laid plans for a rotation schedule that blows up.
That, not sure how many schools do or do not, but I think the most important piece is having it posted so that everyone on the school site would know who should be at this lunch duty, because I think that's a big part of it is that, teachers are going to drop off students and somebody is missing and nobody knows, other than, like you said, maybe, whoever works with the principal. So then it goes into now I'm telling on my colleagues if I don't see them in the cafeteria and those kind of things. So I think that working with the faculty steering committee would provide some assistance, because there may be staff out there that want to volunteer for it, but because they are not on this schedule at all, because they were never thought about to be on that schedule, that could be somebody that steps in. Because I don't know if that I'm very familiar that with a call on the walkie saying, hey, we need some help in the cafeteria, and come find out. So then you got 3 or 4 people that actually are available and they are running, and some that's not available, but everybody is concerned on the safety of the students. So I think that if it was a few more hands in it, or a couple of backup plans and having volunteers available, and let alone just having it posted, because it could have been that I could have just called that staff member and maybe they were in an IEP meeting and that's why they didn't make it. And so we already have the alternative plan for that versus just no coverage at all.
I don't think any of those are bad suggestions. I can start there. But I do think, yes, posting it, sharing it, disseminating it, whether it's on Teams or, I don't know where people post those now, but I'm familiar with always sending it out electronically, start of the school year, second semester, because it all changes. And then having backups can be a challenge, right? Because usually every person is utilized on that rotation schedule for not rotation schedule, but for the duties. Having a rotation schedule for class coverage, definitely. And there's another provision, I think, that talks about staff being able to determine if they want to do coverage versus splitting students up. So I just wouldn't want to get into a contradictory place again, because I know we have so many of those in here.
Yeah, and that's what we were really trying to do by referencing, like making sure like this is connected to steering committee, this is connected to this is connected to what we just said prior, 3.4.1, because yeah.
Yeah, so for now, we wouldn't be in agreement to put it with steering committee.
Okay.
But to leave the first part, that assign these duties necessary for the safety of students within the workday. And the last part, a priority list of teachers that want to volunteer to cover classes, but is that really part of duties?
Yeah, that would be under class coverage.
Yeah, that part should really go under coverage, I think, than duties, so.
Yes, because we were trying to be very explicit about class coverage versus duties. Gotcha. And we may have it in there.
The part that's scratched out in red there or lined out.
Yeah,
that's because
it's actually in that new 3.4.1 where it talks about require the 2/3 vote. And we struck the secondary teachers may be assigned at 15 minutes, which is already defined in 3.4.1.
Okay.
So. Okay. That's probably why you were like, this is right, because here we just moved it to be as part, because I think when we were looking at it as this, it was like, hey, we need to have the definition first and then get into the other things.
Okay.
I think 3.41 is specifically talking about duties, because we go into class coverage at 3.5.
Yeah.
And so, having that priority list of teachers that want to volunteer kind of goes back to for duties as well, because I may want to volunteer to do that duty during my planning time, because I am on a planning time, but I was considered for that duty because my principal was protecting my planning time. So if I had a list of volunteers to choose from as an administrator, then I would know who to put into place whenever.
Yeah. So maybe in that last sentence, instead of a priority list for employees who want to volunteer to cover duties more frequently, maybe that's what we just put there, can be created. So rather than cover classes, because that's probably later in class coverage. Yeah. But that is what we're getting at, to try to provide that, prioritize voluntary participation for paid coverage during planning periods before involuntary assignments are made. Yeah, we know there needs to be that rotation, but hey, if Tracy's ready to volunteer every time. So, okay. So we just need some wordsmithing. All right.
All right. Going down to 3.4.3, instructional personnel shall not be assigned office duties except as voluntary duty or in case of emergency. Defined as unforeseen and unavoidable circumstances requiring immediate attention to ensure student and staff safety or maintain school operations. An emergency provision shall not be used to circumvent contractual rights. We agree with the intent. I still think this is open to as much subjectivity, because the principal says it's an emergency, somebody says it's not.
Right.
You play my game again.
That's why we're trying to define it as something that's unforeseen and unavoidable.
Right.
That's why it's like we're trying to be clear about, if we know that it's unforeseen and unavoidable, I think that's really what it gets to. It's like, if we know it's coming and we know we have a bunch of vacancies and we know that that's not an emergency, it is definitely a safety concern. It is a priority, but is that a true emergency? And because that's where this is coming from. It's coming from, well, the principal says it's emergency, so it is, because we didn't have a plan. So yeah, you'll see in a bunch of places where we have emergency, and that's why in some places we're trying to just be really explicit that it's unforeseen and unavoidable, that must be immediately attended to ensure safety and maintain operations. Again, I keep pointing to the fire, to the, the water main broke, or, something that was like, whoa, today our internet was down, and maybe that's not an emergency though. I don't know, but maybe it is. So I think it's where we're really trying to draw that line in the sand is that it's things that we know, because as you've heard, and much of our conversation is about workload, that because we already know, we know the technology is not supporting, it's making it harder. We know we don't have enough people, so now this is becoming an emergency, so that's our goal. And we're open to defining that, whatever works, but anyway.
Yeah, we'll come back to it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, 3.4.4, so the term other duties as assigned shall mean occasional non-recurring tasks that are reasonably related to the instructional personnel's job description and within the skills and certification required for the position. And then it goes on again to outline more. We are not in agreement to start embedding job description information in the contract. I do have a counter to something else that talks about job descriptions, or maybe it's this one. Hold on.
Okay.
It's getting late today.
I know, it's good.
Yeah.
And we can, if we can get, maybe get to a point if we want to take a break.
Actually, I think it's in 6.9, so when we get there. So we can hold it. I think that's where there was a lot of language.
9 job description.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the other duties as assigned, it is a contractual bargaining issue. Job descriptions are subject to bargaining. And this just comes up. I think it relates to a lot of different employees. A lot of what we heard is related to media specialists. And I think it is helpful unless we want to put it into job descriptions, what does other duties as assigned mean? But I think when we look across labor case law, that is what is used, that it's occasional, it's non-recurring, it has to be, we're not asking, unless we are explicitly saying, in some cases that an instructional teacher can go mow the yard, but we have what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's what we're trying to get at, that like it's within your skill set, it's related to your job. So.
Got it. We hear what you're saying, and I will say, I get calls in my office all the time about other duty that's assigned, and so that is what we share, is it should be related to the work that the employee does. Obviously, emergency situations are different. Sometimes somebody may be asked to cover something that would be outside of the scope of that, right? Correct.
Yeah, you had your special duty during I remember the green flip book, like you knew what your duty was, but yeah, anyway. Okay. It's occasional, non-recurring in that case. So.
All right. So if we go to 3.5, now we would be in class coverage. Class coverage shall be defined as regular workday responsibilities of the instructional personnel. 3.5.2 it would become. Every effort will be made to secure a substitute teacher, as opposed to a substitute teacher shall be secured for all personnel who is absent. No one has the ability to secure one, right? The person has to volunteer, sign up to do the job and show up to work. So I don't know that we would change it to shall be secured. We would leave it as it is.
Right.
Who is absent from their regular workday responsibilities. It also says they're instructional personnel, and we don't get substitutes for all instructional personnel. So in that one, we would need to keep it as teacher.
Okay. To be clear, we were intending to get subs for those folks, because what ends up happening is when those folks are out, then they have to get coverage, right? There's no sub, and then somebody at the site has to fill in for them. So.
Give me an example of who you're talking about, or what type of position?
I don't know right now at the top of my head, but it is.
But I'm just thinking the reading coach, the speech language pathologist, the RTI resource teacher, like we would not be in a position to get subs for folks that are outside of the classroom.
Okay.
So if we were to work through this one, it would be every effort would be made to secure a substitute teacher for a teacher, classroom teacher, who is absent from their regular, well, from the workday, for purposes of coverage under this section, only a teacher assigned to a field trip or other duty away from their assigned classroom shall be considered absent from their regular workday responsibilities.
Yeah, so what we're finding is, so if there is a teacher who's assigned to go on a field trip, well, they're not actually absent, so we're not getting a sub. So if there's that instructional personnel who's assigned, so maybe it is a resource person and they're gone, and now who's having to sub for them and make up those duties. So I don't know if there's someone here who can help with this one. I forget which contract team this came from. So, again, the note here, instructional personnel are being required to cover while the absent employee is on campus doing something else. And then an argument is used to withhold pay or comp time from the employee providing coverage because there really actually wasn't a sub. So that's what the needle we're trying to thread here, that, well, they're actually not absent. Well, but they're doing something else. So, but now I have to cover for them, and you don't get, there wasn't actually a sub, so now you're not eligible for that. Yes.
There's two instances that I can
Okay.
give you.
Go for it.
One is whoever decides the planning of sports will put a golf match right at the end of the day, and then so I don't get qualified as a sub, even though I now have to cover that class because they're doing work that's not there. So that they want to just do comp time. Or in the second instance, you guys, the district, have pulled department heads out of their classrooms to do your, I don't know, however frequently it is. But in that instance too, I've been called and said, hey, do you, we need you to cover. And okay, go ahead and set up my pay. Oh no, this only qualifies for comp time. No, that is not true. Either you're going to pay me or you are going to find somebody else. So they are telling us they can't. That is an absence. That teacher is being pulled by the district. The district needs to prepare themselves and set aside money to pay the teachers that are having to do extra work.
Yeah. So that's where it's all coming from. I know it's some nuance, but
Mackenzie as well.
oh, sorry, Mackenzie.
Ask sub for classroom teacher, and I'm assessed to go, and my kid. Yes.
And I will say that there are opportunities for a site that can afford to be able to purchase those subs to cover if a teacher's going on a field trip and we need a substitute. So we do allow sites to make that decision if they have, and sometimes they utilize Title I funds to be able to cover some of those when folks are going to trainings and so forth. But you're correct, district-wide, no, if somebody is not truly absent from work that day, meaning I put in sick or personal time, then we would not do the teacher as sub pay.
Well, what about in the case that Carissa brought up is like you're calling the department heads to have a meeting? Aren't they given a sub for the day there from the district?
And I
And
think
then-
I have a hearing, yes.
Right? The answer is no.
They are
I'm
not
saying yes. I'm saying yes.
Okay.
Wow.
You know,
Saying yes.
I think that this is coming from, when teachers are pulled from their classroom because the parents specifically said they want a 1 p.m. meeting. They have no choice but to come out of the classroom. So I guess the two instances on that is that no one's there to cover the class, or in majority of the cases, the parent is there to cover. So they're like, nobody gets paid for it all. It's just like, hey, watch them while I take care of this IP meeting.
And then I would just like to add that this coming year, almost every grade level will be going on field trips because of the millage. There'll be a project with that. So the idea of addressing this now is probably a good idea. How this will be handled in schools, because third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. Go ahead, what do we got? First through eighth, right? Okay. I know.
I'm remembering the chart.
I can't.
Is that right? Okay.
K through eight, okay.
In most cases, if you're the classroom teacher and you're going on a field trip, I would
Yeah.
assume your students are going
Right,
with you, right?
right,
So,
sure.
but some students get held back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's always students who can't want to go.
Don't go.
or-
Yeah.
Right.
So there's always students who stay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. that's right.
Yeah, so hopefully you see where we're coming from. We may have fumbled, how to communicate it in language. That's always the fun part about contract language. But that is, hopefully you've got enough examples here to kind of understand what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
What's being pulled and all these,
So we would leave the language as is,
okay?
and then perhaps look at other avenues to address what some of those concerns might be. If it's around the upcoming expectations around field trips, what would sub availability be like? I would just say there's so many nuances to each site, how they, in each level of how they, when somebody gets called to a parent meeting, as a high school principal, absolutely not. You're not going to do that when a teacher has class time, right? But that was the expectation there. It may be different at a different level. So it would be very difficult for us to budget for something that every time somebody is called out of a classroom, there's an expectation to pay some sort of a supplement. And it could also be taken advantage of, right? It could be like, oh, you'll get money, so I'm going to go do this and you can cover my class. So, I mean, there's just opportunities for that. So
Yeah.
there has to be some sort of parameters around it.
Yeah, and I think that's, by putting a money piece to it, it's to help. I mean, it is essentially what happened with comp time with our support staff. They were utilize, and then when it was like, well, now there's a monetary, we figured out a way, and then I think this may be an unintended consequence of that too, that we then, and then who gets the short end of the stick? And then we still continue, I think then there's an incentive on the other side, well, we can pull them because it's not gonna cost, so. Yeah, I'm interested to hear, leave it as is and look for other ways to answer it. I'm interested what that could be, so.
Well, and I mean, comp time isn't necessarily something that people like is a motivator.
Yeah.
And, but, I'm trying to work.
You got it.
I'm on summer break. But I will say, somewhat related to this is, having staff come to like IEP meetings and things like that. Thankfully, typically in my schools, I don't have an issue with that. But I've heard from other psychologists where they have a hard time getting teachers like to come during their planning time. We'll give you comp time. Well, they don't want to give up their planning time, or they don't want the comp time, so they refuse to go to the IEP meeting. But you have to have a general education teacher at the meeting, so it causes a lot, of issues. Right? We want to have the meetings during the school day, not on our time after school, or they're not going to come to that either, or stay. So it's an issue. Trying to what can we do to motivate them, or who can say this is part of your job, this is your student, you are required to be there. We need somebody to tell them that they are required to be there. Not me. Somebody, right? There's a law, but you have to have somebody to tell. I mean,
Right.
I can tell them
Somebody
there's a
has to
law. They
enforce
can
it.
say, okay, not too much of a
All right.
All right, so with all of that conversation, I mean, maybe something related to field trips through the village, maybe there's an opportunity there to provide some sort of compensation. And then looking at some of the other issues around IEP meetings, people being pulled into those and so forth. Is there something that can be done to provide this compensation? That's what I hear.
Okay,
Right.
yep.
Okay. All right. 3.5.3, looks like it was just adding in there.
It was just a highlight.
Yeah.
If we ended up changing, we just
Gotcha.
placeholder.
Okay. 3.5.4, so in the event that it's necessary to assign instructional personnel substitute duty during their planning period. And that one would go back to the conversation we had earlier that not all instructional personnel by design of their job description have a designated planning period, so we want to leave that as teacher as is. And then the teacher shall choose to be compensated either by compensatory time or by their hourly rate of pay. We did run numbers on that, looking at the, looked at the actual hours that were submitted from this past year to determine if that was changed from the $20 an hour to what the average teacher salary or average teacher hourly rate is, and then also with fringe. And that came up to an estimated $213,835. We also would anticipate that probably many more people would choose this option if it were at their hourly rate of pay as well. So there would be some increased costs related to that also. So for right now, we would leave the language as is. It goes on to say that the, in accordance with 3.5.2, the priority list of instructional personnel who want to volunteer to cover classes more frequently will be utilized. I don't, is that, did you read that in 3.5?
Yeah, it would be the new 3.5, which is above, right? Which is the old 3.4.4.
Right. So yes,
it wouldn't be there if you kept the.
You're right. I was referring to where we added it to the duties part of the priority list.
Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, we would be open to adding that line in there of having a priority list we want to cover. And then involuntary assignments shall be made on a rotating basis to include all instructional personnel, shall also be posted and distributed to all impacted employees. Excluding emergencies, instructional staff will be notified of any coverage assignment in advance of their missed planning period. So if somebody's absent and there's no coverage that day, that notification would happen in the morning. And so that's when you would know that you're going to miss your planning period time. I'm just not reading into that what problem there that we were trying to solve.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just as simple as that.
I believe, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I believe that, John, the person who is commenting on this, there's been cases where the teachers are being notified when their planning period starts. That instead of notifying in the morning when you know the teacher's out, they're not, they're waiting till that many time and coming and go, we should go cover it from 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
that happens. I just don't know that that's avoidable always. And so my question would be, if that happens, what other option is there? Because the class has to be covered, right? And
But I think it does cover, it says excluding emergencies. I've had them call me up and say, hey, the sub is running late and can you just go cover that class? That's an emergency in my definition of that. They couldn't have seen that was gonna happen. I can go do that. That's permissible. Otherwise, they're doing it before my classes start. So I can make sure that
like as soon as you know.
I think that's how I read that.
Unforeseen, unplanned, unforeseen.
So if there were language that said that teachers should be notified at the start of the day, except in unforeseen, but my concern is, let's just say somebody drops the ball, right? The clerical staff member who normally is the person that puts that out, has an angry parent, whatever, classes start, forgot to say, hey, now we just don't cover that class, that period. I mean, they're
I'm so sorry. I was on a phone call and I missed my chance to talk to you.
Gotcha.
You got it.
Okay. I appreciate your cooperation.
I told everybody would be that way.
Because nobody's gonna tell Ms. Lane no. You know that.
Not today.
There you go. Well, yeah, and I think a lot of this is to just put those we've got language in here in other places where this is the expectation, this is the effort, that's what we're trying to get to, that like, let's be mindful of these specific things to do it. And it's not that nobody is doing it willfully or maliciously, but it is important that people know.
And then striking the schools may elect to rotate within departments, except in those departments with fewer than 10 members. Small departments shall be joined together for purposes of involuntary substitute assignments. You know, may elect, I think allows then that flexibility for schools and departments that want to do it, but it's not forcing anyone to do it. So would not be an agreement to take that option out of there.
Okay, so, yeah, it says schools may elect to rotate within departments, except in those departments with fewer than 10 members. Small departments shall be joined together. So I think what the note is here from the high school committee is important to the group to remove the option to rotate by department, because this inequitably affects certain people more frequently in departments that may have a vacancy, for example. And the change is to allow for a list of teachers who want to cover be developed so they can choose to cover. So again, prioritizing voluntary, and then again, any employee while working should be paid hourly. I think, I don't know, Krista can probably talk to this one too, you know, just, yeah, everything is about voluntary, but if we're saying these people don't get that, they have to apply to this.
Yes, and that's happened, and you could go less than 10, so we have 12 in our math department. English has 20 something in their department, so they're getting called a lot less than what I'm having to do in my school, which is not my choice. Like, I didn't get to choose that. My school decided to do that if they were going to do that. So some administration decision shows that, even without maybe talking to teachers. So I might be going ahead of it, and sorry, but my thought is that could be something decided with the steering committee of how our school wants to provide those. Because again, what is happening is if it's when it has been done by departments, it has been science. Those people would have been constantly just missing because there wasn't always a sub for these long-term vacancies.
Yeah.
So it's May, but it's who's decided. So I get the.
Yeah. So because I think the language there was to try to do that, right? To take these smaller departments, to join them in with others, so that didn't happen. But what we're trying to do with the rest of the language is set that up where it's voluntary, so we wouldn't even need that. But
when you say voluntary, explain what you mean by that.
Well, like this rotation for those that want to choose to cover more frequently.
Maybe they're not in the rotation at all because they were not included in the rotation at all. So you have some people that don't have a duty at all year long, but they would have done it had you asked them or said that they could volunteer to do it.
With the class coverage though, and this departments, again, thinking about the role of that department head plays in that too, is allows for understanding of the department. You rotate it through there. The smaller ones, you need enough people, is my understanding of why that existed, because then it didn't fall on just these 3 people in this small fine arts department, let's just say, to be rotating, to just have a school-wide rotation of, I think of our largest high schools, for example. I mean, that's 130 to 170 teachers, that trying to break that down into departments to make it more manageable for rotation schedules. We would propose leaving that there.
Okay. We'll talk with the team about that. Yeah.
Okay. All right, 3.5.5, non-site based district level employees who receive the millage supplements would provide a minimum of 1 day of substitute teaching coverage per quarter. We're not in agreement on that.
Substitute.
Yeah, we do know that people come out and do it, but to put that in there for every quarter would disrupt to those departments' functionality.
Are you open to the cadence, meaning maybe once a year, or again?
So I want to clarify a few things that we
Sure.
do, like as cabinet members, we all have schools assigned so that our schools have touch points other than just their regional superintendent. And so I map out my schedule of where, because it's all over the county, and we know we're a large county, as we've been talking about. And so that is the expectation of our superintendent, that we are out and about in schools and supporting schools. Now, I'm gonna tell you, the region superintendents, they're in schools all the time. So like, I know you just have some examples of, and yourselves included. I see union leaders, listed on there as well. So that was noted and we discussed that. But I want everyone to know that we're out there supporting the schools, covering in a class, and we have an emergency that requires district staff to respond, puts us, and it never fails. Things always happen when the principal's not on campus.
Right.
Type of scenarios. So I'm, happy to talk about, I even discussed it with the cabinet as far as, us being out to our school assignments and things that we work on of what we could, possibly do to have that look. But we try to be in classrooms and on campuses.
And I know how Van feels about that, right? But what we're trying to specifically target here is a cost saving measure and a perspective measure, right? I mean, we all lose that when we're out of the classroom. I visit schools all the time, but I'm not covering Carissa's class, or someone else's class. I'm not doing that. And I think that would help. I don't know how much we would save in a given year doing this. If we did it 4 times a year, it'd be a lot more than 1 a year. But anyway, that's what I'm going for. That's what I'm asking for. Rob kind of crowbarred this in here because I love this idea of everybody spending time, more real time with students, because I think that helps everybody understand the challenges that everybody in this room sees every day.
I thoroughly enjoyed the multiple times I covered for Heidi Glick.
And I don't see, I know there's not real resistance here, but I think that maybe we should take another look at this again. That's all, in some way.
Yeah, and let's talk about that a
Yeah.
little bit more.
So moving to 3.5.1, compensatory time. So we're not in agreement to strike what currently exists there, which then impacts the other language. I'll work through that. That breaks out more language around comp time utilization. So our recommendation would be to leave that. And then for comp time eligibility, 3.4 and 3.6, is that just, those are highlighted, and so the highlights mean just what it's connected to?
I think, let me see here, the reason we highlighted them, because what we did with duties and class coverage is we actually changed numbering. So again, they're just kind of placeholders that like, if we're agreeing back in, gosh, where is it now? 3.4, duties and class coverage, 3.4.1, then we were gonna renumber we'd have a new 3.5, and this would be a 3.6. So it was just a hold if we do some of these other things where we're adding new language, that we would just have to make sure we're mindful of that, because that happens a lot. We've added a new article and then we forgot to update it somewhere else where actually now it's 25 versus 27 or whatever. So those are just highlighted the hold if we change.
Okay.
Because we've added a new heading here for eligibility, notice of intent to use, all that kind of stuff.
So 3.5.2, changing when teachers to instructional personnel are required to use their planning time to score the work. Again, it goes back to that conversation just about not all instructional personnel have planning time, so we would leave that as teachers.
Okay. I just want to be clear. So other instructional personnel, they have planning time, but what you've said is it's flexible. So do they have planning time, or are there instructional personnel that really legitimately do not get any planning time in a day? So, or is it just because it's flexible, meaning?
Some resource teachers, for instance, have a lot of flexibility with their schedule. They maybe work with their principal, they develop, and that can even change from time to time, right? I think up to some of our student services employees, they have a lot. Some have flexibility, some that are not tied specifically to rosters and times to be with kids. So it's just not uniform.
Right. Is it not, but is it that they don't have planning time, or is it that it's not a set like time in their schedule? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. That like, I hear what you're saying, they can move around and be flexible, where a teacher, a traditional classroom teacher, they have a fixed time in their day where their planning time is. But is it truly that those other student services folks, they have no planning time?
It would
They
depend.
do have planning time, but
Yeah.
it's just,
It would depend how
wherever
they
they
carve out
schedule.
their day, right?
Right,
Because if
okay.
I'm a counselor, let's just say, it's the
Mhm.
time of the year where we're doing scheduling and programming.
but I think that's what we're getting at, that if the movement of these folks and a lot of these places where we're trying to protect planning time is such that because I have to cover this, even with the flexibility of where I still have to do all my other duties, so essentially I really didn't get planning time in the day. But if we really are saying that there are instructional unit employees, no, they legitimately have no planning time because of all of these things. So I think that's where we're coming from with all of these things around planning time for all instructional personnel is they should too also have planning time, understanding that it may move, but if they've been given so much extra things to do that literally they have no time or flexibility because they've got to do all their other duties. So I just, I heard what you were saying before about, oh, they have flexibility so they can move their planning time, but now that's why I want to be clear, like, are there people that really don't get planning time at all in a day?
Well, and there's some who could actually carve out 3 or 4
Mhm.
hours one day, right? Like I'm working on getting ready for student presentations, let's just say. And so I'm going to block out a period of time that I'm not going to be available for parents, unless there's an emergency.
Mhm.
And then, I think to the instructional coaches, that sort of stuff fluctuates a lot. As a student success coach would look very different because they work more with kids as opposed to the adults. And on this one, it says to score the work of students. So I look at that as being like student produced classroom work, based off the intent of this part. I don't,
The rest of the things again.
yeah. Preparation for standardized.
Yeah, I mean, it already says, when teachers are required to use their planning time to score the work of students they do not instruct, such as to gain data points, whereas a preparation for standardized testing, comp time shall be granted. So I don't know what this means.
I always saw that come up when a teacher was out, there was no long-time sub in the classroom, work needed to be graded, and so another teacher was doing it because we needed to update grades, let's just say. And so, the math teacher was just doing it.
Board grades.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm seeing a different perspective of this, and then, I'm seeing outside of that traditional teacher role. I'm seeing a lot of this as we're covering someone else's jobs or duties. So regardless of planning time or not, I know, recently I had someone who was and I thought my group didn't say that, but having to do a lot of that paperwork and work behind that particular person so that I knew that I had done things correctly done. And so, I see that as a part of this particular, I know we listed a couple of instances of what this could look like, but I really feel like this has to do more with covering someone else's job responsibility and making sure that they're completed, whether it is scoring someone's paper, whether it's grading tasks, whether it's, doing an IEP for someone that didn't get done, whether it's whatever it is, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in that perception, but that's kind of what I see is maybe it's not about planning time, it's about doing someone else's job responsibilities to make sure there's coverage.
Right, and then you don't have time to do your own stuff.
Right. Renee?
I mean, I can speak to the having a very flexible schedule because as a media specialist, I don't have like a set planning time because I don't want to close the library with students. But I do have times where there's no kids in the library and I'll do planning and, preparation during that time. But then that's kind of a double-edged sword because then, I'll be told to cover a class because there's no sub and I'm told, well, it's not your planning time, so you don't get comp time. But it's not the point of I'm losing planning.
Right.
I'm using time to do my own job.
Yeah, and that's the point I was trying to make, that it may not be traditional planning in the sense of it's every day during second period, I have planning time. But yeah, because those folks are being pulled so much that they then by nature of their work lose planning time that could have been flexible in their day. So yeah.
I just think the challenge is with teachers, it's very clear what designated planning time is. And so if somebody is asked to do other responsibilities, it, how do you define that that's planning time, right? Like, that's part of your duty that day. But I hear what you're saying. I just don't know if it goes in this spot right here, because this is specific to teachers and around scoring work that they don't instruct. In the contract, I know it does talk about resource teachers, non-classroom teachers who provide coverage, substitute coverage. There's provisions of how many hours and so forth they would earn comp time. So again, we have things in so many different places in here.
Yeah.
But I think what we're trying to aim for is something to provide comp time when an employee or an instructional personnel is performing duties related to outside of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is where we're trying to move our mindset or just conceptually understand that. To your point, when a non-traditional classroom teacher has that fixed time in their day, it's easy to say that like, oh, it's here defined easily on a schedule. But understanding that just by the nature of pulling another instructional employee to cover duties, that's going to impact their planning time. I mean, they're going to still have to accomplish everything they do. And if at that time it happened to be, and because it's flexible, it seems that we're like holding it against them in a way. I know that's not what you mean, but in a way that, well, because it's flexible and again, the case of, well, actually they've got so much flexibility that they can carve out all these hours. I mean, we don't hear that. What we're hearing is we actually don't have enough time to do all that because the expectations are so high that it ends up going outside the workday anyway. So, but yeah, so I think it's just where we're coming from is more of a like understanding and intent of the language that planning time is important no matter if you are a third grade teacher or a school psychologist or an SLP or a history teacher, that planning time is an important part. And because of the nature of the classroom, it's on a schedule because of students, and that flexibility for the others is there for a reason, but yeah.
I don't know if also if it's like taking maybe the term planning time out of like the equation, because like, you know, there can be, let's say, you know, a day where there's like lots of behaviors going on, right? And different classrooms, whatever. So yeah, it might be my job to, you know, help, you know, get, you know, get back into, you know, homeostasis and all that stuff. But if I was planning on doing evaluation for a student who has a lot of absences, I noticed that day he was there, and then I can't do that because I'm helping little Susie, you know, maybe it takes me 2 or 3 hours or whatever, and then the other kid has now gone home. You know, I still have to get all that stuff done in that time frame for the school counselor who goes and goes and goes and is running and doing all that stuff, and then can't prepare for 504 meeting that's happening tomorrow, or maybe she's trying to get it done 3 days ahead of time. You know, it's all that stuff that we're trying to get done. So it's yeah, I can be flexible, but there's sometimes we get pulled for other things that might even be kind of like our job, but it's not, it's still taking away from the other big things that we have to do. So, and I've never thought of like asking for contact for that. I'm just like, oh, that eval gets done next time, you know, when I'm back 3 days from now, if the kid is there, hopefully, you know, because I'm not at school every day, or if that report's gonna get done, you know, tomorrow, because I didn't have time to get it today. So I've never thought of asking for contact for that, but maybe kind of taking like the term, any time out and just coming up, make it so that there are opportunities for some of us who don't have that strength.
Yeah, no, I like that because it's like, you know, where we say when teachers are required to use their planning time or other instructional personnel are required to cover duties, you know, for others, something like that. So, okay.
All right. Sorry. All right. 3.5.3 notice of intent to utilize compensatory time. Instructional personnel should provide advance written notice of their intent to utilize accrued compensatory time through the board's approved electronic time management system, except is in limited circumstances identified in 3.5.5, such notice shall not constitute a request for permission or approval. If the board's approved electronic time management system is unavailable or the accrued comp time has not been input into the system, notice may be submitted by email to the instructional personnel's direct supervisor or designee, and such email shall constitute written documentation of this notice. So first, just want to point out that we wanted to leave the part earlier on 3.5.1. So some of this would be a little contradictory. But we're also not at a point right now where all comp time for instructional staff is in WFM. So, because the directions have been that for support staff, it had to go in there due to the requirements to pay. But that for instructional staff, because that doesn't exist, that we don't put it into WFM. I understand some sites may be doing that, but with old comp time records and so forth, they're not in there. So most sites are still utilizing paper.
As I'm looking at it, the part that's striked out in red, it's strike down because it's referring to 3.53, and I think, the point of this is that, the time is in M4. Teachers are looking for their time to be in M4 as well, that way they can just submit the request to use it. And if we read further down in like 3.54 as well, it does not say, like, we're not striking a red out up top to say that they can use it during instructional time, because it's saying that it can't be used down further, in 3.54. So the intent for this whole section really is to move forward with putting teachers' comp time into the system. The system will only allow them to put, the system itself will only allow you to put comp time in after, well, when students are not there, is what they're saying. And so that has to be, clicked to approve anyways when it comes to payroll. So that is where they're moving forward with this. And then so the only time that you wouldn't do it as an instructional employee, and this will get rid of all the emails and all that back and forth, and hey, my principal wasn't there when I was trying to use it and all these things, because it would be right in the system. The only reason we utilize email is just to, hey, if you were home or something and you had to submit it via email for approval because you were using it in that little time in the beginning of the day, the students are not on campus. So I think the biggest thing is that it's moving instructional comp time to M4. That'll avoid a lot of.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I'm hearing is like, I hear conflicting reports that, well, we can't, but we can, it's just not in. And so that is what we're trying to go for.
And so just to speak to Regina's point, so with support employees, because their comp time is essentially overtime pay, and that has to be outside of their work day.
Right.
That's why their setup is such that you can't enter comp time during a work day, right? Teachers are different than that because they earn comp time by giving up their planning time. It's not about necessarily just beyond the work day. And so I don't know how inputting all of that old comp time would work. I do know there are some sites that started entering it for their teachers as well, and then they've been able to deduct that. My other thought would just be entering all of that would now fall on the secretary for to go back and enter, hundreds of hours for everybody. And so I just don't know logistically, but we can find that out. Like, what would that entail?
It could be uploaded.
Yeah.
The number could be uploaded.
Yeah.
There needs to be some kind of system, because like at my site, it's her word versus hour. It's like, well, no, I know I have this, no, there's no actual, or then if I should leave and go to another school.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, that I hear too much of that, right? That there should be no gatekeeping of this. We're looking for a uniform, transparent way that we're managing and using the comp time. And frankly, I don't think that the district's ready for that. I don't think that the systems that we've been in for and all the things we've been adding and changing, we'd rather go back to the triplicate form. That's what it feels like. And again, I think that we're in a rough seas right now, and I know I'm working with you guys. I know we want to fix these, but as we fix them, we're gonna need a better comp time system for all. That's all.
And we may get to a point like we did this past year with ESP, where we started entering everything from this date
Right.
forward, right? And then.
Right.
We hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a bumpy road, but we gotta get there. I think.
Yeah, and we're open to that. I think there was, Travis and I talked about this recently about a date. There was some time certain somewhere and we realized like, well, actually, when we wrote this, we probably were writing this back in like April or January and realized, oh, it's actually after that date now. So,
Mackenzie's got it.
oh, go ahead.
That we have to send requests for the principal secretary, hey, how many hours do I have? And it just be easier, don't do that stuff, you just call it informed.
Yeah.
So,
I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely would be much
Yeah.
easier. And then we would just need to look at too, again, the utilization of that and that. I think a challenge will be depending on, because an instructional employee can't utilize it during instructional time. So if I'm gonna leave from my planning period, maybe is from 2 to 3, but our workday ends at 4, it may be appropriate for me to, I've been a bad example, my workday ends at
I gotcha.
3:30. It might be appropriate for me to be able to utilize that comp time because I don't have instructional duties. But somebody else, I don't know that we would ever be able to master a system to recognize those intricacies.
No, I don't,
We might
I'm
get
not
there.
asking for that. That's really in the weeds.
Yeah.
No, I just don't, I think that people move from site to site, they lose their comp time because somebody didn't have it on in a record somewhere. And then there's inconsistencies in people being able to use the comp time. And I think that that's what she wants to get to with 3.5.4 anyway.
We should be able to just go to the system and say, okay, Molly has 55 hours, put 55 in and go forward, instead of having to go in there and try to throw the date to everybody.
I'm good. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
No, we want to get there too. I mean, we'll like, we
Okay.
understand, getting off the paper and into the system for everything could be ideal. So do we want to come back to that? Because I think until we can
Yeah.
figure out what we functionally can and can't do right now with it and what would be the turnaround time on that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and again, we're open to it just like we did the ESP, like from this day forward, it shall all be entered and we can have some understanding of, and what we are trying to look for is just, yeah, like, again, morale and honoring professional autonomy of, we know, right? Like, we know that you can only use it during non-student time and that's when you're using it, but can we just do it? And then putting checks and balances in place where like, okay, if you did it and you weren't supposed to, what happens? That's why there is the, administrative approval, no administrative, it's like, how do we make this easy and streamlined, especially for like, to Deb's point with 90, hundreds of hours, and it's like, gosh. Most people know they can't use it, nothing doesn't get used, so. All right, come back to, I think it's 3.5.3 through
3.5.6.
yeah.
All right, 3.7.1 faculty meetings and in-service education programs shall be held on Tuesdays. And then your proposal is be to strike all of the language about no longer than a total of 25 minutes beyond the normal workday. And no more than one faculty meeting per week shall occur on time before the normal workday. We're not in agreement.
Sorry.
Matt, come back.
That's been.
It is late in the day, sorry.
A little punchy early over the. Sorry.
Sorry.
You're right. You hear obviously from your members about this extra 25 minutes, right? We hear from the leaders, there's not enough time for all the things we have to do. And so we're constantly in this stalemate of how do we find time for it? So we need to figure that out. But right now we're not at a point to give up the additional 25 minutes that some people use too. We recognize some sites have found
It's like,
ways.
how do some sites survive without it? And how does some entire school district
And the email.
in the entire state of Florida? I mean, again, I'm just gonna continue to point to the note here about our instructional employees are required to work more days in a work year, 198, and more hours at 8 hours in a work week, 8 hour workday in a week than all like size and surrounding counties. That's 1,584 total hours per year. The next behind us is Hernando, which they work 57.25 hours less in a work year. And then you add an additional 15 hours or so in a 36-week student school year to make a total of 1,600 hours. And our salaries are not leading the state. This county, our teachers work more hours and more days, and they don't get, and there are districts where they're making more. So, okay, if we can't pull the time back, then we've got to see it in the pay. And you see that throughout. So, I know on the 9th, we'll see a budget presentation and we'll be able to, but I mean, this is
The big rock.
it is a big rock. And
It
I think
is.
if we can't give up the time, where we've got to make it up for is in pay, because our employees are working more for less.
And not only does the state give us unfunded mandates, but they give us unfunded with time, things that need to be trained or brought to those meetings. And that is what you guys bring to us. And we get that and we're sensitive to that. But, we try to engage you guys on like, what are the important meetings for your end, so that we could start whittling down and say, what can we take off the plate here, right? What can we really say? How do we best use these meeting times that are in the contract? So we're going to go to our people and say, well, what do they think are the most effective meetings that they have, and bring it back to you guys and see how we see them fitting into the time that we think that you could have without the extra 25 minutes, and then we'll bring it back that way. All right. So.
Yeah, and I think too, if any of the members or team here have some models from the different levels that show how they are meeting all of the meetings that need to happen, preserving the instructional time, with the early release days, the 45 minutes, if it's secondary, or 48 minutes. I think we could probably collaborate around that, try to get to a good place. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 3.7.2, Tuesdays shall be used for necessary school-related meetings, including but not limited to principal called faculty, PLCs, site-based committees, and grade level meetings. This day may be extended by 25 minutes beyond the workday and is set aside specifically for all necessary meetings to help ensure guaranteed personal planning time for teachers on the remaining day. I think you know what I'm going to say to that one, that we would not at this point be in agreement with that. But we may revisit that.
You may revisit it?
Again, if you all can bring back
I see.
something where we can figure out how do you have those, because then I look too at the language around the steering committee. I think we'll get to it. We've gotten to that yet. And we keep, I believe on both sides, have expectations about meetings and committees and so forth. And so if they're running over, there's an expectation of comp time in some sort or pay. But then we're also going to take away the ability to extend beyond 25. Well, we know then we're going to run into those situations, right? So we've got to try a middle ground where we can have those meetings and also not just continuously be having to pay out at a comp time for hourly rates.
Can I just draw a picture of the whole state of Florida and then X out Hillsborough? I mean, that's the reality. I mean, all these other districts are, so, I hear you, but you can hopefully hear from other.
And there may be things around our way of work, right?
Mhm.
That we can learn from others. So.
Okay.
Okay, 3.7.3, instructional personnel shall be provided with a minimum of 1 workday advance notice for all after-school meetings. Yes, we would be in agreement with that. 3.7.4, instructional personnel shall be exempt from in-service participation if they're able to show proof of recent satisfactory training. Yes, we would be in agreement with that. 3.7.5, if the principal or principal's designee through documented classroom observations determines that an instructional personnel is having difficulty with classroom instruction or management, the principal or designee may recommend that the instructional personnel participate in in-service program not conducted for the general faculty. Our only thought there was that our non-classroom people don't typically have classroom observations, that this language is like specific to teachers, so don't leave it as teachers. Okay. 3.7.6 afternoon, I'm sorry, I skipped that one. 3.7.7 half-day instructional personnel and instructional personnel.
Well, I think it's
Oh,
the
yeah,
half-day
both.
teachers and
And-
teachers whose normal
Yes,
workday
whose normal workday ends before the majority of the faculty shall not be required to stay or return for their regular workday for faculty meetings. I wrote no here, but as I'm reading it now, I'm trying to figure out why that would be instructional personnel.
Yeah, they're instructional, just because I'm getting,
Yeah.
teachers. Are there instructional personnel who are half-day or have a workday that ends before the majority of faculty?
Not that I can think. No. Yeah,
So I think
there's
that's
already
probably-
provisions related to job share and coming back to meetings, so.
Yeah.
I think we can agree to that, yes.
Okay. Sorry, what? Sorry.
All right.
You're okay.
Oh.
No, we did not change.
We did
that
not
one.
change that one.
We were gonna leave that one as
Yeah.
teacher. A good question. You
Yeah.
probably weren't the only one who had it.
3.7.8, instructional personnel shall not be required to attend meetings away from the school center during pre and post planning, with the exception of the designated professional study days, which occurs during pre-planning when using their professional discretion regarding the use of their professional study day. Yeah, and that one, we had said that, no, we were not in agreement to that. That we would leave that as as it is.
Yeah, okay.
So
'Cause I
just
think-
with teachers, because the other areas have designated meetings that may require them to.
So keep as teachers,
Mhm.
because I know on what we were referencing here with, when using the professional discretion regarding the use of professional study in section 2.1.5, it currently says teachers shall be afforded professional discretion regarding the use of professional study day. So I think we were trying to connect that, right? We're talking about professional study day over here in 3.7, but let's make sure we're tying it back to 2.1.5, where it already says that teachers shall be afforded professional discretion.
Right,
So that was the purpose of that last portion there.
gotcha.
So even if it's kept as teachers shall not be required to attend meetings away from the school center during pre and post planning, with the exception of the designated professional study day, which occurs during pre-planning when using their professional discretion, as said here in 2.1.5. So that's all that was to try to
connect those two.
Yeah. Just remember, they have professional discretion over here
Right.
on that professional study day. So would you be okay with that last part, keeping it as teachers is what you're saying?
We definitely want to keep it as teachers.
Mhm.
Just want to make sure we're not contradicting.
Correct.
On 2.1. Maybe there was a reason that was teachers, because student services and ones assigned to other
Right.
places are not there, so that might not work for instructional personnel. I don't know. It seems like we're
2.1.5, I had starred
Mhm.
that we were coming back to that.
Yeah, and I think it had to do with the same discussion of
Yeah.
teachers versus instructional personnel, because right now it says teachers shall be afforded professional discretion regarding the use of professional study day. Each teacher shall have the option to select from in-service meetings within their present area of assignment or certification. So this is saying that for professional study day, teachers have that ability, and I think maybe what we said for 2.1.5 was we would allow instructional personnel if it was about their assignment, not their certification. Look back at my notes. So that's why it was kind of a start to
Right,
hold. So then this 3.7.8, because it references professional study day, we just wanted to be clear that, because it's saying teachers are not required to attend meetings away from the school center, but then we're saying, except for professional study day, which occurs during pre-planning. But we just want to be mindful that, like, make sure we're going back here to say that they still have discretion on professional study day.
On what they select to
Mhm.
attend.
Yes,
but not that they
because the
can
way
opt
this
out of
language seems a little contradictory to what we have in 2.1.5, which is saying, well, except on professional study day, we can require you to attend meetings away from your site, but remember, they have discretion, so.
But like, we're talking about student services personnel. They really wouldn't have that.
On campus.
Right.
Yeah.
Theirs is not gonna be on campus. They're expected to go where their
Right.
Hence why we were talking about mileage, I think, and some other, what, I know we've talked about.
Mhm. So, okay, so let's just consider if we leave both sections as they are with teachers. Teachers here shall be afforded professional discretion regarding these professional study day. Teachers shall have the option to select from in-service meetings. And here we leave it as teachers shall not be required to attend meetings away from the school center during pre and post planning, with the exception of professional study day, which occurs during pre-planning when using their professional discretion regarding the use of professional study day here. So if we're even just keeping it as teachers in both, that's what we were trying to do, is to say, but remember here, I agree with you on instructional personnel, but if we're leaving both of them teacher, would you still be able to agree to that last portion of when using their professional discretion regarding the use of professional study day as it says here in 2.1.5?
Providing that's not saying that professional discretion is to opt out of attending the professional study day, because that's where we said you have the option at professional study day to select options within it, but not to not go.
Yeah, and I think we're just trying to connect these two, because the way this reads, if we didn't have that, would that negate then, if teachers are not required to attend meetings away from their school, except on professional study day, if we leave it as is, that's saying that, yeah, a teacher can be required to stay at their site. But here we're saying in 2.1.5, they have discretion which option to best select, which may not be at their site. So we're just trying to make sure it's all.
I read 3.7.8 is that a teacher can't be required to attend a meeting away from their school site unless it's professional study day.
Mhm.
Right? So all the other days, pre and post planning, they're allowed to stay at their site.
But then in 2.1.5, we say that teachers are afforded professional discretion regarding the use of their professional study day. And they have the option to select from an in-service meeting within their present area of assignment.
Right. I read that as they have professional discretion, that if there's a variety of options of trainings at professional study day as to what they attend there.
Do we need them both? Maybe that's what we could.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't know,
think we
like,
need them both.
No, I mean, can we incorporate them into the, together?
Like,
So then
like,
you don't have to refer back to
yeah,
something.
take one of them out.
Since we're talking
Yeah, I'm
about
open to that. I
it
just
right
think
there.
that, because again, if as a classroom teacher, as a classroom art teacher, if you're saying that I'm required to stay at my site during pre-planning, then I wouldn't be able to go to the art professional study day, right? Which is not at my work site. So I think that's why that's there. Because not all teachers have to be at their work site. Anyway, I think we're talking in circles because we're probably getting tired, but I think we're talking past each other in the point that I think we both mean the same thing. It's just, we're just trying to say, don't forget.
Together.
Okay.
Right, teachers can split, like ELA.
Yeah.
Your subject.
Professional
Right.
study, they should go to math, they should go to ELA, getting the option, I'm gonna pick this one because I need more discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a new text.
What number did we just leave off?
That's 3.78.
Yep, okay. And then these days are specifically set aside to enable instructional personnel to work on classroom duties and functions. We didn't interpret that, again, just because of the variety of instructional personnel, felt like it was really applicable to teachers, not that it can't stay there, but it just didn't seem to fit. Instructional personnel shall be guaranteed 1 hour duty-free lunch on each workday during pre-planning, including professional study day, and shall be guaranteed time equivalent to no fewer than 3 work days, 21 hours excluding lunch during pre-planning, to work in their rooms or other areas as needed for the instructional year. And these days shall be scheduled in increments of half or whole days, with at least 1 full day scheduled prior to any meeting the teacher or meet the teacher open house event during pre-planning. Okay, so I have questions. So, go to the top of it. Yeah. So the 1 hour duty-free lunch, obviously that's a sticking point between us right now. And so I understand that the interpretation has been that the 3 work days and the 21 hours excluding indicated an hour lunch. The district's position is that the contract says that a teacher has a 30-minute duty-free lunch, or an instructional personnel has a 30-minute duty-free lunch. And I'll just give an example, like if lunch is being served at a site, right? And everyone's gonna grab their lunch and eat, because I understand the argument about if there's nothing being served and I have to go somewhere, obviously it takes time. And I think in most instances, people are pretty flexible about those things. But if a principal is limited in time and what they're trying to, because you're trying to do conference night and all these other things and have your 21 hours, and there might be a need to honor that 30-minute lunch that day. And maybe I'm serving lunch to everybody. Like, does it really need to be an hour for that time?
An hour to serve lunch.
Yeah.
You're right, it's a big
Yeah.
balance.
We never serve lunch.
So I think,
You need to go out and get food.
right. Yeah, I think there are some sites where, yeah, it does take that much time. And I think, to say that the district's position is that's the interpretation of it now, I think then let's leave it as it is, and then we can have someone else decide it. I think the language right now is when you sit down and read it as it's written, it is equivalent to an hour, and that's how it's been applied, and consistently when we come, that's what we work out. So the way we see your proposal for 3.7.8 is a take back of, well, actually, we only want to guarantee 30 minutes. When the contract actually guarantees a minimum of 30 minutes, nowhere in the contract does it say that instructional personnel only get 30 minutes. So again, during the week of pre-planning, I think the language as it is gives them an hour. So I don't know, we're clearly on opposite. We were trying to just be clear that that's what it says, because there's always a question. And then when we sit and explain it, it's kind of like, you got to follow the formula to get to an hour. So let's just say it. But we look at the board's proposal as, well, we want to just make it 30 minutes, and that's all you get. So we can just leave it as is, if that's, I think, where we may be on that.
Let us come back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just say this. Come on.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah. On during pre-planning, there's no.
6 days of pre-planning, they can't have an hour lunch when they're probably going out with their coworkers and building bridges with those coworkers anyway. And Kelly, I know you, and I know.
Yeah.
This one should be easy. And any principal out there that thinks that 30 minutes is so essential to what they're building at the school, they're wrong. And they're missing what's going on. And that's what I would say. So put down the category of come on.
Got it.
So we'll put.
We will come back on that one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe it's just, being clear about who's who and what's what. Yeah.
Now, the second part of that, these days shall be scheduled in increments of half or
Oh,
whole
yeah.
days
So I
with-
think that to your point of like the trainings and things, I think where we were coming from was, can we just be clear? Cause like, I remember in some cases it was like, here's your day and you're going to have like, it's all piecemealed. You got an hour here, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. And it's like, I think what we're hearing from employees is that we recognize that there needs to be time during pre-planning for classroom setup, but also to do these things. So can it be blocked? If it's a whole day, great. Then we know we got a whole day to do this, or and a half day, rather than, I can go work 30 minutes and I got to go do things, and then an hour and back and forth and back and forth. So that's the goal there, to schedule them in increments of half or whole days with at least one full day for that meet the teacher open house event during pre-planning. So that's what we're trying to get out there. And again, that we can come back to that in reference to all of it.
scheduling, you're saying like a true just 8-hour day, excluding lunch, of nothing else, but just.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's more. And I think that's more so because when it is pieced out and things like that, we're asking for the full day for the meet the teacher, because a lot of times you have parents coming in and your classroom is still a wreck, which is not a good look. It's a very beginning of the school year, so that's why we're looking at 8-hour full day.
Okay, thank you, yeah, right.
Hope we got another one.
That's
Travis.
I'm just gonna, because it happened last year at my site. Our planning trying to get that 21 hours and our principal literally has a 15-minute planning block between two meetings. Like, yeah, I'm gonna leave this building, go to that side of the campus, remember, and work for 15 minutes, and well, it's gonna take me 15 minutes there and back.
Yeah.
To me, that there needs to be something blocking your time off. A usable appropriate.
Yeah.
We would agree with you on that. Yeah, understood. 3.7.9, we are in agreement to change that. There shall be a written evaluation of all workshops and in-service programs at the end of such programs by instructional personnel attending. Okay. Supplementary materials, instructional personnel shall have the right to exercise their professional option utilization of board-approved materials available within their respective discipline to supplement state and county adopted texts and programs. Yes. Okay. Instructional personnel are to adhere to curriculum guidelines in the county copyright policy and utilizing all AV materials. Yes. Instructional personnel at ESD centers will be provided with curriculum, pacing guides, and county adopted texts and programs. I'm still working through that.
Okay.
Just to see the nuances of it, right?
Okay.
So if we can just table that one. Yep.
Okay.
The teachers don't mind helping.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You know, like, teachers know, this is what we're teaching. And
Pacing guides and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay, 3.9.3, elementary special schedules will allow a minimum of 3 minutes of passing time between classes. This is directly related to our unit allocation formula currently and the way the elementary schedule works. That transition time built into the elementary schedule would not generate FTE during that time. And so based off the current schedules and the student hours, guaranteeing that 3 minutes of passing time in the way the classes are scheduled, we wouldn't meet our FTE requirements.
Okay.
So that's a no. Yes, sorry. All right. 3.10.1, teachers will have a specific responsibility to direct and evaluate the learning experience of students according to county prescribed courses of study. However, teachers are not required to follow a particular instructional sequence, pacing plan, or timeline. Teachers shall not be required to administer makeup work for credit for students who have unexcused absences. And district assessment timelines and protocols shall be provided to teachers no later than the end of the first grading quarter. Any district assessment that is redundant or testing the same skills as other accelerated learning and college preparatory state or federally mandated testing shall be optional at the teacher's professional discretion. And so the concern is we couldn't permit just opting out of different assessments. We do have some test reductions coming forward. So I think that will be much, celebrated news. So we're working in the right direction, and there have been committees set to continue to work on that.
Yeah, we want to see that more widespread.
Yeah.
As much as we can.
Understood.
Yeah, I know you guys do too.
Are you okay with the first sentence though, where the district assessment timelines and protocols can be provided no later than the end of the first grading period? Is that possible?
Again, the timelines though, coming out of the assessment office, I don't know that it's feasible for them to always have that by the first grading quarter.
Maybe, but what about the start of the second grading quarter? I mean, is there a time? I think it's just, maybe check with them and see like, when can we expect it by? Even if there's a little bit of a range, I think it's just, yeah,
Okay.
I think that would help.
We can do that.
And we do know, I think we've heard at the board meetings about the discussion of removing redundant testing, so that will be good. We'll wait to hear what you have to say on that timeline. Okay, yep.
3.11.1, so we would be striking when individual problems occur between administrators and teachers. Discussions relating to these problems shall be dealt with in private. Teachers shall not be publicly reprimanded. So we would be striking that to say any criticism, reprimand, or corrective action concerning individual instructional personnel by an administrator shall be addressed in a private and professional manner and shall not be communicated publicly. Purposes of this section, public communication includes, but is not limited to, written, verbal, electronic, or visual communications that identify, single out, embarrass, shame, or otherwise call attention to instructional personnel in the presence of students, parents, employees, or members of the public. Again, the top language there that would be struck, we believe covers all of that. And that we would be in our position would be to leave the language as is. Then for 3.12.1, changing teachers to instructional personnel shall be accountable but not financially responsible for school property loss, stolen, or damaged on school premises when the school policy procedures have been followed. Yes, we would agree to that. 3.14.1 is just highlighted, but
I think you guys had a proposal on that, so.
we'll come back to that. All right. 3.8, we'll come back to that. 3.14.1.
Yeah.
3.18, I'm sorry, 3.18.1 now. Instructional personnel shall not be required to promote merchandise or collect money for any activity which is profit motivated on behalf of the school, and instructional personnel shall collect fee money during school opening registration and field trips as mentioned in 3.17.3. So yes, we are fine with changing that to instructional personnel. 3.18.2, instructional personnel shall not be required to collect lunchroom money. On surface, I just don't know at some sites if that's happening, like, or if that was just one of those, we just want to change it so it's encompassing
Yeah,
everyone.
I don't think that there are, I don't think there are people who are out there
Maybe
classroom
collect lunchroom
teachers,
money
so.
anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's,
Do we?
yeah, I think
Right,
our
but I don't
student
think we
nutrition,
do.
yeah, I think it's all done probably through student nutrition and the cards. and-
Yeah, okay, my payments lost that, but I couldn't think of it.
Unless it's like kindergarten kids that are parents.
Kindergarten. But,
Okay,
but,
so- But we're not changing that piece of it.
yeah, and I mean, again, if teachers weren't, right now the language says teachers shall not, but it's just to be consistent that, well, if teachers can't, then our student services can.
My thought was around like the social worker at the school who's working with a family.
Yeah, I
or,
think that's
you know,
different, yeah.
Fire, that's really to chat about it. But he's but actually, like, he wants to give me this money. So
Yeah,
never had it.
Okay, all right, we're good.
yeah, I think it's just about the requirement piece, it's not
Yeah.
that there are gonna be cut parts.
All right, 3.18.4. Technical college instructors shall not be required to collect, manage, or be responsible for student payments, fees, or financial transactions as a primary duty of their instructional role, except where such responsibilities are explicitly included in their job description. So in talking with our folks in career and tech and workforce, it was shared that fees, tuition are done by admin and clerical, that's not a teacher responsibility. So we just believe the language that exists covers that because it talks about staff not collecting money. So didn't know what the need was to add that in there.
Well, I think all of these different things do delineate out, this is about, promote merchandise or collect for some nonprofit, not collecting lunchroom money, not contributing to charity, and also not collecting fees. I think it is, I don't think it's included in any of 18.1, 18.2, or 18.3. I mean, it could just be instructional personnel shall not be required. Because I don't think these things about payments, fees, financial transactions. But I don't know, John, are there any situations where maybe those folks in those are having to collect some fees because it's in their job description? Yeah. So I mean,
And so we were talking about like again, going back to like food service, if you're running a culinary and students are coming in to pay for aprons, right? Or they're coming in to purchase the food and stuff. So sometimes there are times that teachers part of their program. So I think it's just if you're trying to differentiate between programmatic fees that should be done through admin and clerical.
yes, that's what we just want to be clear about. And I think if it's happening, then great, we need to have it here too.
All right, let me have them make a suggestion then around that.
Okay.
That was the feedback that we got. All right, 3.18.5, the district shall make reasonable efforts to assign financial responsibilities to appropriately trained non-instructional personnel. I don't foresee a problem with that.
Mhm.
I think that's why we have bookkeepers, that's why we have, you know, support staff that do those things and saying reasonable effort. Now, is that related? That's just saying overall, right? Not related to the technical college?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's just, and we could probably say the board, you know, since we're trying to be consistent. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the point, is there are folks who are trained to do that, so we're making sure we're
Making effort.
making those folks, those are the folks that should be doing it, not the expectation. And I think this comes out of some things that have arisen over the last year or two, where maybe that line has gotten blurred and somebody has gotten roped into doing it, and we just want to be explicit that, like, no, that's not. There's folks that can do that, so. But if you need to ask around.
Yeah, I'll come back to that on that one.
Okay.
3.18.6, when instructional personnel are required to handle money or materials, the board shall ensure the following: clear procedures, training, and secure systems for handling such transactions is provided to the employee. Instructional personnel shall not be held financially liable for loss, theft, or discrepancies beyond their control. And C, instructional personnel shall not be required to use personal funds to support program operations.
And I'm just thinking, some of these maybe address what we were talking about earlier, and this maybe is a simpler way of putting what because this does all rise, I think, some of those things with the P card and some of our technical colleges, but I think this is widely applied to all instructional personnel. So if you want to look at this in conjunction with that other part about our folks and the P cards and I know we've got some folks here who kind of talk to that if needed, but you probably know the
I think I've
cases.
heard some.
You know the cases.
Some of the cases, yes. And I think too, it would just be important that what we will bring back is that as long as people are following procedures, right?
Yes.
Because that's the important thing, that's why those procedures exist.
Right.
Then we may be able to talk about being
Yeah.
held responsible.
And that's the point of A. It was not that we're trying to list all those procedures here. It's just that there are procedures, there are training, and it's provided. So our folks don't get caught in situations that wasn't their fault. And it was no one's fault to put them there. It's just, we just need to be explicit that they're available, they're here. And then not being, if all those things are like with B, they would not be held liable for those things beyond their control because they've been informed and given all those things. So that's the intent there. Okay.
And I think that it may be referring to, the only thing that I can really think of is maybe field trips where parents are sending their money and so it's going directly to the teacher and they need to be trained on how to fill out the receipt book and turn it in to the bookkeeper, and somewhere in between there can get lost and that can cause a whole nother situation. I know a lot of it is moving online to the same system that we use to pay for school lunch. A lot of students are doing that, but I think this is just referring to that, knowing that we know that some of our families may not have a card to make payments that way. So there is cash coming into some schools that are going through teachers, and I think this may be pointing some of that out.
This could be both fairs too.
Yeah.
Right.
They're mostly cash.
Okay.
So on 3 point,
Interesting point, book fairs,
Yeah.
because then that would totally contradict this, because that profits the school. And we've been doing book fairs for.
I don't know.
since we were children.
Are they required?
That.
No, they're the
No, it's a
fundraising for
school.
media.
I know,
But
but is it required?
Profit.
Because I think that's the thing in 3.18.1.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Teachers shall not be
But I thought it was
required.
fair, but I didn't say it.
Yeah.
You can imagine how upset a parent gets if
Right.
the child's teacher doesn't offer to do the book fair. Because,
Mhm.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think required
Yeah, I mean, I think,
Fine.
Yeah.
yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
We're at 3.22 on top of page 30.
Yes, I'm waiting for feedback on that one, just to make sure that we don't have folks that current falls into their job responsibilities
Okay.
in some way, just because of broadening that.
Yeah.
That umbrella.
Yeah.
psychologists have been told that even if they get a year from you, you know, it's far from it. I know.
Yeah.
Given, do that. The nurses don't do that. If they don't do that, so I know they're or
Thank you for that
is
background.
that what we should be doing?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
What was the type of test? I'm sorry.
it's a near-point vision test. I don't know what I have a little thing in about this, but I don't know.
So probably shouldn't be doing it. Just gonna say it. And again, not required. All of these are things that are not required. I mean, hey, someone in a past life is able to do it and they show I'm sure it's great, but.
It's the idea that they've already failed their vision test and to evaluate it.
Right.
And see if they'll pass in
Yeah,
your
right.
class so that you can evaluate.
So that we can evaluate because they're closed.
Get it conceptually.
But not required as part of the
You're going to
thing.
hold-
Oh, interesting. Yeah, we don't want that requirement. Anyway,
We'll
okay,
come back to that.
okay.
3.24.2, instructional personnel who transport students as an extension of their normal work activities pursuant to accepted board policy will be covered by the board's liability insurance. Yes, we would be in agreement with that. 3.24.3, instructional personnel authorized for reimbursement by the finance department for in-county travel as part of their regular duty shall be paid, and then it goes back to that whole IRS standard millage. Interesting that it's in two different places. So obviously, unless that was something that was done across the district, we would not be able to agree to that right now.
Okay with the first part with instructional personnel though, but just not. Because it's not just teachers, right? Like it would also be any instructional personnel authorized for reimbursement.
If they're authorized for
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
reimbursement, right?
So-
That's- yes.
We understand the position is to not change the IRS rate.
Right.
But if we are by keeping the mileage rate as approved by the board, it's not just teachers. Instructional personnel would also be eligible for that.
We probably already do.
Yeah.
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 But it's already, yeah.
So at least we're good with one part, not the other.
Okay, correct. Okay, 3.27, so enrollment changes in mid-year allocation. So the board reviews student enrollment and staffing levels at each work site on a regular basis throughout the school year. When enrollment increases, that significantly impacts instructional conditions that shall trigger a review of the work site unit allocation. So our position is that currently we have times of the year where this is done. And that going outside of that process to now, when enrollment increases, like what's that mean? Look like could just become too vague, that we would stick with what we currently have in terms of fall adjustments.
So can you tell me when those happen? Like if you're saying there's times of the year this is already done?
So for instance, after either the 10 or 20-day count, I would have to look at what the guidelines would be for this year. I don't know that they're out yet.
That's okay if you don't know a specific date,
Yeah.
but like you clearly know that they're the 10-day count, the 20-day count.
It's one of those, the 10-day count or the 20-day count.
And are there any other times during the year that's done? Because I think that's what we're getting at is we know that happens in the 10 or the 20-day count, but then as the year progresses, if there are other times of the year where the district is already doing that and reviewing enrollment, that's just kind of what we're getting at.
So it's not even just strictly enrollment. We do it on a weekly basis with the unit allocation review committee. The regional superintendents are working very closely with their principals. For example, when we made the decision about Eisenhower Exceptional, we already have been working with the site where they're getting the majority of the students that were previously served there in that high school. The extra resources have already been allocated there. So it is an ongoing process. We are making sure that we're able to meet the needs of our school.
And it's called the unit allocation committee?
It's our unit allocation review. Committee.
Who serves on that?
District staff. And it is run by finance, Mr. Lewis chairs it in his group, and then cabinet.
Okay. No,
various
that's helpful,
members.
because I think that's what
We're keeping
saying
our
here.
eye on it, exactly, that you're
So it is
expecting that
happening.
work is happening.
Got it. Okay.
And then 3.27.2, when enrollment increases result in class sizes exceeding contractual limits, significantly increase teacher workload, exceed the physical design capacity of the classroom space, or create conditions that negatively impact student learning or safety. The board's designated staff shall conduct a staffing review using current FTE enrollment data, and if warranted, the board shall provide an additional unit allocation or staffing solution within a reasonable time frame. Again, I've worked in the district 25 years, and that's always happened. So there's procedures and processes in place through the administration at the site, working with their regional superintendents as class sizes fluctuate.
So is that also part of that committee's job on this part?
That's where the principal through the regional superintendent would bring that information to the committee.
Does that committee provide, I mean, does that committee report then at board meetings, or? And it's the principal to the area superintendent?
The
Regional.
regional superintendent.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Regina.
So I think that this language, along with some other things, and I know that a lot of things go from principal to regional superintendent, so pretty sure that they know that out of all the meetings that you guys stress that. But I think there is some pushback from some principals to where they don't bring these different things to regional superintendents, and so that's why we are trying to figure out how is there a way or that we can ensure that this is being done, because these classes are oversized because my principal will not even go and ask for a unit allocation. You see what I'm saying? And, or, like I said, there's a lot of different things that go from principal because they have to ask their regional superintendent. Some don't even want to do it because I don't want my school to be on radar and those such things. I'll leave it there.
And we also have processes. So when it's time for FTE, class sizes and rosters are all part of that. We see class loads and so forth. So there's some built-in mechanisms to go, okay, what's wrong with this class size here or so forth. I think the perception might just be though that going back to this exceeds the class size, exceeding contractual limits. It's when a couple of kids come in or a couple of kids go out, there's so much movement that's not going to automatically trigger that request. And some schools even fluctuate at different times of the year. And so the leadership of the school might know that, like, this is that month where we get certain students, and then end of the year, that pattern looks very different. So it's a moving target.
Yeah, and I think where we're coming from is, yeah, we see that definitely throughout the year, but then what we're trying to talk about are the folks that just consistently get stuck there for a long time.
And then later on, they may even find out that that position should have been posted and it wasn't even posted. And so, like, even those kind of things.
But maybe you can agree to 3.27.3, which would help us talk about all those things.
The board's designee shall meet with the association upon request to review enrollment data, staffing allocations, and workload impacts related to mid-year enrollment increases in order to determine appropriate staffing adjustments. So
What do we do about decreases too?
yes, yeah. And that is, a question that comes up, and oftentimes we focus on when classes get bigger, but then when they get smaller, outside of that initial window at the
We
beginning
generally
of
don't
the year.
complain.
Yeah.
No, I get it, yeah.
And think about it as we shift through it's not like a big influx of kiddos are coming they're coming from our other schools somewhere else. You know what I mean? Because we have a high mobility rate, as we know, across our county. So that's what the challenge is, as you know.
I don't have an answer on this other than I think Regina really captured what some of the issues are. They become nuanced because there becomes an obstacle that we don't know exists in communicating the struggle that maybe an instructor or support staff is having at a site, and then it's not being communicated or getting to that committee to at least make that determination. So I think that item that was at 327.3 is what we're really looking at to get some transparency there. I don't know. That's really, I think, what we're trying to get at, right, Brett?
Yeah. I think it's just because, yeah, you're like, to Rob's point, like, it's not about decreases, because that's not what we're hearing. I mean, we're not having
Yeah.
people saying like, shh, don't say anything because my class got too small. It's usually,
Right.
oh my gosh, it's triple, double the size, and then it's, gosh,
But there are examples out there where folks do end up with caseloads that are much lower than what was either anticipated or what happened at the beginning of the school year. And so the thought is then, would we be moving a teacher now because all of a sudden it doesn't warrant that position at the site if there was a loss in enrollment? And I don't think any of us would advocate for
No.
that,
But I think what would be important to see is that comparative data, because you're like, we have no sense of that because we don't
Yeah, no
hear
one's gonna
that,
call us
right?
to say that.
And
No.
so it's like just having that understanding that like, actually, in fact, here are how many places where we are actually a little under, and how much under. I mean, that would be part of that request to review.
To that end, you guys have the fall and the spring pool for those adjustments,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's where that's happening.
Those are the two times.
Right.
Mhm.
When we have unit readjustments. Anyway,
Yeah.
All right, 3.27.4, staffing shortages and or enrollment increases shall not result in A, consistent double or triple class coverage for a single educator, B, double or triple classes for a single specials teacher, and C, class sizes that exceed contractual limits or create unsafe learning environments, and D, instructional conditions where teachers are unable to provide meaningful academic instruction due to supervision demands. So consistent double or triple class coverage.
Yeah, and I think that's where this all comes from, like what you've been talking about, the kind of trickling in and out, and it's maybe for a little time, but when we have these consistent situations where the class sizes are just like, there's no relief in sight, that's where we don't want those staffing shortages to result in that for an individual.
Right. So. We definitely hear you on that. I would be curious, are those unique situations or is it happening? Because even like when we look at our tele-fill services rate for substitutes and stuff, it's very high, right? And we know that we do a much better job now of filling those substitute positions. So to be having consistent double and triple class coverage, I would be curious what the leadership is doing to try to address that, right? Because there should be some solutions for that. That shouldn't be happening.
Yeah. Well, and I think again, it all goes back to that 3.27.3. And maybe it's not even, like we can request it, and maybe it is. Like if we know that there's a unit allocation review committee that's meeting weekly, and maybe we know as an association that, hey, we need to request a meeting, once every month or a couple months, so we can look at that. And so that way we also know if we do get that call, oh, that's not even on the radar, so we need to make sure we bring it to attention.
Gotcha.
So I think 3.27.3, we can do something with that. But.
Well, and I think that's our starting point.
Yep,
For
I
sure.
agree. Because I think what we're hearing here is, what Marie eloquently and clearly explained, these things are happening, but because there's no reporting, maybe certain times of the year and that's where employees it's like, our principal's not telling us, or they're not moving along. And so we're trying to play whack-a-mole, and you guys always, you and your department are always great when we bring those up, but maybe we just need to be committed to having, the ability to do that periodically.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, maybe we could just add it as a component of our labor like a report that's made in terms of the number of units that are being added or subtracted, if it came to that. Yeah. So we could have that conversation and kind of follow up about what's happening at that site. Because I think to have a defined meeting and say, hey, we might have a problem out there, but not know what the problem is, I don't know if that works.
Yeah.
Maybe we get get the data and then say, hey, we know that a unit was added to, Stephanie's school. Then we go to Stephanie, hey, is that helping? Like, then we can get some, eyeballs on it or see how that's feeling at the site for helping those kids. Or the other way, losing a union, you know what I mean? I don't know.
No, I agree. I think that talking through those as they come up to your attention.
Yeah.
To be able to say, verify hasn't been brought to the allocation review, right? Or do the numbers not warrant it? And here's why. Right. So 3.28, inventory responsibilities. Again, on the media center's information here, it gets very particular into their job responsibilities and not responsibilities. And we do know that at some levels is what I hear, that inventory does get delegated out to different staff, and that can look different in different schools. So I'm sure there's probably some people who aren't media specialists that say, why am I doing inventory too?
We can talk to that.
So at this time, we're not in agreement to this, but we think that related to the other items that we talked about with specials rotations and so forth is let's try to problem solve around what those issues are. Inventory, again, depending on the level of the school, I know it just gets assigned to different folks. And if you have some suggestions maybe too on how we could better serve that, because I think that's the $1 million question.
Yeah, I mean, this is primarily an elementary thing. In middle and high school, there's, department heads that get delegated to doing their section of the inventory, but in elementary, we don't really have that. So we're taking hours and hours and hours of time tracking down the floor burnisher and the air conditioning unit in the cafeteria. And the projector that's been in the speech room for 4 years and keeps getting moved closets, so then we have to dig through all of them. And it's according to the inventory department, property control department, it's supposed to be a team of people at the school that do it. But asking media specialists in elementary, I would say probably a good 80% of us are just handed it and we do it by ourselves every year.
Yeah, I think that's increasing. Like we've heard it increasingly more. I'm just thinking of my 3.5 years here, like didn't hear it as much, and it's probably just getting more and more with lack of people.
Okay.
So,
Hours.
yeah, but maybe like your point with the media specialist section, we can kind of look at that, create some flexibility, and then maybe finagle this in there. Because I think we're basically saying it 3 different ways here, that the media specialist should not be solely responsible. And then being, again, saying they should not be required to manage. If and when they are, it's by mutual agreement. So I think there's probably a concise way to combine all 3 of those, say that like, and maybe it is explicitly to at least start with explicitly protecting our elementary media specialists. But I think
to the point, there should be a team.
yeah.
It'd be a good starting point.
Yeah, so, okay, we'll work on that.
Okay. Let's write that down. Okay.
Yay, we got through 3.
We're getting there. 4.6.6. Any teacher or bargaining unit employee who has suffered an assault and or battery in connection with their employment shall not be required to utilize their own accrued sick leave, personal leave, or other accrued leave for follow-up medical care directly related to the assault and or battery. This should include, but not limited to, medical appointments, follow-up visits, physical therapy, counseling, diagnostic testing. I'm not going to read all this.
Yeah.
And then such leave shall not be deducted from the employee's regular balance and shall be granted consistent with the provisions of 12.3.7.
I don't know if I have it. It might not be in here because we're on page 32, 4.2.6.
4.2.6.
It's here, it's an added section.
Yeah, it's
Page
new.
59.
Yeah. So for assault and battery, there should be a workers' comp claim that comes in that would then cover what many of these concerns are there. And so we would want employees to follow that process.
Okay.
To ensure it's properly documented, that they're receiving the care that they need, and the provisions that workers' comp provides related to abuse and all of those things.
Is there anything in this contract about workers?
Have to look at the.
So maybe what it is just, if there is, having this, again, relating teacher physical assault to that, like refer to workers'
Mhm.
comp. Cause I think that's what we're trying to get at, that it is eligible for workers' comp or not, or whatever, but I think it's just at
Yeah.
work. And
Yeah.
then all these things are happening because of that. Now it's being charged against my leave, so, or your leave.
And any injury should be
Mhm.
reported following that so that people are
That's correct.
being cared for as well as the provisions that would allow them to attend those appointments.
Okay.
I know that I can speak from the centers.
Mhm.
The reason why a lot of us don't file for assault is because with workers' comp, and I know from experience, you get hurt, they send you to workers' comp. Now you gotta go for follow-ups, and that's gotta come out of our sick time. You have to go for personal, therapy because you got hurt, that gotta come out of our sick time. So, and that shouldn't be, if I got hurt at work, work should be accommodated. And then their response is, well, then go after hours. Well, that's still coming out of my time when I got hurt at work. So a lot of us just like, forget it, we'll just deal with it. Because it's not gonna go anywhere and it's gonna have to be put on us anyway.
I'm gonna look at the workers' comp language just because it's not part of this right now, just to be able to speak back to that, okay?
That's.
Understood, that's your rationale.
Asking a question coming from top construction household. So I know like my husband would be put on administrative leave. He gets hurt at work because he gets attacked. Do we not have that here?
Would depend on the circumstances. I mean, depending on the type of injury and so forth, it would
But I mean,
dictate
is
what
it not
workers'
the
comp
same
would be.
thing? If my husband gets attacked by an inmate, he gets put on administrative leave while he's recovering. But why wouldn't we have that here when we have students who are very physically abusive? I mean, we've had, not even in a center, we've had choked, I've been bit, we've had.
I've gone to workers' comp and they said you should be out, but the workers' comp goes, you should go back.
That brings us to 6.6.1, correct? Faculty
Yeah,
student.
and I just did it, just on that one section. Gosh. Oh, it's 13.6, personal injury benefits resulting from assault or batteries. So 13.61, I don't know if it's in this packet, I don't know if it's, so 13.61 talks about whenever a teacher is temporarily absent from school and temporarily unable to perform their duties as a result of an assault battery incurred in the scope and course of their employment and not the result of their own negligence, they will be paid their full salary plus the amount of any workers' comp payment or award made from temporary disability due to said assault battery for the actual period of such temporary absence as verified by a doctor for a total of period of up to 12 months from the date of such assault battery. Such pay shall not exceed the amount an employee is entitled to receive under their contract. Absence is directly attributable to an assault or battery will not be charged to sick leave. So I think it says it pretty
Right there.
clearly there.
What number was that?
That's 13.6.1. See section 12.11 for additional requirements. And then 13.62, the board shall have the right to have any teacher examined by a physician designated by the board to assist in determining the length of time during which the teacher is temporarily unable to perform their duties and that the disability is attributed to the injury involved. In the event there is an adjudication, the period of temporary disability and appropriate workers' compensation proceeding, the board may adopt such an adjudication. And I'll look at 12.11. 12.11 says. So 12.11 is the entire article on illness and accident in the line of duty. So I think that section about assault or battery is saying that that would then fall under injury or illness in the line of duty. I'm not going to read that whole section, but there's a lot in there about, if the employee shall receive normal pay for the day of the injury. So we can look at all that, but I think it said pretty clearly there that it would not be charged to your sick or personal time.
And so that's why it's important that those workers' comp claims are filed that would start that process. It's well in the assault and battery form.
13.
It's trying to stretch their.
13.6. Okay. And maybe it's just worth some, again, because we've got assault, and battery, we've got illness and injury in the line of duty, and then we've got teacher physical assault. So again, just trying to tie it all together.
All right, 6.6.1, the faculty at each work location shall select a faculty steering committee that includes teacher representation elected from each department or grade level and special services areas. Elections shall be conducted by secret ballot using a process determined by the faculty in consultation with the association and building representative. And then the appropriate supervisor shall have the authority to appoint additional at-large members, but such appointed members shall not constitute more than 25% of the committee. And CTA will have a permanent teacher member representative position on the steering committee. And this committee representative will be elected annually by CTA members at each site. So yes, we're in agreement with this first section. We do think though that rather than striking principal, maybe the principal / appropriate supervisor, just because it's clear then that that's who it's intended to, unless it's a site that doesn't have a principal.
Gotcha. And that's what we were trying to just.
Or maybe we say the principal / site supervisor instead of appropriate.
Yeah, or
Okay.
site supervisor.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, but like, we have hearing committee for the psychologist. Like,
That's right.
Will we call them site supervisors? and not even
yeah,
supervisors?
site, appropriate supervisor.
Did we call,
What about it? Like,
did we call them site supervisor somewhere else?
No, we said site-based person. We had site-based something else.
Oh, I know, but I don't know if this was in relation to faculty steering committee.
To the principal / supervisor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do that. Principal / supervisor. Got it.
I think they're saying site because of how they code it.
Hmm.
You know, so it's like, for one example, where she said Head Start, so like all of them have that same code, even if they are at a school site.
Right.
I think
I
that's
think
why we went with
that's-
appropriate supervisor. Maybe your appropriate supervisor may not be your site supervisor. I don't know.
That is correct.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
6.6.2, purpose, meetings, authority, minutes, and principal responsibilities. The purpose of this committee is to act in an advisory capacity to the building administrator and to provide structured faculty input regarding matters affecting the work site. So that piece we would agree to. Each year, the committee shall elect a chair from among the members, except that the building administrator shall not serve as the chair. And then we would just recommend putting in there the principal / supervisor shall schedule the first faculty steering committee meeting each school year in August. We would want to recommend that the chair of the committee, would the chair be established for the first one? I guess that's the question.
Mm,
We think that really should be the chair of the committee and the principal having that responsibility, or maybe at that point it's the CTA building rep. Wait, the principal? No. Okay, guys, no, okay. We're just trying to say, like, having the principal be responsible for doing that, which may not even be on their radar yet. I mean, some schools.
Yeah, what are you recommending? Because I think that in that first meeting, they would actually elect the chair. I mean, would we just say that the administrator and the CTA rep would collaborate on the first, and schedule the meeting? Like, you're trying to take the responsibility of maybe make it a co-responsibility, as that whole steering committee would be ultimately. Right? So I don't know, I'm just throwing an idea out there.
yeah, and I think where we were coming from was that if we did it that way, then they'd probably be like, well, the principal should be able to pick when it is. So I think collaboration is the goal.
Yeah.
So maybe we can wordsmith that the principal or appropriate / appropriate supervisor in collaboration with the CTA rep shall schedule the first faculty steering committee meeting.
I think the issue becomes the getting to the department heads, because that's usually where that, at least in high school, the department heads end up being the person saying, hey, we need a department person to sit on the steering.
Right.
So that's where like that part is that the principal is kind of telling, or whoever it is in that department head meeting is going, hey, we need that person from you. That's really, it's not the chairperson that's going and saying that. At our school, the chairperson is already selected for next year. It's the only person that can.
I don't know the answer to it.
We don't have to decide it today. The
Okay.
concern was
Yeah.
we were adding in this responsibility that now you've got to set this.
And I think that's what it was,
Collaboration
is
with
to
the
try to get
principal.
that, at least get that first one on the books, and then the committee would then figure it out, so.
Right.
But I like what Rob's going, like, just at least get two people
Yeah.
together, the rep, the site rep, and the principal, to schedule a first meeting. I think we do want to try to have it like no later than a certain, because we don't want to say, oh, our first meeting will be, October 1st. Probably you want to meet sometime in the first few weeks or month of school.
Yeah.
Okay. Rep. Okay.
Okay, at the first meeting, the faculty steering committee shall vote to establish its regular meeting schedule for the school year, including the recurring monthly meeting, day and time. Once adopted, the regular monthly meeting schedule shall remain in effect for the school year unless modified by a vote by the faculty steering committee. Should the committee determine meetings should be scheduled during instructional planning time, instructional employees losing planning time shall receive compensatory time for the planning time lost. So, it's not that we're saying no to that, but as a voluntary committee, we're getting into now awarding comp time for something that folks are volunteering for.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I think it becomes it's a double-edged sword, right? Because we do want to encourage people to be part of it, and if it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I hear you, but I think where we were coming from is that if it's also going to be a deterrent for someone to not be on it, hey, well, you can get.
Do we want to go something as simple as that the steering committee should be meeting during contractual, meeting times? I mean, do we just funnel it into what we have as times, whether it would be, and I know schools do different things, so I'm not, right, but it would still allow them to do it either on Monday that they get one Monday a month. You guys are asking for two, or during like what would be faculty meetings. We know that most schools are not doing faculty meetings a month. They're doing PLCs 1 week, they're doing committee meetings. So why couldn't this happen during one of those committee meeting times if they're having, again, I think that really is where we would want it to be during the contractual time.
The work day.
No, well, I mean. Right,
Or Monday,
right, like,
On Monday.
one of your 5 days
yeah,
in a month.
Well, I also think too, I know there's language in the ESP that talks about the steering committee
right.
and their membership on it too. So I just being mindful of
Yeah.
the more constraints we put about when it meets, I think is just,
Yeah.
as opposed to giving that committee the flexibility to determine what works for them.
Well,
do
we
you think?
started
Let's take a
with,
look at it. I think
Yeah.
we're in agreement of what, I think.
we
we're-
started with all that.
Yeah.
That the committee will establish. I think where we were coming from with that like, with all of those things in consideration, if it really does fall on, it's gonna be during planning time, and if that the person is like, oh gosh, I'm the one person out that lost their planning time, can I at least get comp time? That's where we were coming from, not as an incentive to like, yeah, give them my, I don't think that that's the goal. I think it's just, yeah. And then, the rest of this talks about, making sure that we're not scheduling all these other things that then makes it so difficult to even schedule. So.
Well, and I see that, so that, that next part that talks about the appropriate supervisor shall not schedule or require other meetings, trainings, conferences, assignments, coverage, or other school obligations for steering committee members during the reserved meeting times. That's just so broad that, like, if it's, depending on when it's scheduled, would dictate some of that, right? Like if it's on the early release Monday versus if it's on the Tuesday, some people do it after normal hours. I mean, there's all different models out there. But there may be times though where some emergency, back to that where it happens, right? And so we do need coverage, let's just say. So
Yeah.
I hear what the goal is, right? You want to plan, you want a calendar, and you want it to be honored.
Yeah, and then not roadblocks thrown up where it's like, oh, now we're just kind of making it so it's harder to meet, or, oh, we're gonna plan this thing so Regina can't make it, or, you know, and then we're having to decide, because we do really think that these faculty steering committees, if we can really get them to a place, I think we've had a shared goal for a long time that they really serve as labor management like we do. And so that way we're dealing with a lot of those things at the site level. So, I mean, maybe, and I think some of the things that we're trying to get to there to give the faculty steering committee that, if we could start there, see how it goes, maybe we can kind of condense these 2 or 3 sentences to kind of encapsulate what we're trying to say, that, you know, please try not to do this, try not to schedule these other things, essentially is what we're saying. So it's a balance.
Agreed. And perhaps if it said to the effect of, you know, the first faculty steering committee will meet, determine their calendar, and, you know, the administration understands the importance of honoring this time, except when emergencies may come up.
Okay.
Which is something that there's a little bit of flexibility in.
Yeah. We agree. We want to set the parameters, but also create.
And again, when we talked about what we're gonna ask our people of what are important meetings, we want to make this for our members an important meeting. Because it gives them ownership in the school, it gives them a voice into what's happening, and it's gonna ultimately give better results for students, is what we would like to believe. I don't think we're there in most places, but I think we want to start building that road, and I think we'll see value in that. So again, any way we could get there is what we want to start building.
All right. Then it looks like going into the next paragraph of 6.6.2. So at the bottom, minutes from each monthly steering committee meeting shall be provided to the site's faculty and staff, as well as the association's building representative and/or executive director. And minutes shall be distributed within 5 work days and maintained as official school records. All right, so minutes from each monthly shall be provided to the site's faculty and staff. So how, that would be the responsibility of the chair to figure that out, or, right? Or somebody on that team that's responsible for doing that? Okay. The designated secretary on the team, right?
We always have.
Okay. And then the association's building representative and or executive director, and the minutes shall be distributed within 5 work days and maintained as official school records. Who would be responsible for maintaining those, if you've thought through that?
Nope.
No.
I mean, ultimately, what we want to do is make sure that there's transparency in what's happening at those meetings, right? So how about if logically every school had a folder that had the steering committee meetings, and then the steering committee decided a way that they're going to communicate that, and they put those minutes in that folder that any faculty member could then access and see, oh, this is what they talked about in August, is what we talked about in September, and so on. I think that's really what we're getting at. So people have a good, clear idea of what's happening in those meetings. And we're open to different ideas on how to get there. I know that you're probably uncomfortable with the time constraint, and I don't think that that's the most important thing to us, but I think just having an avenue to have that posted for people is.
Yeah.
I just always think about the people on that committee volunteering for it, and that creating work for them, really, and then does that deter?
Yeah, I mean, they shall be distributed.
Yeah.
And again, maintain meetings just accessible, maybe that's accessible as a school record, something like that.
And then
it has to be with the principal. Why can't, you hand in the notes to the principal, he can do a blast and send it out.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
That is.
The principal, the principal has the whole faculty on there. But you could just put that email up, hey, during committee note.
Email or Teams.
Yeah.
No, and again, I would be reluctant to commit them to that with such a tight time window, just given all the other things that go on, so. But I think if there's something.
Before the next meeting.
Collaboration.
Could it just be before the next meeting?
Yeah. And some ownership on the chair of that, though, to work with the principal to make sure that happens, right?
Yeah, and even the verb distributed, I think we could work with that. Available, I mean, but then posted, I mean, again, I don't know if we got to print them and give them to everyone. Well, that's not a bad idea, but I don't think that that's universally the answer either.
Right. And then moving on, we would say the principal and appropriate supervisor shall be responsible for ensuring the steering committee meets as required by this section by securing meeting space and protecting the reserved meeting time from conflicting obligations. A meeting shall not be canceled or deferred except in the event of an emergency or school closure. The feedback I got was, putting again, one more responsibility on them. Now, if this doesn't happen, I'm gonna get grieved over it and those sort of things. And it's like, if this is truly, collaborative and from the staff, it's putting a lot of onus on them to make sure. And so.
Yeah. Well, I think where we're trying to strike that balance is when steering committees want that, we just want to ensure that there aren't roadblocks by maybe some who are like, oh, I'm just going to schedule this other thing. And, oh, sorry, we don't have a space, So it's both of those things at the same time. Both can be true, but we hear you.
I think if there was just more collaborative responsibilities on some of that, it would probably be more favorable.
Gotcha. I know, mine's about to die.
Okay, I'll be louder.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, 6.6.3. Yeah. School internal accounts and school controlled funds. The appropriate supervisor shall provide a steering committee, principal/appropriate supervisor, provide the steering committee, faculty and staff with a printed accounting of the school's internal accounts on a quarterly basis. So currently, I guess the additions here is really the quarterly basis as opposed to.
I mean, right now it's just upon request.
Right.
To everyone. So I think we were just trying to make this as a regular thing. And if it's quarterly or once a semester, I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe it's kind of like, can we strike a balance between like, it's at least done once, and then if it's needed more upon request, but because right now it currently says the principal shall, upon request, provide the steering committee or any individual faculty or staff member with the printed accounting. So right now it's upon request, but I think it's, again, we're trying to. So.
If you did it every 9 weeks and gave it to the chair, we send out the notes, we scanned the notes, they can scan it.
Yeah, maybe.
You don't have to make a copy for everybody, give it to the chair. That's what we do with that.
Maybe it's leave the first one. The second part that talks about the quarterly accounting shall be provided. We could say that a quarterly accounting, keep the first one as is, that quarterly accounting will be provided to the committee each 9 weeks to be shared with the minutes, something like that. I don't know if that makes sense. So we still keep it as requests of any time as it is now, and then still kind of establish some kind of a cadence to it. The committee. I don't know if you're open to that.
Just thinking again of those responsibilities, like that's not a natural timeline in the world of the principal, right? That, oh, I've got to be mindful that this committee needs this and this committee needs that and so forth. I think that when part of the responsibilities of the committee is to request it, it will be furnished, right? And it will be supplied. But to put that into a regular cadence again with all the other things that are required, that's not currently part of their internal accounting processes, because they get a lot of information about what they need to be doing with budgeting. That this is like now an external request to that too.
I don't think what we're requesting is, we're not asking you to send it to the back. We all have extra duties that are put on us, like teachers, especially. So they should be able to send a report to one person.
Agreed. That's what I'm saying. It just needs to be requested by somebody. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be on your calendar of things to do because it's not part of your principal responsibilities. This is coming from a contract that now on this date, you need to supply this naturally.
I think it would be that the principal ensures that the request is done by the bookkeeper at least on a quarterly basis.
Like quarterly, the budget will be requested and provided within, the next anticipated meeting or something to that effect. If nothing has to trigger giving it.
Right, but I
Yeah.
just feel that, we're sitting here about they have too much on their plate, they shouldn't have to do this. They have too much on their plate, they shouldn't have to do that. Same thing with us, we're volunteering to do this committee, we're not being paid. So you're gonna put more on a teacher, which we're willing to do, but you don't want to put it on the principal secretary to send something once every 9 weeks to one person. That's where the disconnect comes.
And I respect that. I
Mhm.
just
Yeah.
think that it's, when a committee meets, there's roles and responsibilities within that committee. And so if there's a standing agenda item that prior to the committee, somebody needs to request that the internal accounts is provided.
I think that's what we're trying to, I mean, if we're gonna say that you have to request it to get it, so that I don't know, I think we're talking past each other. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
but
do
I was saying.
Because I do think down here, we're talking about, we're not trying to create this like new requirement on some new form that like we do want those accounting just to be in the existing formats, and it's just whatever
Maybe it's
that is.
collaboration, we're all supposed to be working together.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
And
So
maybe,
then they would leave.
maybe it's just the bookkeeper making a copy of the last 3 reconciliations that they have already submitted for the last
Mhm.
3 months. So then that way, really nothing extra, but it's something that they already have a copy of.
Mhm.
It is on the, on the computer, so just put
Yeah.
it, attach it to an email. I mean, I don't understand.
Okay.
I completely hear what you're saying. I'm just saying in practice to know I need to bring something to a committee once a quarter when there's so many different committees, it's such a small detail of that probably seems like, oh, that's easy. Just remember to do that. But like that would have to be reviewed with somebody every year. Hey, by the way, remember you need to do this for this particular committee.
How many committees do they have to find?
I don't know, depending on the committee.
We'd have to get the whiteboard out and start making a list. Go ahead.
So I know that we have it quarterly there, but I think the most simplest way would be monthly, because they have to get the reconciliation signed by the principal, make a copy. I drop one in the school mail to send downtown and one in the committee mailbox, and I'm done. And all I did was just make an extra copy. This is the day that I'm actually, that I'm about to do that. I'm about to do this. So once I have it, gone. End of the month, gone. I think they do it the following month, so it would be a month. Right, it would be a month. It would be the last 3 that I submitted.
Who puts together the agenda for the committee meetings?
The chairperson.
The chairperson does. Because I would think if it's going to be part of that agenda, then that would prompt, right?
I think it's, I mean, what Regina's saying is you are already
You do it
doing it, put
monthly?
it in the chairperson's thing, they're responsible for putting it in the agenda, and it's done.
What's the difference if you making 2 copies of 3?
Again, just
Right, I'm just saying.
agreed with you, but because that's not part of the process of submitting your reconciliation, it doesn't say on there and provide a copy to the
Right, but,
steering committee.
It's fluid, everything changes. You can't say, okay, well, I got hired on this date, this was my job description, period, the end.
No.
Yeah, and I mean, the language already says that
Upon
upon
request.
request, I mean, I guess we could just,
think that would
let's just
be-
request it every week then, and now,
I think
like,
that
that's
would
not
be
the
accurate,
intent, I
yeah.
mean, if we're saying that we can do it every month, but only if you request it, so we're putting on you to request it, but okay, let's do it every week.
What I'd like to say is this, that let us talk to our team, because this should not be the
Yeah.
primary focus of this committee.
Yeah.
And my fear is, although I agree that it can be, and even should be done maybe monthly, it could almost become a distraction in what could be better time. Time can be better spent, that's all. But I think there's a level of transparency that everybody wants that. I serve on several boards. Marie, you and I serve on the education board. We always get the financials, but that is not the focus of our work. It's done for transparency, and I think that that's what we want to get to. But however, I do want to talk to our people about what would they want to do with that, because it's not an audit either, right? So we want to be careful that we're doing the right work here. But right, that's why I know we can talk to you about that. So let's put a pin in it for right now. But I think that I would hate for a steering committee to make that their focus as well.
Yeah.
It should be a component, but not the base, the
Yeah.
focus, right?
And then such accounting shall be prepared using existing board-approved financial reporting formats or reports already maintained at the school level, and staff shall comply with applicable law and school board policy. Nothing in this section shall be construed to require elementary principals, secretaries, secondary bookkeepers, or other school-based personnel to create new reports or maintain additional accounting records beyond those already required by board guidelines and state law. And yeah, we agree that's consistent. Specific responsibilities, members of the faculty steering committee shall maintain familiarity with the provisions of this agreement, applicable professional standards and board policies relevant to committee responsibilities. Members shall conduct steering committee business with professionalism and discretion. Steering committee actions and recommendations shall be documented in the official meeting minutes in accordance with this section. Members shall exercise discretion regarding sensitive personnel matters or personal information discussed during deliberations and consistent with applicable law and public records requirements. Yeah, and so on that last part about talking about personnel matters or personal information discussed during deliberations, the concern is that those topics shouldn't be happening, which is in alignment with the language we talked about earlier about, not publicly saying anything disparaging and those things. We don't believe that that should be there. We understand it's setting norms, right? And so definitely think that the committee should set norms, but think that that part there creates an expectation that that would be part of what the committee's talking about.
Gotcha.
The other parts of the top part of that paragraph, we would be in agreement with.
Okay.
But again, I think that's really norming that most committees do.
Yeah, I think that was the intent, right? That like, if something does happen to come up, that's like, hey, this is what's going on, and that we are at least, if it does happen to come up, not that this is a standing fixed item on an agenda. So, okay, I hear you there.
I mean, for reasons, just because I've been on the steering committee, things that do come up is, hey, there just seems to be like a lot of kids hanging out right by Mr. Smith's room. And so you don't want to go, and they should be not go to Mr. Smith and go, hey, they were talking about you.
Yeah.
Like that's where that would go, is not necessarily saying Mr. Smith is causing a problem, but more of, hey, this is a situation that's occurring in the math department. It's occurring in this specific area where that should, so maybe some
that makes
words,
sense.
but
And maybe it's just being very simplified. Members would exercise discretion regarding any sensitive matters.
Right.
Any information discussed that could be something like that. So it's not being really specific. It's about personnel and personal information. So we gotcha. And then I already know ahead in there, principal and appropriate supervisor.
With the dash in mind.
I got it.
All right, onto the next page, page 39, the steering committee's role under the subsection shall be advisory and consultative in nature.
That's on the budget. That whole section is about, because we're talking about, we're getting the internal funds, school budget is already there, right? The committee assists in preparing, reviewing that budget. The budget will provide the breakdown, blah, 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 blah. And then it's just being very clear that the steering committee's role under this subsection is advisory and consultative in nature. Consultative.
And you did it again.
Consultative.
Oh,
Can't say it.
Consultative.
Consultative. There we go. Yeah. First time.
Well, I say it was shit.
Yeah, because it's saying this language is already there, that the committee assists in preparing, reviewing, all those things. And it is. The nature of that is advisory. But that's what that's really.
I'm going to come back to you on that, just that line, okay?
Yep.
All right, faculty account. So this is the adding expenditures shall remain subject to applicable district financial procedures and internal account regulations. Does that just making that clear that obviously we're not approving anything that would be outside of what's permissible? Okay. Yep, we would agree with that. Textbook utilization, the steering committee may provide recommendations regarding school level implementation consistent with district policy. So it already says the steering committee shall have the responsibility to assist the principal in implementing county guidelines regarding textbook
Mhm.
utilization.
Yeah,
It just kind of seems redundant.
yeah,
don't-
I agree.
Yes, correct. All right. D, for forms review, adding the steering committee may make recommendations regarding the discontinuation or consolidation of non-school board forms consistent with 6.1.3.
I think the goal there was that like, okay, if the steering committee at a site is reviewing the use of any forms, and then that steering committee realizes like, this is probably, maybe we can filter this up to the forms committee to say, hey, forms committee, maybe you wanna, they're just making recommendations, just giving them that ability to make those recommendations. Hey, we've discovered that we have 2 forms, so hey, forms committee, maybe you wanna. It gives them that avenue to send something back to the forms committee for review.
All right, so let me look at the
Mhm.
forms committee process then.
Okay.
E, schedule and calendar review before the end of the school year. The steering committee shall assist in developing a tentative calendar of events for the upcoming school year. This includes developing schedules that alter the regular school day, including but not limiting to pre-planning, pep rally, club day, and testing. Concern and feedback that we got was that there are, depending again at the school level and so forth, other leadership teams and committees that currently are doing that work. And if you take responsibilities from folks that feel as if that's an important task that they're currently doing, that could not be perceived very favorably potentially.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
some schools have long established calendar committees or maybe their department head, subject area leaders, ILTs, all those. And so now you'd have this contention potentially. So.
My mic doesn't work, so you just have to talk loud.
Yeah,
You have to talk loud.
I think that the reasoning behind this is because, and I know we end up talking about it a lot of times, but conference nights are set on the wrong night of the week. And so just to make sure that when the school calendar is made, that it is following all the guidelines for the contract for the district. That is the reason on why we think that this committee would be the place for that. And I think that since the principal can appoint someone, it probably would be good to appoint someone that's familiar with how the calendar needs to be set up, but having them within that committee as well.
Yeah, and I think it starts there with the schedule and calendar review, that maybe we can try to like, maybe step it back a little bit where the steering committee does at least have the ability to kind of look at it and maybe give suggestions and recommendations to Regina's point that like, oh, hey, by the way, don't forget this or don't forget that. So not that they would be finalizing or developing it, but maybe just offering. If we're looking at, textbooks and forms and all these things, like it makes sense that the schedule and calendar steering would maybe have some kind of, I don't know, input, not that, because I hear what you're saying, that there are others, because that is a big job. I mean, I remember at my school, there was like the AP and there was a couple of people that were like, really were good at that. And then what happened is it kind of went out to everybody. Everybody got a chance to look at it, would send it back. So it's kind of a good calendar committee and schedule committee is probably trying to get all eyes on it anyway. We do that here internally with our big calendar. So
that will probably take up more than one meeting just itself.
So
know what I mean? That's a
I
really big.
It is. So I think what I'm saying is we'll look at that and maybe try to actually encompass what we're trying to say. Is just that like it's another eye for review to give some input.
And to your point, that may be the way to go is that the school calendar will be reviewed, to ensure compliance even with contractual.
I like that.
You know,
Compliance with, what is the one for
the conference
the
night.
Thursday?
Conference
Conference night,
night,
whatever that one is, and put it in there. I think that's the language that we need.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And then in a case where maybe there's not a very active, I think too, there may be another side of this that we're like, if it's really only 2 people and it's not getting out there, then the steering committee should be able to do that. So we gotta, again, try that balancing act there. Okay.
All right, sign-in procedures. The faculty steering committee in collaboration with the appropriate supervisors shall select the work site standardized daily sign-in procedure using either the board-approved electronic sign-in system or the official approved paper sign-in form for daily reporting procedures consistent with 2.4.5. The steering committee, in collaboration with the appropriate supervisor, shall also select the method for documenting late arrivals or early departures consistent with 2.4.5, and reporting and documentation procedures shall not be utilized to initiate or determine payroll deductions independent of employee entry or written authorization as provided in section 2.4.5. So if we go back to that.
That was that whole point about, trying to find, is there like the paper or the,
And I think,
again,
I was gonna say where we landed was keeping what we had. And so would we put that language over here so that it's also listed there? Where it says so 2.4.5, a reporting procedure related to instructional personnel reporting for work shall be implemented by, well, it's struck there. In accordance with, well, then we have 2.16, I think. I think mirroring the sign-in procedures on letter G to what we had on 2.4.5.
yeah, that was the goal, was to try to get it all consistent, that. Yeah, because 2.16 is the sign-in procedure, late arrival. We then said, okay, steering, 2.45, which talks about, right now it says that procedure would be implemented by the steering committee, which we're kind of already saying that there, that one of these systems would be implemented. The faculty steering committee in collaboration would help determine what that is. So if you look at them all isolated, they all do tie together. So
Yeah, not saying anything.
there's a couple of options, but that committee helps determine what that is at the site. Which of those, is it the paper, is it the electronic? That's what 2.16, sign-in procedures, late arrival.
Right, and we didn't finalize that section, that 2.16, so then I think we just need to leave this one right now, G, open, and then let's come back to that.
Yeah, because I think even if we say in a reporting procedure related to instructional personnel reporting shall be implemented by the steering committee in accordance with 2.16, and then.
All right, so connect to 2.16. If only we could have one more place for sign-in procedures to be. All right. All right, 6.6.5, no retaliation, no employee shall be disciplined, discriminated against, or retaliated against for service on the faculty steering committee for good faith participation in the committee deliberations. It's not that we're not in agreement with that, but if something were to happen, as in any space or place, while on school district property, and somebody did engage in behavior like that, they could be disciplined for something, right? So we're just concerned that the way it reads, it's as if
we're expecting it to happen.
Right, and regardless of what I do, I'm not going to be disciplined. But like, what if somebody did leave that meeting and went and told somebody something that was like inaccurate or false, or
I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay.
So the first, no employee shall be discriminated against or retaliated against for service on the faculty steering committee for good faith participation in committee deliberations. But I didn't know if that was more about trying to govern the behavior in the steering committee to set expectations, or concern about the folks serving on it, how they're being treated by others.
Yeah. We can talk more about it, what we're kind of go for there, because I think that's the thing. I think we all agree that no employee would be disciplined or discriminated against for service on any committee.
Right.
So we'll talk about it.
6.6.6, the board and association shall jointly develop written guidelines and model resources to support the effective operation of the faculty steering committee meetings. Such guidelines may include, but are not limited to, Robert's Rules of Order or similar parliamentary framework, model agenda templates, sample minute forms, forum guidance, suggested practices for meeting facilitation and documentation. It, like, just in practice, are you thinking of a committee that would work together to develop some of those things, or?
Regina's got the book.
Oh. Robert's Rules of Order. Right.
Yeah, I think it was just the, like, again, kind of the way we work. I mean, we don't, our labor management, I mean, we don't operate on Robert's rules, but we do, in a committee, those things do help, right? To say, all right, those in favor, those, I mean, instead of just being a consensus, that I think that's where we're trying to go with it. So, just to try to set some framework and guidelines there.
I think that's a good goal to get towards, but there's going to be a lot of steps that would have to get us there.
Okay.
So talk through that and see if maybe condensing even some of that, I think initially to try to provide some, I think the guidelines are probably good.
Yeah. Guidelines, we suggest Robert's rules.
Yep.
Again, or Rob's rules.
Rob's rules.
Bobby's rules are a lot different.
Right, the guidelines shall be advisory in nature and shall not create independent contractual rights or obligations beyond those set forth in this agreement. Pending development of any guidelines or resources, faculty steering committee meetings shall be conducted in accordance with this agreement and customary meeting practices as determined by the steering committee itself.
Yeah, I think we'll talk through this to try to streamline it, because I think the goal here is that, again, it just goes back to a lot of this. We're trying to have that balance of we want the steering committee to have that independence and make sure they're dealing with issues at that site with flexibility and what they need, but also not leaving it so out in the dark that, you know, it's inconsistent. So we'll talk through this.
All right. And then 6.9, the job description review committee. I want to present to you a counter on this. I'm not going to read through all of it, but give you a counter to that. I'll just read it for the record. It says 6.9 job descriptions. The board shall maintain written job descriptions for bargaining unit positions and may revise such descriptions as needed to meet district operational needs. When a proposed revision materially impacts wages, work year, work schedule, compensation, certification requirements, or other negotiable terms and conditions of employment, the district will notify the association and provide an opportunity for input consistent with applicable law and the parties' collective bargaining obligations. And job postings for bargaining unit positions shall be based on the current district approved job description. So I'm sure you need to come back to us on that.
Yeah.
I wanted to present that to you. So
Yeah, we'll like compare and contrast.
got a few more.
Okay. Oh.
Right, so that would get us past 6.9 to 6.10, technical college committee. The parties agree to reestablish a technical college committee to ensure that issues unique to technical college programs, including scheduling, facilities, student support, and program operations, are communicated to site and district leadership. The committee shall meet no fewer than quarterly or more frequently as mutually agreed upon, and the board shall provide relevant data, reports, and information necessary and requested by the technical college committee to effectively carry out its work consistent with applicable laws and policies. And the district shall provide a written response to formal recommendations submitted by the committee within 30 work days. And the committee shall include an equal number of representatives appointed by HCTA and the board. The makeup shall include a technical college steering committee lead from each technical college and shall include both instructional and appropriate educational support professionals. So the district believes that we currently have steering advisory committee as well as a department head committee. for technical colleges. And so through those two avenues is where the concerns related to 6.10.1 are being addressed.
You said the steering committee and then what was the other?
The steering advisory committee and then a department head committee.
What's a steering advisory committee? Steering committee?
Oh, I'm sorry, they have a steering committee and an advisory.
Oh, steering committee and an advisory committee.
Yes. And department head committee.
Okay.
Through those avenues, believe that those concerns are being addressed with opportunities for folks to participate.
So basically no on that because of these other.
Correct.
Gotcha.
8.2, workplace climate and administrative review. 8.2.1, professional workplace climate. The board and association recognize that a professional, respectful, and collaborative workplace supports employee well-being and effective instruction. Concerns regarding workplace climate, including patterns of unprofessional conduct or communication that interfere with a productive working environment, may be raised through existing contractual processes, including the grievance procedures of this agreement, informal and formal administrative review under this section, the faculty steering committee, and other board procedures. Nothing in this section shall create new disciplinary standards for bargaining unit members beyond those established by state law, board policy, and provisions of this agreement. Nothing in this section shall supersede the due process rights of employees or administrators. So we currently have board policy that talks about threatening behavior towards staff members, and that pertains to both staff members potentially engaging in that or community members. It's commonly referred to as our civility policy. And so if that wanted to be embedded in here, but to create something that's separate from that, we would propose just putting that policy in here.
Okay.
And then for informal administrative review and then formal administrative review, the district's position is to leave that process as is. A lot of the concern about this proposed language is that it denies the principal in this case due process that any employee should have, and has a right to respond to what concerns are, and that, you know, doing a secret ballot vote to remove someone would not be in line with that. The information on leaves. So in 12, let me see, 12.1, 12.2.6, so all of this leave information, we wanted to come back to this and table that.
So everything in 12, parental leave.
I think there's
that-
one other. Which one?
We already talked about that earlier. It just got, we proposed 11.7.2 on the first day. It's just reprinted here because we didn't propose 12 the first day. So they're saying section 12, everything related to sick and personal, our parental leave bank. We got something here about some ESE. Yeah, some other stuff. There were some other little tiny corrections and tweaks, as well as maternity and paternity and funeral leave.
I did want to just share some financial information, because we know that funeral leave is something that has come up. And I know I haven't been sitting here for long, but I know that it's come up previously as well.
It'll probably keep
coming up, right? And so we did run some numbers again, just to share this, because it was one of the requests I think that you all had from us as well. So if a funeral leave contract language was approved, and currently we have about 14.3% of employees who could take funeral leave based off of their contract that allows for that who have taken advantage of that, right? And so again, this is a big estimate because we have no idea what it would actually look like, but using that as our base, if 14.3% of our teachers and instructional personnel were to utilize funeral leave for one day in the coming year. Again, not knowing how many of those would be classroom teachers or not, right? Because not everybody would need a sub. But if everybody did, it could potentially cost us $323,000 in substitutes. If they were to take 2 days, it would potentially cost us $647,000. And if it were 3 days, potentially $971,000. So just to kind of give a ballpark around there, I do want to just say that we understand the desire for that. And depending on where we land when we get to that point of it, we may be open to maybe not coming out of the gate with all of these options, but maybe piloting something to see what would the impact actually be.
Sure.
So you said 14.5% of the employees currently have the ability, I'm sorry?
14.3% have actually utilized.
Of those
you know,
that have access to it. So
In
of
their
all,
Okay, now I got you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so in the bargaining units where
Yep.
they can utilize funeral leave,
Mhm.
it's about 14% of this.
so they just kind of took that as a
Yeah,
way to
ballpark, right.
budget it for our union. And considering that, and you took into consideration not only just their pay, but also the sub.
Yeah,
Even
no,
though.
No,
this is
no, that's just a sub.
that's just, yeah.
Nothing.
Okay, because I thought it
No,
was,
it'd be a lot more.
It would be a lot more. No,
you said sub, so I
yeah.
thought it was included.
with the
Yeah, so the
understanding
actual,
that not everybody would necessarily need a sub, right?
So these estimates do not include sub.
that is.
No,
the
that is
estimate
for the
sub.
subs.
Yeah, that's what you say.
But
Oh.
for the sick time,
Mhm.
yeah, but for the actual sick time,
Mhm.
those estimates would be if that 14.3% of teachers who utilize 1 day of leave, that's at a cost potentially of $743,000 using the average teacher pay.
Right.
If there were to be 2 days for all of those 14.3% of those employees utilizing it, it would be $1,486,651 of sick time. And if those 14.3% of employees utilize all 3 days, it would be $2,229,976.
Got it.
And so that would be in addition to the substitute cost as well.
Right. So you've created quite a range.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And seeing that financial impact, again, you know, if we were to look at piloting something, those would at least give us some numbers to initially talk about what the impacts would be.
Gotcha. So for now, kind of everything else we'll hold on, but we have those estimates for bereavement. Okay. You got through it all.
Right. Did we?
And I think the only other thing in that packet was the SIP waiver appendix.
Yeah.
That we talked to on the first
Yes.
earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Yesterday?
The sun is still up.
A long day.
Hey, we've been at this. too.
No, I think that was really good.
When it's nightfall and almost the next.
I think we got a number of things
You guys
agreed to.
Yeah.
You also, I'll just say for the record too, that you did provide us a few, requests for information about, medical enrollment, supplement information, which is all leading up to some of the other budget things, which we know will be on July 9th. So I think I can safely say that I don't believe that we will caucus and come with counters today. I think that, you know.
You can caucus, but.
Don't tell them that.
No, I do not see myself trying to prepare any counters today.
But I just want to like, thank you, Kelly, you did amazing.
Great. Y'all not need another water refill.
What took me 2 days, you did in a day, so major kudos, because I know it's a lot, and it's a lot of mental to try to remember what everything says and what it means, so awesome work. So I think, just kind of going back to the agenda, I know we're gonna hold financial for a future meeting. We know July 9th, you all will be bringing a budget presentation. And just for the record and everyone here, you know, we did kind of talk about on that day, we will likely ask questions. We know, we've talked to the team that we know there are some new parameters around teacher salary increase. So whatever you're able to bring to kind of talk about that, because again, thinking back to when teacher salary increase allocation came into being, a lot of the experience I had around the state was, hey, we got this information, let's put the proposal, and then it was like, oh, let's roll it back, because we knew that there were gonna be, or we didn't know, but the DOE was communicating, nope, gotta do it this way or that way. So we will appreciate anything you all are hearing about that. We'll bring our questions on that. And then anything as far, and we know that another thing we talked with the team about here, and just so it's known, we know that there's a new requirement that teacher salary increase allocation reaches an agreement before July 31st. So we know that, and we share that that's something that we want to work for. But I think with the goal of actually, let's try to get all of it done. I mean, we've done that well the last few years, and I think 1 year we settled before the contract year started. Last year we got delayed because of the legislature, again, delayed again because of the legislature, but now we've got this new requirement. So we want to work together to try to get as many dates and get that done while also working on this and that. So I think the only other thing I can think of right now is like setting a next session, because we've got homework to do on this. So I don't know if you want to set dates for instructional to come back. Do you want to wait till July 9th? Because I think July 9th is stacked budget, and then we will also have ESP negotiations. I would not plan to bring this all back on July 9th. So I don't know if we want to do that now.
It's very limited too.
Yeah. And I know.
As we look at dates, I just want to say that we are committed as a team, and I want to commend everybody that's the warriors that are still with us here today. Everybody, thank you guys so much that we are committed to making and working through this, so that way we can have something to ratify when teachers are coming back and our support staff are coming back. That would be,
That'd be great.
That would be great. That would be a morale booster, and people would actually know what they're going to earn this year, which is also helpful. So we're committed to doing a long night like this whenever we have to get down to money as well.
I wanted to try to go there too, but it's like next week is agenda reviews, we got a board workshop, some relations, and then we have joint, so the following week, we're doing the 15th.
That is July 15th. Is that a possibility?
Not for me.
I'll be here. But I know that I think what's gonna have to happen with July 9th being the budget presentation, I think ideally it would mean we would meet quickly soon after that to exchange I mean, the language we're kind of at a point now where I think language has gotta hold, because if we're trying to, I don't mean hold, but
Right.
the priority is gonna become from July 9th on compensation. So, yeah, so how many sessions can we get in between July 9th and July 31st to at least reach some kind of an agreement, TSIA?
Well, and having to possibly run numbers and all those kind of things, so.
There's not one, this is it. Yeah, agenda reviews, we have a board workshop. Summer graduation. I mean, I can list summer graduation, except I have an agenda review.
What date is that?
It's the 22nd.
July 22nd.
Mhm.
How does July 22nd look?
22nd?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
I think you should. I think so.
Yeah, but I mean, to bring compensation proposals without you guys
On the,
What's your
on what,
salary?
the 22nd?
on the 15th
15th.
or the 22nd.
Wait,
Well, I'll be here the 22nd.
The
Me
20,
too.
okay.
So I think
On the
like
16th.
15.
They did that after HSA.
Yeah.
Beginning with this.
Well, the 19th, the 9th,
Are
we're
you-
receiving information.
What about the afternoon on the 16th?
I'm out that week.
Oh, you're out.
I think we can make, let me look, I think we can make the 22nd work, right? We will have a training here, but I think they're gonna be on the 3rd floor.
meeting in the morning, on the 22nd?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the,
Do it for all day.
let's schedule the whole day. What'd you say, 10?
I said 9.
Oh, 9, yeah, 9.
Which day?
9 AM, July 22nd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All day.
Nine to 9 all day.
Okay.
You're not here either. I know I'm not here either.
I'm at my daughter's college or.
Yeah, I'm moving my kid away
Yeah,
from
training.
I know, it's,
Somebody
there's,
said,
it seems like the summer would just, I remember listening to all of this in legislative session and this, I think there was one superintendent that was speaking about like, oh, no problem, we can get that done. And it's like, not taking into consideration the variety and diversity of our districts across the state, that it's just, the budget comes out July 1, how do you have 4 weeks to literally turn this around in a district this size? All right, well, we've got the 9th and the 22nd.
So the 9th proposal, it's for.
Well, I think unless the board is prepared to, based on, what the board sees, to put some proposals across, we're open to that. I think for us, we want to see what that is and ask those questions but we can talk more. You don't have to have an answer for that right now, but just something to consider. I mean, of course, we can put a proposal across based on what we just, pie in the sky, what we want to see. But maybe let's have some more internal discussions about that. I think shared goal to get some proposals as soon as possible.
Yeah, we agree with that.
Okay.
We're motivated as well.
Okay. And then just one last thing, just kind of as like, we're gonna have homework to work on a lot of these language proposals. I know we've shared with you all and the board, we did some surveying early on to develop proposals. We took all the proposals, we put that kind of into that 1-page summary that the cabinet and everyone got. We also put those proposals out to our employees to, what do you think? What do you support? So we wanted to share with you the data that we got based on all these proposals that you brought counters to, just to kind of set the stage. And we talked about it a lot as we've been here, what is really driving it. So I think the team has all these. I don't know how many packets you want of these. I'll give you 4 just for now. But what we created here is the top page is a summary, and we've got more if you want them. Yeah, here. You can take them all. Perfect. So we put out that 1-page document that you all saw and asked instructional employees, are you in support? Do you oppose? Are you unsure? Do you need more time? And then we asked them what is the message that you would like for the superintendent and the school board to hear? So we had 872 instructional staff submitted a response. Of those, 98% are in support of everything we proposed. It's kind of hard to see right here, but it's 1.5 response, 1.5% of those folks said that they needed more information to be able to make a decision. And then we did have 0.5 didn't support because it didn't address compensation, right? So just wanted to, we analyzed 710 written comments, which are part of your packet. They're unedited, they're submitted as are, so you're able to look at them. But you can kind of see a ranking of those 710, how many of them address planning time and workload improvements, how many of them address respect, professionalism in the workplace, course pay and cost of living improvements, student learning conditions, ESE retention. And then we just gave you some examples of some quotes that came out through, and you've got them all there. So I'm not going to read through them all. We'll share this out, with employees too. But we just wanted to give this to you to, again, reinforce where all of our proposals are coming from, and they really are driven by employees. And we intend to share this with the board too, so that they're aware of what employees are saying. And there's a lot of great quotes and all that data for you. So yeah, I mean, I did think it was telling that 360 of the comments in some way address planning time and workload improvements. So that's why planning time is addressed over and over and over and over and over again. So
Thank you for giving all the comments.
yeah.
It was,
Yeah, and it's all anonymous. It's all anonymous, and you'll be able to see, how many supported. Those that maybe did say no, what their comments were. And then we did ask them to at least identify if they were instructional staff. We did have support staff who commented and were in support. We also had those that were other employees, and you're able to we don't know who they are, but we wanted folks to feel safe to be able to give those comments to the board and to the superintendent. So yeah. So with that will be motivating our counters and everything we keep going forward. So.
We appreciate this information.
Yeah.
It's always helpful to get feedback. And just, quickly looking at this, it speaks to a lot of the points that were discussed today. So
Yeah.
we definitely understand that.
Yes.
Just for clarification too, on the 9th, when we do the budget proposal and then we open with ESP, is the plan, just for clarity and for us for scheduling and informing people, we would do the budget proposal for both and then break and then
Sure.
go into the
Yeah. I don't
language.
know. So I kind of determine it, or I kind of envision it, that you and Mr. Lewis, or, you talk about the budget, where it's at, allow for maybe some questions, and from us, I think I let you know, we'll probably have some TSIA questions. If you all have that embedded in the presentation, I think that will be great. What I'm asking, and we can, again, continue to have this conversation leading up there, if the board is prepared to create or pass a proposal for compensation, I'm just not sure if I think, again, we know generally what people want to see in our proposal. But let's continue to talk about if we'll be prepared to have a proposal right away, because I do think some of the information that we've requested to analyze the budget, to make sure that we're within what is possible, I guess, if that's what you're asking. So I'm thinking, have the presentation. We can talk between now and then if we're able to pass any compensation proposals at that time, and then break. That would all be for everyone, but then we do want our ESP negotiations to be separate. I think we maybe have just a few contractual items that are cleanup. But yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered the question really.
No, that was good. I kind of envisioned it that way too.
Yeah.
And if you're thinking of questions for the budget presentation in advance, just let us know, the TSIA, but if you have other specific ones, because we'll make sure that.
Yeah. I think the big one is just gonna be, what are the rules and parameters, limitations on the TSIA? We know that the legislature did intend this time for money to go towards 10 years and above, and how does that look in our district? I think, questions about, is that just Florida teaching experience? Is it all teaching experience? How is that going to play into this? And how that impacts you all, and how you can even apply that money. Because again, my experience with TSIA and other districts back when it first came into being was, okay, we got this money, and then the rules were kind of developing as they went. And I don't know if you all have that information or guidance from the DOE on how to apply that, just so we're not
putting something forward and then being told, well, we can't do that. We want to know ahead of time that we're on the same page on that. If I do have any specific questions, I'll try to send those ahead, but that's what it will be about, to have that open discussion so everybody understands what we're dealing with.
With the limited time, we just want to make sure that we bring the information to you that you need,
Mhm,
right? So that
absolutely,
way,
yep.
when we leave that meeting, we can get to proposals
Mhm, mhm.
if either side is prepared to on that date.
Yep, gotcha. Okay. All right, that's it for me.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you.